Chapter 161. After returning from E Mountain, Jiang Xi only took a week to increase the time he could fly from 10 seconds to 20 seconds. Then it took another month to increase it to 25 seconds. 3 months later, at the end of the 93rd year of the new moon era, this time became 30 seconds. Although the increase was getting smaller and smaller, the time he could fly was getting longer and longer. In a battle between experts, the outcome could often be decided in 1 or 2 seconds. In 30 seconds he could do a lot of things in the air. In the future, when he fought with others, whether it was to fight or escape, he would have room to choose. At the same time, the progress of visualization cultivation also made Jiang Xi quite satisfied. At first he could only clearly visualize a palm. Now he could visualize himself in his mind. Except for the head, which was still blurry, everything below the neck had become extremely clear. The changes brought by this kind of improvement were also very obvious. He was much stronger than he was 3 months ago. If he faced that giant bird again, Jiang Xi was confident that he could easily kill it. Because his spiritual consciousness was already extremely condensed, and he was only 1 step away from condensing spiritual consciousness. He even couldn't control the skyrocketing spiritual pressure. Because of this, Jiang Daodu had complained many times recently, saying that Jiang Xi was always suppressing her. New Moon Era 94, January 1st, the Spring Festival of Wuxia Kingdom. At the beginning of the new spring, everything was renewed. Pak Sun Province was bustling with noise and excitement. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu wandered aimlessly in the city. From New Moon Era 92 to 94, their lives had undergone earth-shaking changes. In the past, when they lived in the so-called slum, Apricot Garden of Looming District, the two of them would definitely not come out at night. Because in this era, even in the city, it was not safe at night. Now it didn't matter. Jiang Xi was only 1 step away from becoming a martial artist of the spirit accumulation stage, and was about to stand at the peak of human martial arts. Jiang Daodu was also a sea-level martial artist. In terms of strength, she was definitely ranked in the top 1,000 in the martial arts world of Pak Sun Province. If there was anyone who dared to be presumptuous in front of them, they would definitely beat him up until his parents couldn't recognize him. The sun rose and the moon set. The two of them walked from midnight to dawn. It would be great if we could continue like this. Jiang Dudu raised her hand and looked at the dazzling morning sun on the horizon. What nonsense are you talking about? We can definitely go on forever. Jiang Xi rubbed her head. You said it. Pinky swear. A child's game. I am a child. A 15-year-old child. Although Jiang Xi said so, he stretched out his little finger and hooked it with Jiang Dudu's cold little finger. Pinky swear 100 years, 10,000 years? No, never change. Jiang Dudu said with a smile. Never change. The two of them pressed their thumbs together. Laughter echoed through the streets. After returning to Villa number 92 in Tongtian District, Jiang Xi received a message. The sender and the content of the message surprised him. The sender was Xiantian. The content of the message was, the entrance to the Heavenly Lake in the Jade Lake Secret Realm has been discovered. Get ready to meet at the headquarters on January 5th. Jiang Xi turned off the communication and fell into deep thought. This news was somewhat out of his expectations. Because when the Heavenly Lake in the Jade Lake Secret Realm was discovered, the A-level martial artists all tacitly agreed that this opportunity belonged to Xiantian and other spirit gathering stage martial artists. The A-level martial artists were not qualified to compete for it. Jiang Xi also thought so at that time. He didn't expect that Xiantian would inform him. Did Xiantian really discover that the Heavenly Lake has an inexplicable attraction to me? Jiang Xi shook his head gently again. It was useless to think too much. You just had to go. Moreover, he also wanted to find out what the inexplicable attraction was. Then he told Jiang Dudu about it. Jiang Dudu surprisingly didn't have any big reaction. She just smiled and said, then come back early. You promised me that you can't leave for so long again. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Jiang Xi patted his chest and made a promise again. New Moon Era 94, January 5th. The weather was gloomy and there was no wind. Jiang Xi carried a long sword on his back and was fully armed. He waved goodbye to Jiang Dudu and stepped on the transport plane. This transport plane was assigned to him by Genten Budokan when he became the 5th elder. It was a personal plane and had been parked in the square of Genten Budokan in Pak Sun Province. The black transport plane whistled into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Jiang Dudu watched the transport plane leave. She looked at the empty sky for a long time before she turned around and went home. Then she cultivated in the underground training room of Villa 92. When Jiang Xi returned from the training camp, He prepared a full set of high-level martial arts secret manuals for her. There was a method of drawing qi, offensive martial arts, and movement martial arts. In addition to these, there was also a B-level and A-level spirit medicine. These things were enough to support her cultivation until she reached A-level. On the other side, Jiang Xi's transport plane arrived at the Gen 10 Budokan headquarters in just over half an hour. Xian Tian and White Cloud were already waiting there. When the two saw Jiang Xi, their eyes lit up and they looked a little surprised. They were both spirit nurture martial artists and had spiritual senses. They were still far away, but they could acutely sense the spiritual pressure emitted from Jiang Xi's body. Jiang Xi, have you succeeded in your visualization? Xian Tian asked directly. Only succeeded in my visualization. I'm still a little short of condensing my spiritual sense. Jiang Xi nodded. A little short? I think you're just a step away. You're really abnormal. Back then, I had to visualize for 3 years to condense my spiritual sense. White Cloud shook her head. Maybe I'm just lucky. Jiang Xi smiled. Looking at things or looking at yourself? Xian Tian suddenly asked. Jiang Xi didn't hide and smiled. Looking at myself, I'm just short of my head. Haha, White Cloud is right. You're really abnormal. Xian Tian laughed. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. It felt like the two of them were scolding him. Then, the three of them took the transport plane again and set off for Kunlun's Death Valley. On the transport plane, Jiang Xi asked the question in his heart. Chief, I haven't reached the spirit nurture stage yet. Am I qualified to go to the Sky Lake? Xian Tian and White Cloud looked at each other and smiled. Then Xian Tian explained the reason. Do you still remember the origin of the Wind Shadow Step? Xian Tian asked. Wind Shadow Step. Of course, Jiang Xi remembered. It was from last year. At that time, he had just signed a genius contract with Gen 10 Budokan of Pak Sun Province. After he became a martial artist, he went to Xian Tian's store to buy secret manuals. First, he used the free quota to choose the 9 elemental sword technique. When he went to choose an advanced movement technique, he was dissuaded by the high numbers. Just as he was about to take a step back and choose the beginner and intermediate movement techniques. He didn't expect that the Xian Tian store would automatically pop up an advanced movement technique at a super low price. It was the Wind Shadow Step. Jiang Xi clearly remembered that under the introduction of the technique, there was a reminder. A powerhouse obtained it from the ancient mystic realm. It was known as the most difficult technique to learn. So far, only 3 people have mastered it. The Wind Shadow Step came from the Jade Lake mystic realm? Jiang Xi looked at Xian Tian in surprise. Chapter 162. That's right. When we discovered Lingwan Road and Wondrous Stone Mountain, there was actually a nameless ancient book placed on the 9th step of Lingwan Road. After I comprehended its contents, I named it Wind Shadow Steps. Later, when you were shopping for secret manuals in Xian Tian's store, I happened to be online so I added Wind Shadow Steps to it. The price of 30 million is really cheap for you, Xian Tian said with a smile. Jiang Xi was suddenly enlightened. The doubts hidden in his heart were finally solved. No wonder such a profound movement technique like Wind Shadow Steps was only sold for 30 million. Jiang Xi also understood the reason why Xian Tian sold the secret manual to him at such a low price. It must be because of his perfect martial arts talent. Sure enough, Xian Tian said with a smile, I wrote in the reminder that only 3 people have entered the entry level. It's not an exaggeration. Before you, only Li Bai Hei Tu and I have reached the entry level. But after that, it was very difficult to improve so we gave up. In fact, I taught you Wind Shadow Steps just to try it out. I didn't expect your talent to be so abnormal. In just 1 year you've practiced Wind Shadow Steps to perfection. Now you should understand why I brought you there, right? Xian Tian's eyes were meaningful. It was the same as the last time at the top of Mount Tongtian. Jiang Xi nodded slightly. Mount Tongtian was the core of Jade Lake's secret realm. Lingwan Road was discovered at the top of Mount Tongtian, and Wind Shadow Steps was placed on the 9th step of Lingwan Road. In this case, the importance of Wind Shadow Steps was self-evident. After he mastered Wind Shadow Steps, he had an inexplicable connection with Jade Lake's secret realm. Now that he thought about it, there were actually signs before, except for the inexplicable attraction from the lake in the sky. When he went to Jade Lake's secret realm last time, the lightning at the lower half of Mount Tongtian was so dense, but strangely it didn't fall on him. In addition, when he defeated Feng Xian, Sam and the others at the top of the mountain to collect the remaining 3 spiritual items, he encountered the 5 skeletal undead creatures blocking his way. Just as he was about to attack, the 5 undead creatures strangely retreated. In these two scenes he used the Wind Shadow Step with all his strength. Wind Shadow Step. Jade Lake's secret realm. Jiang Xi muttered to himself. Now that he knew the origin of the Wind Shadow Step, he was even more curious about the Jade Lake secret realm. After the transport plane landed at the edge of Death Valley, the three of them directly entered the Jade Lake secret realm through the mysterious teleportation power in the mist barrier. 15 minutes later, the three of them arrived at the peak of the heavenly mountain. After the lightning and fog disappeared last time, they never appeared again. Only the lake in the sky, which was 100 times larger than the lake at the top of the mountain, was still reflected in the sky. It was vast and boundless. The surface of the lake was filled with a thick mist, making it look like a celestial pond in the heavens. Within the mist, there seemed to be a lofty pavilion standing on the surface of the lake. Once again he saw this fairyland-like scene. Jiang Xi was still shocked. At the same time he had a question in his heart. In such a mythical place, not a single living creature could be seen. There were only skeletal undead. Where did the powerful existence that built this place go? Was it long gone with time? Or did it abandon this place? Jiang Xi shook his head gently. With his current strength he was not qualified to pursue these questions. At this time Li Baibai, Huang Kuan and He Tu were already waiting by the lake. This time only the 6 of them entered the lake in the sky. The entrance is in a stone cave at the bottom of the lake. There is a stone door made of the same material as Lingwan Road, Huang Kuan said. This underwater exploration was done by the military. Then let's go down now and find out. Xian Tian laughed. Everyone also laughed. Their hearts were filled with anticipation as they jumped into the lake. With Huang Kuan and He Tu leading the way, they swam in the water. With their strength, it would not be a problem for them to stay in the water for 3 days. Jiang Xi observed in the water. As expected, there were no living creatures at the bottom of the lake. It was dead silent. There was not even a single water plant. How could such an environment nurture those 1,000-year-old lotus seeds? The 6 of them moved quickly in the water. After a short while, they arrived at a dark underwater stone cave. Through the night vision device, they could see the environment inside clearly. Surprisingly, the cave was empty and dry. There was not a single drop of water. On the surrounding stone walls, they could vaguely see some vague carvings. In the deepest part there was an ancient stone door. Above the stone door, there were 2 ancient words that clearly did not belong to this era. The structure of the ancient words was similar to the words on the stone tablet at the foot of Mt Tongtian. As if it was a message conveyed through their spiritual consciousness, the meaning of the 2 ancient words was understood by everyone. Jade Lake. Apart from Huang Kuan and He Tu, they had already seen it. Jiang Xi and the rest were shocked. There was no need to guess anymore. The lake in the sky was the legendary Jade Lake. Xian Tian was the strongest. He took a step forward and pushed the stone door open. Inside the stone door, what entered their eyes was the dark green lake water. Miraculously, this stone door seemed to have a mysterious power that blocked the lake water outside. Not a single drop of water flowed into this stone cave. It was clearly separated. It was truly an uncanny workmanship. Everyone be careful. Xian Tian said solemnly, then took the lead and stepped into the dark green lake water. Indeed, they had to be careful. In the lake at the top of the mountain, there was a tiger skeleton that could reach the spirit vessel level through body transformation. What kind of danger could be hidden in the famous Jade Lake in front of him? Jiang Xi and the rest also followed Xian Tian and stepped into the Jade Lake. The Jade Lake's lake water was very warm, like a hot spring. It even emitted a faint floral fragrance. No one carefully felt the strange lake water. Instead, they followed the pre-agreement. After entering the Jade Lake, they immediately floated up and swam to the surface. Soon as they continued to float up, everyone became more and more alarmed. Because the Jade Lake's lake water was also dead silent. There were no living things in it. And they had already floated up 1,000 meters, but they had not reached the surface yet. Suddenly Jiang Xi's expression changed drastically. He was horrified. The other 5 had the same expression. From the surrounding dark green lake water, crystal white skeletons emerged one after another. The appearance of these skeletons was similar to the tiger skeleton in the lake at the top of the mountain, but they were a size smaller. Correspondingly, their strength was also a level lower. But no matter how weak they were still at the spirit vessel level. And the tiger skeletons that appeared here were densely packed. They did not know how many of them there were. Danger. Everyone used their fastest movement technique. Jiang Xi even used the wind shadow step to the extreme. Swim desperately. Upstream. The waves of the lake water became stronger and stronger. It began to roll and a whirlpool swept over. What? Everyone swam up 1,000 meters again and finally reached the surface. They broke out of the water. On the surface of the water, hazy fog flowed slowly, like a fairyland. One could vaguely see a pavilion hidden in the fog far away. But everyone did not have time to appreciate this beautiful scenery. They immediately stepped on the water and rushed toward the pavilion. Needless to say, that pavilion must be the core of the Jade Lake. Chapter 163. Roar. An earth-shattering tiger roar came from behind. Those tiger skeletons also came to the surface of the water and chased closely. Whoosh, 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 rays of white light shot out from their skeleton-like mouths and attacked the group. Clang, clang, clang. The 6 of them waved their hands to meet the attack and then continued to run wildly, not wanting to fight. Roar. A few larger tiger skeletons caught up to them and pounced on them. Get lost. Xian Tian shouted angrily, and his spiritual sense and spiritual energy condensed on the blade. Heaven and earth spiritual energy gathered and instantly condensed into a 100-meter-long blade shadow. It did not stop. At the same time, a shocking blade intent rose from Xian Tian's body. The blade shadow expanded 10 times again, reaching 1,000 meters long. Boom. He slashed out. A dazzling light appeared, and a large number of tiger skeletons dissipated. Jiang Xi and the others did not have time to exclaim, because there was still an endless stream of tiger skeletons rushing out of the water. With a clear goal in mind, everyone rushed towards the lofty pavilion. They ran for hundreds of kilometers. They finally arrived in front of the pavilion. A golden plaque hung in the middle of the tall pavilion that pierced through the clouds. The plaque was also written with the same ancient words: Heaven-reaching tower. Heaven-reaching mountain, heaven-reaching tower. Could it be the sky palace above the jade pool? Jiang Xi subconsciously looked up at the sky. The mist covered the sky and the scene above could not be seen. Go in quickly. Xian Tian's shout came. Behind him, the green water of the jade pool seemed to have turned into a sea of skeletons. The densely packed tiger tribe skeletons pounced over like a tidal wave. How many skeletons were hidden under the water? The door of the heaven-reaching tower was open, and the 6 of them flashed in. The next moment, boom. Suddenly, the wind and clouds changed. The mist above the jade pool surged endlessly, and waves of black wind appeared from the void like a wind of destruction. The countless tiger tribe skeletons on the surface of the lake were blown away by the black wind and turned into ashes in an instant. And this majestic heaven-reaching tower was like a shelter. Neither the white bone undead nor the black wind of annihilation could get close to this place. Everyone stood in Heavenspan Pavilion, looking back at the apocalyptic scene. The shock in their hearts took a long time to calm down. Riverward's heart thumped wildly, and he was also filled with lingering fear. It was too terrifying. If he was a step slower, he would be gone. White bones like a sea, black wind destroying the world. The black wind swept past and then disappeared without a trace. The jade-green water surface reappeared. It was as if those tiger tribe skeletons had never appeared. This doesn't feel like the legendary celestial pool, but more like a devil's pool. Huang Kuan shook his head and sighed. In front of such an environment, everyone felt exceptionally small. Even if there really are immortals, they must have climbed up step by step from being weak. This is our era, we just need to charge forward. Xian Tian laughed with boundless heroism. That's right, this heaven-reaching pavilion has a profound meaning. Perhaps it's our fortunate encounter. Li Baibai let out a confident smile. Jiang Xi, White Cloud, and He Tu didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with determination. That's right, this was their era. Everyone turned around and observed the environment in Heavenspan Pavilion. The area was huge, but the scene in front of them was a little strange. Such a tall pavilion, but there were no stairs. There were only 6 dark passageways on the wall facing them. They couldn't see the inside of the passageways. It was as if it was specially prepared for them. The number of passageways was exactly the same as their number. There's a stone tablet over there. Jiang Xi had the habit of observing the environment whenever he arrived at a new place. The moment he entered, he carefully observed the place. He quickly saw a stone tablet erected in a corner far away. They hurriedly walked over. On the stone tablet, there were a few lines of ancient words. After taking a look, the ancient words conveyed the message to their consciousness. Each trial passageway is limited to 1 person at a time. Those who violate the rules die. Those who destroy the passageways die. Those who are not of the human race die. The 3 words die seemed to carry a mental attack, causing Jiang Xi and the rest to feel as if their minds were struck by lightning. They could feel the deterrence hidden in the ancient words. The six of them looked at each other and took a deep breath. After calming down, Xian Tian smiled and said, "Since the trial passageways were left behind by the ancestors of the human race, there must be generous rewards. I'll go in first." He walked straight to the first trial passageway on the far left. Those who practice martial arts should not fear danger. Li Baibai chose the second trial passageway. Next, Huang Kuan, White Cloud, and He Tu each chose a passageway and entered. Only Jiang Xi and the sixth trial passageway were left. He was the weakest, so he was the last to choose. Phew. I wonder if everyone's trial is the same. Jiang Xi thought to himself. Jiang Xi walked towards the sixth trial passageway. However, at this moment he stopped in his tracks and looked at the six trial passageways in front of him in shock. He saw that the rightmost side of the six trial passageways suddenly changed, and the seventh trial passageway appeared out of thin air. This is... Jiang Xi's breathing stagnated, and then became rapid again. The inexplicable attraction that had been lingering in his heart became extremely intense at this moment. The attraction came from the seventh trial passageway. Calm down, calm down. Jiang Xi continued to take deep breaths, and when his emotions had truly calmed down, he walked towards the seventh trial passageway. The closer he got to the passageway, the stronger the inexplicable attraction became. Standing in front of the dark passageway, he could not see what was inside. Since he was already here, Jiang Xi did not hesitate and stepped in. After entering, he finally saw a glimmer of light coming from the end of the passageway. Facing the light, he walked forward. What Jiang Xi did not know was that the moment he stepped into the passageway, the seventh trial passageway disappeared without a trace from Tong Tian building, and only the original six trial passageways were left. In the darkness, as if he had walked for 10,000 meters, Jiang Xi finally approached the light. Then his vision suddenly widened. A bright and boundless space appeared in front of Jiang Xi's eyes. Although Tong Tian building was majestic and spectacular, it was obviously impossible to fit such a large space. Needless to say, it was definitely another great magical technique. However, this was not what surprised Jiang Xi the most. His gaze was locked on a huge white jade stone staircase in front of him. The staircase was huge. This was a staircase made up of 9 huge stone staircases, and each staircase was nearly 30 meters high. It was incomparably magnificent, as if it was specially prepared for giants. The top of the staircase was covered by the light, and it was unknown where it led to. Trial taker, please accept the inheritance trial. At this moment, a clear female voice sounded in this space. Lingwan Road. Jiang Xi's eyes widened in shock. This clear female voice was exactly the same as the prompt in Lingwan Road's illusory realm trial. He suddenly realized that if the staircase in front of him was reduced by 100 times, wouldn't it be Lingwan Road? The difference was that this larger update in front of him had no traces of erosion by time. Chapter 164. Could it be that this was also Lingwan Road? Jiang Xi suppressed the shock in his heart and tried to shout, "Excuse me, are there any requirements for the inheritance trial?" No response. At this moment, beside the large Lingwan Road, a white jade stone tablet appeared from the ground. The ancient words were also engraved on it. Jiang Xi quickly understood and his expression changed. It was even somewhat ugly. Because the inheritance trial's requirements were very deceptive. So this giant stone staircase is also Lingwan Road, but it belongs to the second section of Lingwan Road. On the second section of Lingwan Road, there is a set of cultivation technique manuals called the Wind God Escape. The Wind God Escape is divided into 9 levels and is hidden in the illusory realm trial of the 9 steps. After passing the illusory realm trial, the trial taker can obtain 1 level of the Wind God Escape. However, the Wind God Escape is not the true inheritance of the inheritance trial. The inheritance trial's requirement is for the trial taker to comprehend the true inheritance through the Wind God Escape. The more levels of the Wind God Escape obtained, the easier it is to comprehend. However, the stone tablet did not tell what the true inheritance was. This was not the most deceptive thing. What made Jiang Xi's heart sink was that the inheritance trial had a time limit. Within 10 years, if you don't comprehend the true inheritance, the final result is death. Jiang Xi surveyed his surroundings. The passageway he had just entered had already disappeared. In other words, he had to accept this inheritance trial. 10 years. Before he left this time, he had even promised Jiang Daodu that he would not leave for too long. Let's not talk about whether he could comprehend this inheritance first. Even if he could comprehend it, he would definitely need to spend a certain amount of time. Otherwise, this inheritance trial would not be limited to 10 years. If the worst-case scenario were to fail the trial and fail to comprehend the true inheritance, then only death would await him. Jiang Xi did not doubt the methods of the person who left behind the inheritance trial. The deterrence of the 3 words death on the stone tablet in Heavenly Tower was still imprinted in his mind. How long did the person who comprehended the inheritance the fastest take? Jiang Xi asked again. You can call me the spirit of illusion. Lingwan Road has been built for countless years. The fastest person to comprehend the inheritance only took 1 year and 3 days. Don't worry, during the inheritance period, I will provide you with a vitality-nurturing pill every day. I guarantee that you won't starve to death. This time, the clear and melodious female voice gave a response, and it even carried some emotion. Spirit of illusion? However, what Jiang Xi was concerned about was not whether he would starve to death. Even the person who comprehended it the fastest took a year. Jiang Xi's expression changed. In such a legendary place, there must have been countless geniuses born in the past. 1 year. Can I comprehend it in 1 year? If the head hall master and the others find that I haven't come out after their trial, they might think that I've died here. There's no way we can keep this a secret. Jiang Dudu will eventually get wind of this. No, I have to get out as soon as possible. Moreover, he had made quite a number of enemies since he embarked on the path of martial arts. If he was trapped here for a long time, some people might take revenge on the people around him. Jiang Xi was extremely anxious. However, he knew that there was no other way. He could only risk his life to pass the inheritance trial. At this time he did not consider failure. He would not allow himself to fail. Now he could not waste even a second. The first step is to obtain the Wind God Escape technique. Jiang Xi took a step forward and stepped onto the first stone step of the second section of Lingwan Road. He closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the illusory realm for the trial. The second section of Lingwan Road was slightly different from the first section. The illusory realm trial here did not have a limit on the number of times and time. He could keep trying until he passed. As long as he passed, he would be able to obtain the Wind God Escape technique. Trial taker, please kill 100 Wind Demon White Tigers. On the grassland of the illusory realm space, 100 ferocious A-class Wind Demon White Tigers appeared. Every one of them was equivalent to an A-class second-tier martial artist. Kill. Jiang Xi's killing intent was boiling. He instantly unleashed all his strength. Wind Shadow Step. 9-element sword technique. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roars of the tigers, a torrential storm of attacks was unleashed. Jiang Xi's figure flashed among the group of Wind Demon White Tigers. Kill, kill, kill. His speed completely crushed these Wind Fiend White Tigers. The first stage of the illusory realm trial was surprisingly simple. In less than an hour he had killed all 100 Wind Demon White Tigers. Congratulations, you have passed the trial. You have obtained the first level of the Wind God Escape technique. The voice of the illusory realm spirit sounded again. The first level of the Wind God Escape technique. Where was it? Jiang Xi looked around. Just as he was puzzled, the 100 Wind Demon White Tiger corpses in front of him instantly transformed into streaks of white light and gathered around his body. A large amount of martial arts comprehension appeared in his mind and merged into his memory. It was very profound, as if he had already learned it and was very familiar with it. No. This is obviously the Wind Shadow Step. In his mind, the comprehension of the first level of the Wind God Escape technique was slightly different from the Wind Shadow Step. The various combinations of footwork were almost exactly the same. Wind Shadow Step. First level of the Wind God Escape technique? You have comprehended the first level of the Wind God Escape technique. Experience points plus 2,000. The prompt of the experience panel suddenly sounded, which made Jiang Xi slightly surprised. Something different seemed to have appeared? Comprehension. He quickly opened the experience panel to check. Level, Pulse Opening Stage A, 25900-25900, Cultivation Technique, 9 Elements Heart Technique Martial Arts, 9 Elements Sword Technique, Combination, 300-0030000, Wind God Escape Technique, First Level, 400-0050000, Force Exertion, 10 Experience Points, 240585. As expected, the Wind Shadow Step has become the Wind God Escape technique. No wonder. Jiang Xi finally confirmed that the inexplicable attraction that had been lingering in his mind was really caused by the Wind Shadow Step. When Shen Tian told him the origin of the Wind Shadow Step, he already had this guess. Now, he was completely sure that the Wind Shadow Step was not only an important item in the Sky Connecting Mountain, but also a part of the Legacy Trial. However, the first level of the Wind God Escape technique was not exactly the same as the Wind Shadow step. There were still some differences. Looking at the experience points, he knew that to fully comprehend the first level of the Wind God Escape technique, he needed 50,000 experience points, which was 10,000 more than the Wind Shadow step. Therefore, in the status bar of the Wind God Escape technique, he still needed 10,000 experience points to fully comprehend the first level. 10,000 experience points. According to my current daily increment of 250 experience points, I need 40 days to fully comprehend it. Just the first level required 40 days, and this was under the condition that he had already comprehended 80% of the Wind Shadow step. If he did not comprehend the Wind Shadow step in advance, he would need 200 days to fully comprehend the first level of the Wind God Escape technique. There were still 8 levels after that. How long would it take? Although Jiang Xi was anxious, he still maintained a sense of calmness. He exited the illusion trial. You have passed the trial of the 10th level of the Lingwan Road, experience points plus 50,000. This notification from the experience panel surprised Jiang Xi once again. The 10th level of the Lingwan Road? It seemed that the experience panel had assumed that the first and second levels of the Lingwan Road were continuous. Chapter 165. The first and second sections of Lingwan Road were continuous. Although it was surprising, it was not the main point of Jiang Xi's attention. Next, he sat cross-legged on the first step, wanting to comprehend the true inheritance through the first level of Wind God Escape. After a long time, Jiang Xi opened his eyes helplessly. Because he had gone through the first level of Wind God Escape in his mind over 100 times, but there was nothing. He did not even comprehend a single hair of the true inheritance. The more levels of Wind God Escape obtained, the easier it is to comprehend the true inheritance. Only the first level, the probability of comprehending the inheritance is very, very small. Jiang Xi shook his head, jumped up, and stepped on the second step, preparing to obtain the second level of Wind God Escape. In just half a day, he frowned and exited the illusion trial. The second step of the illusion trial was still the Wind Demon White Tiger, but the speed was faster. He tried for 6 to 7 hours, all of which failed. The speed is still a bit off. Looks like only by fully comprehending the first level of Wind God Escape will I have a chance to pass the second illusion trial. Jiang Xi's thoughts were clear. From the backpack behind him, he took out 100-year spirit fruit. When he went out this morning, for the sake of caution, he brought all the spirit fruits that he obtained from the Sky Span Mountain last time. 3,000-year spirit fruits, peach, dragon fruit, lotus seed 200-year spirit fruits, apricot, dragon mark spirit fruit. The spirit energy provided by 100-year spirit fruit is almost enough for me to consume 30,000 experience points. The last time at the Sky Span Mountain, he had consumed 100-year spirit fruit and had a rough estimate of the spirit energy contained in it. The first level of Wind God Escape is still 10,000 experience points away. It's too wasteful to use the spirit fruit now. Jiang Xi shook his head gently and kept the fruit. At this time, he noticed that on the huge white jade steps in front of him, a simple and unadorned small tray had appeared at some point in time. There was a small blue pill on it. Jiang Xi's face darkened. This was the essence augmenting pill? Although he was conflicted, he was hungry. There was no choice, he had to eat it. According to the spirit of the illusion, one essence augmenting pill a day would not be hungry. I wonder how it tastes. Jiang Xi picked up the soul nurturing pill and stuffed it into his mouth. The next moment his eyes lit up. The taste was actually very good. Chicken flavor. However, before he had the time to savor it, a voice suddenly rang out. The soul augmenting pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth. Almost instantly, it transformed into a dense spiritual energy that rapidly circulated throughout his body. What a surprise. He had originally thought that the soul-nurturing pill was used to allay his hunger. Unexpectedly, it actually contained a large amount of spiritual energy. This spirit chi energy is almost equivalent to a C-grade Fey potion. A C-grade Fey potion was priced at 2.8 billion new moon dollars in the Shantian shopping center. The spirit of the illusory realm was truly generous. After the pleasant surprise, Jiang Xi hurriedly used the experience panel to level up the first level of the Wind God Escape art. This was because 2 conditions had to be met in order to use the EXP panel to increase one's strength. Experience points and aura energy. Now he had them all. Wind God's Escape technique increased by 1,000 experience points. After upgrading once, the spiritual energy of the soul augmenting pill was completely depleted. As expected, it was the amount of a C-grade Fey potion. This discovery allowed Jiang Xi to breathe a sigh of relief. One soul-augmenting pill a day could save him a lot of time. Just like that, 10 days later he had successfully upgraded the first level of the Wind God escape art to perfection. In terms of speed, it was 20% faster than when he was in the state of Wind Shadow art. The faster he was, the stronger he was. Then he went to the second step of the second section of Lingwan Road, which was the 11th step of Lingwan Road. This time he only tried 3 times and passed the Illusory Realm trial and obtained the second level of the Wind God escape art. You have comprehended the second level of the Wind God escape art. Experience points plus 3,000. You have passed the 11th step of Lingwan Road. Experience points plus 55,000. The experience panel sounded with a pleasant prompt. If it was a normal day, Jiang Xi would definitely be pleasantly surprised. But now these gains did not bring him any surprise. Because next he once again used the first 2 levels of the Wind God escape art to comprehend, but he still did not comprehend a trace of the so-called inheritance. There was no other way, he could only continue to work hard. He could not be trapped here forever. In case others mistakenly thought that he died here. If Jiang Daoda did something stupid because of this, then it would be too late for him to regret. Go go go. Jiang Xi used most of his time to comprehend the Wind God escape art, trying to comprehend the real inheritance. Then he used the soul-augmenting pill every day to increase the experience of the Wind God escape art. After this level of the Wind God escape art was completed, he would go to the next Illusory Realm trial on Lingwan Road to obtain the next level of the Wind God escape art. The rest of the time he used to visualize and cultivate. Level was the foundation. After breaking through to the spirit-nurturing realm and having spiritual sense, there might be a turning point and he could comprehend the inheritance. Inside Tong Tian building, Shen Tian and the others stood in front of the trial passages. Although they had gained something in the trial, they did not have any happy mood at this moment. Because Jiang Xi had disappeared. It's been a month. Our trial will end in 7 days at most. Jiang Xi. White Cloud sighed and shook his head. He didn't finish his words, but the meaning was obvious. Among the 5 of them, Shen Tian took the longest time, a full 7 days. The second was Li Baibai, who took 5 days. But they were spirit-nurturing realm martial artists. Relying on the spiritual power in their body, they could go 3 months without eating or drinking. As for level A martial artists, without any food, they would starve to death after a month at most. They had waited here for a whole month, but Jiang Xi had not come out of the 6th trial passage. Li Baibai, Huang Kuan, and He Tu, the 3 of them had a complicated expression. They were sad, and regretful. They all attached great importance to Jiang Xi's development and had great hopes for Jiang Xi's future. Some time ago, when Shen Tian proposed to bring Jiang Xi in, they immediately agreed. But they did not expect that Jiang Xi would fall here. Obviously, there was no danger in the trial. You guys go back first. I'll wait here for another month. Shen Tian only said one sentence, then directly sat cross-legged facing the trial passage, closed his eyes and cultivated. The others sighed and shook their heads as they left. They were important forces in Xia country's martial arts world. Usually they had their own missions and could not leave for a long time. Otherwise, other countries and forces would take advantage of the situation. As the white bone spirits in the Jade Lake had already been annihilated by the Black Wind, they did not encounter any danger on their return journey. After Li Baibai and the others left, Shen Tian opened his eyes. His expression was complicated as he looked at the 6th trial passage. It shouldn't be. I saw that your Wind Shadow step had reached perfection, so I brought you here. Although this trial will be difficult, it won't be life-threatening. Jiang Xi, what did you encounter? The Wind Shadow step is closely related to the Jade Lake secret realm. Even if we encounter danger, it won't be your turn. Chapter 166. The trials of the 5 of them were different, but none of them were too difficult. Shen Tian suddenly realized that the trial here was not dangerous for the spirit-gathering stage. But for the A-level martial artist it may be fatal. He shook his head and waited alone for another month. However, there was still no movement. He didn't believe it. He didn't believe that with Jiang Xi's talent he would fail here. So he waited for another month. At the end of the 3rd month, Shen Tian sighed and gave up the last bit of persistence in his heart. 3 months without eating or drinking is already the limit of a spirit-gathering stage martial artist. Even with his strength, after meditating here for 3 months, his physical strength has been consumed by more than half. Shen Tian stood up with a wry smile. He didn't know how to tell Jiang Xi's family about this. Jiang Xi seems to only have one younger sister whom he relies on. He left Tong Tian building, but that long sigh still echoed in Tong Tian Building. New Moon Year 94 April 15th. Pak Sun Province, Genten Budokan Tong Tian District, Villa 92. Genten Budokan 2nd Elder Tang He, Pak Sun Province Branch Master Qin Yuan, and Deputy Master Lu Shan. The three of them stood in front of the villa's door, hesitating for a while, with a difficult expression. "Sai, let me be the bad guy." Tang He stepped forward and pressed the doorbell. Soon Jiang Daodu, wearing a training suit, ran out of the villa. After seeing them, she politely invited the three of them to the living room. In her view, since Jiang Ci is not at home, she must take on the responsibility of the head of the family. But she didn't expect that such a move would make Tang He and the other two feel like they are sitting on pins and needles. Jiang Daodu made tea for them and asked, "Uncle Qin, Uncle Lu, who is this senior?" Qin Yuan introduced, "This is Elder Tang from the dojo's headquarters." "Elder Tang from the headquarters?" Jiang Dudu's eyes lit up. Then he hurriedly asked Tang He, "Elder Tang, do you know where my brother went?" "I asked Uncle Qin and Uncle Lu, but they didn't know." Tang He gritted his teeth and did not beat around the bush. His voice was heavy as he said, "Miss Jiang, I'm very sorry. According to the tavern master's confirmation, Elder Jiang Ci went missing in a mysterious place. There should be no hope for him to survive." Before he could finish his sentence, bang! Jiang Dudu threw the teapot to the ground, and the broken glass flew everywhere. Her explosive aura was also very shocking. "Go. All of you leave. My brother can't be dead. I won't allow you to curse my brother. Even if everyone in this world dies, my brother won't die," Jiang Dudu said coldly. Tang He, Qin Yuan, and Lu Shan looked at each other and felt very awkward. They were all A-class warriors, but in front of a little girl like Jiang Dudu, they couldn't raise their temper. They left Jiang Ci's house in a somewhat embarrassing state. The three of them stood in the distance of the villa and sighed. Tang He pondered for a moment and said, "If I didn't feel wrong, the aura that Miss Jiang released should be the aura of a C-class warrior. You didn't notice it after so long?" Qin Yuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I didn't have much contact with the siblings, so I didn't notice it." Lu Shan sighed, "I know them quite well. The feeling that the siblings give me is a bit strange. The two of them are like a whole, and it's very difficult for others to interfere in their lives. Moreover, Jiang Ci is cautious by nature and is very guarded against others. I think that he should be the one who asked Jiang Dudu to hide her strength. That's why we didn't notice that Jiang Dudu has actually reached C-class. She has only cultivated for less than a year, and such talent is second only to Jiang Ci." Tang He's expression became serious and he reminded the two of them, "No matter what, Miss Jiang is Elder Jiang Ci's only relative. We must protect her. Although Elder Jiang Ci hasn't cultivated for long, he has killed many strong people. When he's alive, those enemies may not dare to make a move. However, if news of him getting into trouble spreads, then these people may have some evil thoughts and focus their hatred on Miss Jiang. Therefore, the matter of Elder Jiang Ci must not be spread. It's best to delay it until Jiang Dudu grows up and is able to deal with these dangers." Qin Yuan and Lu Shan both agreed with this point and nodded solemnly. However, they also understood that as the fifth elder of Genten Budokan, Jiang Ci was such a prominent figure. If he didn't appear for a long time, people would definitely suspect him. At that time, as long as they probed a little, they would be able to find out how Jiang Ci was doing. Sigh. The three of them sighed again. Jiang Dudu stood in the living room of the villa in a daze and didn't move for a long time. After standing for a day and a night, she walked to the underground training room expressionlessly. She saw the area where Jiang Ci usually sat cross-legged. She walked over and curled up like a baby, wanting to feel the aura left behind by Jiang Ci. However, 3 months had already passed and there was no trace of his aura left. Unknowingly, her tears had covered her small face as she muttered to herself, "Liar, you big liar." Even though she was asleep, she kept repeating this sentence. Tong Tian Building Legacy Trial Space. 3 months had passed and Jiang Ci had already become a burly man with a curly beard. His hair and beard had become very long. He didn't have time to care about his appearance. After all, no one was looking. For such a long time, he had used all his energy to comprehend the wind god's teleportation and visualization cultivation. However, on this day he didn't comprehend the wind god's teleportation. Instead, he was visualizing cultivation. After 3 months of hard work, his visualization cultivation had finally reached the final critical moment. His visualization cultivation process was to visualize himself, which was many times more difficult than visualizing objects. Because the human body was extremely complex, it was very difficult to visualize it completely in one's mind. Counting the time, it had already been more than half a year since he started visualizing. Now, he only needed a pair of eyes to be able to visualize his complete self in his mind. The eyes could be said to be the most difficult part of the visualization process. Because the eyes were agile and hid a lot of emotions, they could express many emotions. It was not like the nose and mouth, which could be as it should be. He had been stuck at the stage of the eyes for nearly 2 months. Today he was finally about to break through the transmission of emotions. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the huge stone steps, his mind in a state of emptiness. In his mind, his visualization image was already extremely realistic. Only his eyes were empty. Imagine your deepest emotions and express them through your eyes. He slowly visualized and guided. Gradually, the eyes of the visualization image began to appear in his mind. Deep affection, care, doting, protection, worry, all kinds of emotions were clearly expressed through his eyes. At this moment he was thinking of Jiang Dudu. But there seemed to be a soft sound in Jiang Xi's mind. The visualization of himself began to glow. Wisps of light gathered in his mind, condensed, and finally became solid. Spiritual consciousness appeared. Chapter 167. Boom. There seemed to be a big explosion in his mind, and the condensed spiritual sense suddenly shone brightly. Finally, it merged with the visualized image. The visualized version of himself seemed to have a life of its own. It was extremely agile. At the same time, Jiang Xi felt that his whole person had been sublimated. He felt that he was closer to this world, and he could clearly perceive the slowly flowing spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Refined spiritual energy. Jiang Xi grabbed a 100-year-old spiritual fruit that had already been prepared next to him and swallowed it directly. The rich spiritual energy quickly flowed throughout his body. His current physical fitness was completely able to withstand such a huge amount of energy. 5 elements meditation deed refine. Jiang Xi ran the spirit gathering stage technique that he had already memorized and quickly refined the spiritual energy. In just a few breaths, the first spiritual energy appeared in his body. The experience value panel has been updated, please check it in time. A melodious voice rang out in his mind. Jiang Xi was very surprised and quickly opened the experience value panel. Cultivation, spirit gathering, early stage 152800, cultivation method. 5 elements meditation deed, peacock visualization martial arts. 9 elements sword art, combination 300-0030000, wind god escape. 3rd level 30000600000, amplitude. 1 deduction. 10,000 experience points per time experience value. 319585, amplitude. Is spiritual energy amplitude. 1 times spiritual energy amplitude equals 10 times force. Deduction. Can deduce. New martial arts and Taoist techniques according to existing martial arts and Taoist techniques. The success rate of deduction is determined by the grade and completeness of martial arts and Taoist techniques. The panel was very considerate to explain the new function for Jiang Xi. The force had changed and it was updated to spiritual energy amplitude. The level had also changed, and it was updated to cultivation. Of course, these were not the main point. The main point was that he could finally use the experience value panel to improve his cultivation. Increased 3,000 cultivation experience points. Increased 3,000 cultivation experience points. In this way, after repeating 9 times, the spiritual energy in Jiang Xi's body was quickly refined. At the same time, a total of 27,000 experience points were consumed. What he got in return was a powerful spiritual energy flowing through his body. The foundation of a spirit-gathering stage martial artist strength. Spiritual sense, spiritual energy. Now he had everything. Cultivation base, spirit nurture, early stage 2700152800. Jiang Xi carefully sensed the increase in his cultivation base and shook his head, giving up on the idea of increasing it further. I've raised my cultivation too much in one go, causing me to find it a little difficult to control my current cultivation. I can't raise my cultivation any further. He needed to stabilize his realm and polish it carefully before he could continue to improve. A stable foundation was truly stable. Now, let's see if I can comprehend the true inheritance with my spiritual sense. Next, Jiang Xi began to comprehend the first 3 levels of the Wind God Escape technique in his mind, trying to comprehend the inheritance mentioned by the spirit of illusion. Half a day later, the results were disappointing. Even after gaining spiritual awareness, he still didn't gain anything. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and heaved a long sigh. He understood that the main reason should be that the wind god escape technique wasn't complete enough, lacking too much. In the past 3 months he had passed the 10th, 11th and 12th steps of the illusion trial of Lingwan Road and collected the first 3 levels of the wind god escape technique. According to the spirit of illusion, the more complete the wind god escape technique was, the higher the possibility of successfully comprehending the inheritance. But it's been 3 months. Jiang Xi even felt some despair in his heart. This despair wasn't because he doubted whether he could comprehend the true inheritance. But he was worried that Jiang Dudu would have an accident because of the news of his disappearance. In this world the two of them depended on each other. After so many years they couldn't leave each other. No, I can't despair. Jiang Xi shook his head hard, and his expression became firm again. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration. Right, deduction. He remembered that when the panel was updated there was a new function, deduction. He opened the panel and sure enough there was this item. Deduction, 10,000 experience points per time. There was another prompt below. You can deduce new martial arts techniques and Taoist techniques based on existing martial arts techniques and Taoist techniques. The success rate of deduction is determined by the level and completeness of the martial arts techniques and Taoist techniques. Jiang Xi's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he instantly thought of something. The experience points panel mentioned Taoist techniques. The true inheritance. Could it be that I can deduce some kind of Taoist technique through the wind god escape technique? It was very possible. This inheritance trial was so grand. If the true inheritance was just a martial arts technique, it would be too low-end and not in line with the grand style of the Jade Lake Secret Realm. Then Jiang Xi began to try the deduction function and said in his heart, deduction with wind god escape technique once. He seemed to have comprehended the first 3 levels of the wind god escape technique countless times in an instant. The next moment, the prompt of the experience points panel sounded frowny-faced deduction failed. Jiang Xi didn't give up and repeated the deduction again. Deduction failed. Deduction failed. After trying 3 times in a row, Jiang Xi's face was a little gloomy. His heart ached because he had consumed 30,000 experience points in an instant. He looked at the experience points remaining frowny face experience points. 289585. Originally, he thought that after his experience points exceeded 100,000, he would be able to create as much as he wanted. Now he found that these experience points were simply not enough. If he really wanted to deduce, these experience points wouldn't even last for 30 seconds. It's still the problem that wind god escape technique is not complete enough, so the deduction success rate is too low. Continue to challenge Lingwan Road and obtain the follow-up wind god escape technique. Jiang Xi understood what to do next. However, before that he had to first upgrade the 3rd level of wind god escape technique to perfection and increase his speed again. Otherwise, the possibility of passing the next stage of the illusion trial was very small. Wind god escape technique, 3rd level, 300,006,0000. Next, he took another spiritual fruit. With the help of a large amount of spiritual energy, through the experience points panel, the 3rd level of wind god escape technique was raised to 57,000 experience points. He was only 3,000 points away from perfection. The rest was also simple. 1 energy-enhancing pill a day could help him increase 1,000 experience points. Just like that, 3 days later, the 3rd level of wind god escape technique reached perfection, and his speed increased by another 20%. Jiang Xi's strength was focused on speed. If his speed was fast, his sword would be faster and his strength would be stronger. This time he only tried twice in the illusion trial on the 13th step of Lingwan Road and successfully passed it, obtaining the 4th level of wind god escape technique. Then he used the first 4 levels of wind god escape technique and tried to deduce it again. However, after trying 3 times he still failed. Jiang Xi's face was dark and he did not deduce anymore. Because in this inheritance space, the fastest way to obtain experience points was to challenge Lingwan Road. The problem was that the number of experience points obtained in each illusion trial on Lingwan Road was limited to 1 time. Therefore, the experience points could not be used carelessly anymore. It's best to get all 9 levels of wind god escape technique before deducing. This way the risk is the least. Jiang Xi thought about this decision with the most cautious attitude. Although he was anxious to go out, he told himself not to panic. Once he made a wrong decision. If he failed to successfully comprehend the true inheritance in the end, then it would be too late for regrets. Chapter 168. Jiang Xi had not appeared in front of the public for half a year. In the beginning, many people thought that he was cultivating in seclusion. However, as time went by, some people started to have doubts, especially some martial art organizations with strong intelligence. Through some clues, such as whether some of Jiang Xi's friends behaved abnormally, they came to a conclusion. In the end, they concluded that Jiang Xi might have gone missing. Some people even guessed that Jiang Xi might have died somewhere. This was because Jiang Xi's sister had not smiled in the past half a year. Then, these guesses were spread by some people and quickly spread to the entire martial arts world. Some people became restless because of this. This was because Jiang Xi had killed too many A-class martial artists. Many veteran A-class martial artists had not killed more than a few opponents of the same level for decades. Jiang Xi, on the other hand, had killed 8 of them in the Battle of Mount Tongtian. Nordic City, located north of the Holy Alliance, was a large city independent of the 5 major countries. It was very famous in the new era. The organization of the forces here was very complicated. It was a place where exiled martial artists and vicious people yearned for. At this time, in a classical manner on a snowy mountain in Nordic City, Feng Xian stood in front of the window, overlooking the snowy mountain. He held a glass of red wine and sipped it in satisfaction. Such scenery, such a life. It's indeed leisurely. Compared to here, life in Mingxing Mountain is too depressing. I have to be careful all day and guard against the surveillance of the Great Xia Kingdom. He seemed to be talking to himself. The leader of the guards, Old Yuan, stood respectfully behind him and did not say anything. Although the scenery here is good, I still miss Mingxing Mountain. After all, I'm from the Great Xia Kingdom. That's my home. Feng Xian's tone was complicated. Then he gulped down the rest of the red wine. After sighing with emotion, he returned to his usual indifference and asked, "Has the news been spread?" "Almost all the major cities in the world know about it," Old Yuan replied. "What about the Ma family of Chang'an?" "According to your request, I sent the information to Ma Yu's mother." "That's good." Feng Xian nodded slightly, his eyes cold. "Regardless of whether you're dead or not, I can't do it myself. I can only use someone else to avenge my son." It wasn't that he couldn't. In fact, he didn't dare to. The difference in strength between him and Jiang Xi had been reversed. If they were to meet again, Feng Xian believed that he might not be able to withstand 3 strikes from Jiang Xi. Although it was rumored that Jiang Xi was dead, he still decided to hide behind the scenes for the sake of caution. In the Ma clan of the Chang and prefecture in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Ma family played a huge role in the fact that the Chang and local government could stand firm despite being besieged by monsters during the first revival of Spirit Qi. As a hidden family with thousands of years of history, the Ma family's foundation was not to be underestimated. However, since they were reclusive families, they were naturally not well known. Only the higher-ups of the martial arts world knew of their existence. The head of the Ma family, Ma Jinhai, was a very low-profile warrior. He had been the head of the family for more than 50 years, but he rarely appeared in public. The only thing that left a deep impression on people about Ma Jinhai was that he had a son 24 years ago when he was 100 years old. It was said that he had married more than 30 wives before he had this one son, who was very precious. He named his son Ma Yu, implying that he had a bright future. Ma Yu also lived up to expectations. When he was 20 years old, he relied on his own strength to enter the sky-level training camp opened by Genten Budokan. In the 3rd year of entering the training camp, he possessed Class A combat strength. Last year, during the 3rd revival of Spirit Qi, he became a Class A warrior in one fell swoop. With such talent, he was among the top of the younger generation of the reclusive families. Ma Jinhai was proud of this. This was his only son, the hope of the Ma family's future. However, Ma Yu died in the Jade Pool secret realm. After Ma Yu's death, Ma Jinhai learned that Ma Yu had secretly joined the Liberal Alliance a long time ago without telling him. However, Ma Yu did not know that his father, Ma Jinhai, was actually one of the people who established the Liberal Alliance. However, in order to hide his identity, Ma Jinhai basically did not interfere with the operations of the Liberal Alliance. "Little Yu, I know that you have great ambitions and want to control this force that is known to have the most warriors. But why didn't you tell me? If you wanted it, I could have given it to you directly." Ma Jinhai stood in front of Ma Yu's grave. Although he was more than 100 years old, he still looked like a middle-aged man. His expression was sorrowful as he looked at Ma Yu's photo on the tombstone. There were only clothes in the grave, and Ma Yu's body was not there. This was because Genten Budokan's response was that there was no corpse left, and they did not give the cause of death. However, Ma Jinhai was very clear about the real cause of Ma Yu's death. Previously, during the Liberal Alliance's council meeting, He had already learned from Feng Xian that Ma Yu was killed by Zhenten Budokan's fifth elder, Jiang Ci. What's the use of cultivating? What's the use of being number one in the world? I can't even avenge you with my own hands. Ma Jinhai seemed to be crying and laughing at the same time. After a while, calmness was restored. Wait at most one more year. Once the plan is completed, I won't be afraid of the Shen anymore. Even if I don't have the chance to personally end Jiang Ci's life, I will still kill everyone around him. Ma Jinhai's eyes were cold. Different from the news circulating outside, he had already confirmed that Jiang Ci was dead. He knew that Jiang Ci had entered the Jade Lake secret realm half a year ago and had not come out yet. No one could live for more than half a year without eating or drinking. At the same time, at Ma Yu's mother's residence. Ma Yu's mother's name was Hu Zhen, and she was Ma Jinhai's 36th wife. When she was 20 years old, she married Ma Jinhai, who was already 99 years old. Unexpectedly, she got pregnant in the second year, so Ma Jinhai did not have no children. Because of that, she became the matriarch of the Ma family. With the help of the Ma family's resources, she had also reached Class A. Hu Zhen's face was gloomy as she browsed through an anonymous message. A lot of information appeared in the holographic projection in front of her. Little Yu. So Little Yu didn't die in an accident. He was killed by the Zhenten Budokan's Jiang Ci. Why didn't Jinhai tell me this? Shen, it must be because of Shen. Jiang Ci is the fifth elder of Zhenten Budokan. Even if the Ma family has a deep foundation, they wouldn't dare to offend Shen. Images flashed in the holographic projection. Finally, it stopped at an image of Jiang Ci holding Jiang Daodu's hand as they walked into the banquet hall. The time shown on the image was last year, when Changxing held a celebratory banquet for Jiang Ci. Hu Zhen looked at the image and saw Jiang Ci smiling confidently. Her expression gradually turned vicious. The person who sent me this message said that you might be dead. But how can a mere death appease the hatred in my heart? I want the people around you to live a life worse than death. The image flashed again. In the holographic projection, besides Jiang Ci, there was also information about the people who knew Jiang Ci. But I can't act rashly now. Let's wait. Although Hu Zhen's heart was filled with hatred, she didn't act rashly. She hadn't been the matriarch of the Ma family for 25 years for nothing. Her vision and methods were extremely strong. As the fifth elder of Zhenten Budokan, Jiang Ci's death had just been announced. If someone were to make a move on the people around Jiang Ci, it was conceivable that the people of Zhenten Budokan wouldn't let it go. No one dared to ignore the deterrence of Shen. So they had to wait a little longer. They had to wait until fewer people were paying attention to this matter before making a move. Chapter 169. Jiang Ci had disappeared for more than a year. Jiang Sheng was very concerned about Jiang Daodu. After all, he was her martial arts teacher and treated Jiang Daodu as his own child. Ever since the news of Jiang Ci's disappearance spread throughout the martial arts world, he would take time to visit Jiang Ci's house every day to check on Jiang Daodu. He was worried that the little girl would do something stupid because of this. Jiang Daodu did not like it at first. She hated it when people other than Jiang Ci cared about her. But she knew that this was the concern of an elder. Slowly she got used to it. On this day, Jiang Daodu was practicing in the underground practice room. When the doorbell rang, she showed a helpless expression. She knew that Uncle Jiang was here again. When she opened the door, she found that it was not Jiang Sheng but Jiang Wei. Where's Uncle Jiang? Uncle Jiang was seriously injured last night. He's in the hospital now. Jiang Wei's expression was a little ugly. Take me to see him. Jiang Daodu's expression turned cold. She closed the door and rushed to the hospital with Jiang Wei. She had grown a lot in this year and was less willful. On the way to the hospital, Jiang Wei drove. Jiang Daodu sat in the back and frowned. How did Uncle Jiang get injured? She felt that something was wrong. Jiang Sheng was a D-class martial artist and a law enforcer. The possibility of him getting injured in Pak Sun province was very low. Uncle Jiang was leading a team on a mission last night when he was attacked. If he did not meet the deputy head of Tsukishin Budokan, he might have died. Where's the attacker? He committed suicide. Suicide soldiers? The feeling that something was wrong in Jiang Daodu's heart grew stronger and stronger. Be careful. Suddenly Jiang Daodu sensed a dangerous aura approaching at an extremely fast speed. Whoosh! A high explosive bomb that could kill a D-class martial artist came from a tall building in the distance and hit their car. Boom! Boom! There was a huge explosion on the street. The pedestrians panicked and screamed as they fled in all directions. A petite figure carrying a person jumped out from the explosion and landed on the side of the street, leaning against the wall. Stand behind me. Jiang Dudu shielded Zhang Wei behind her. Daodu she is the same as Jiang Xi. She's also an expert. Zhang Wei cut a sorry figure. More than half of his hair was burnt. He was shocked and scared. If it wasn't for Jiang Dudu's timely palm strike to disperse the deadly shockwave caused by the explosion, he might have died. Jiang Dudu held a dagger in her hand and cautiously looked around at the panicking crowd. Suddenly, 3 cold lights shot out from the panicked crowd. With a speed close to the speed of sound, it arrived in front of them almost instantly. You're courting death. Jiang Dudu shouted coldly. The petite figure flickered in the narrow area. At the same time he continuously brandished his dagger. Buff, buff. 3 soft sounds were heard. The 3 C-class martial artists clutched their necks and fell to the ground with an expression of disbelief. In an instant Jiang Daodu severed their necks. This was the strength of a top-notch C-class martial artist. Daodu, be careful. Zhang Wei exclaimed. He saw a pedestrian who was fleeing in a panic suddenly stab at them while they were facing the 3 attackers. The speed of the sword was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. Jiang Dudu didn't even think and quickly dodged. The blade finally pierced through her left shoulder. It was only 2 or 3 centimeters away from her heart. Scram! Jiang Dudu was furious and swung her dagger. The head of the attacker flew into the sky. The battle came quickly and ended quickly. The police siren sounded and the law enforcement team arrived immediately. They quickly cleared the area and the panicked pedestrians were sent to other places. The danger was over. On this day He Changxing, the president of Kitasanfu Martial Artists Association, and Qin Yuan, the president of Zhenten Budokan in Pak Sun Province, as well as the vice president, Lu Shan, were all furious. The Law Enforcement Bureau of Pak Sun Province was mobilized and investigated all the martial artists with criminal records in Pak Sun Province. Many criminals were caught because of this. For a time, the martial arts world in Pak Sun Province was in a state of panic. Xia country, Ma family of Chang'an. Ma Jinhai looked at his 36th wife coldly. Who told you to do this? Hu Zhen pretended to be confused. I don't understand what you are talking about. Last night, the law enforcement team of Pak Sun Province was attacked. There were 2 men of sacrifice from the Ma family at the scene. This morning, there was an explosion in Pak Sun Province. There were 4 men of sacrifice from the Ma family at the scene. Ma Jinhai's face was gloomy. The men of sacrifice of the Ma family could only be mobilized by the family head. Hu Zhen was silent for a while, then suddenly shouted, Can't I avenge Xiaoyu? If you don't do it, can't I do it? She was a little hysterical. Stupid. Ma Jinhai did not want to talk to her anymore. He turned and left. After taking a few steps, he stopped and said coldly, From today onwards, if I find out that you do it without permission again, your current treatment will be revoked. After saying that, he left without looking back. Hu Zhen looked at his back and cursed him for being a coward. Then she turned her gaze in the direction of Pak Sun Province and sneered, Count yourselves lucky. There won't be a chance like this next time. She did not take Ma Jinhai's words to heart. So what if she was treated as the matriarch of the Ma family? Hu Zhen knew very well that with Ma Yu dead, she, as the matriarch of the Ma family, was just a decoration. In order to ensure the continuation of the Ma family, Ma Jinhai married 3 more wives within this year. There would definitely be more in the future. New Moon Year 95, February 2nd. Sky Tower, Space of Inheritance. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged in front of Lingwan Road. His eyes were shining. I have mastered all 9 levels of the Wind God's escape technique. I will definitely succeed this time. Then he said in his heart, Use the Wind God's escape technique to deduce once. Deduction failed. The experience bar notification sounded. At the same time, his experience bar decreased by 10,000 points. What the fuck? Jiang Xi's eyes twitched. He held back his anger. It was like he had finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. In the end, he was told that he had failed to summon the Dragon God. He had spent a whole year and a month here. He was going crazy from boredom. Fine. I don't believe it. Use the Wind God's escape technique to deduce once. Deduction failed, 10 times in a row. It was as if he had been cheated for 10 consecutive draws. 100,000 experience bar was gone. Jiang Xi's face darkened. He looked at his experience bar. Experience bar, 182585, he could deduce another 18 times. Again? Use the Wind God's escape technique to deduce once. Deduction successful. You have comprehended the true meaning of Gale. Experience bar plus 100,000. The experience bar has been updated. Please check it in time. There were 3 consecutive notifications on the interface. Jiang Xi was stunned. He succeeded? The true meaning of Gale. But before he could be surprised, his spiritual sense fell into emptiness. In a trance, his spiritual sense seemed to be connected to something, and the distance between heaven and earth was closer. Especially the wind. There was originally no wind in this space of inheritance. But at this time, wisps of breeze appeared around Jiang Xi and kept circling. The breeze that was like the end of green duckweed gradually turned into a gale, then a gale, and it became faster and faster. The gale whistled. Chapter 170. In the Tongtian Building's inheritance space. When the wind blew, the top of the second section of Lingwan Road, which was built with white jade, emitted beams of colorful light. Finally, they converged into a faintly discernible figure of a lady. The lady was like a fairy from a painting. She wore a rainbow-colored feather dress and descended with the wind. She took light steps and walked in front of Jiang Xi, who was comprehending the true intent of Gale. Then she curiously observed Jiang Xi's appearance. You look so ordinary. Why did you suddenly comprehend it? Seems like you have quite a big secret. Suddenly the gale dissipated. Jiang Xi woke up from his trance and saw the lady in front of him. He instinctively dodged but did not control his speed well. He was gone, 10 kilometers away. Riverward's expression was stunned. His speed just now was too fast, and he did not use much strength. With a thought, he appeared here like a gale. Hey, why are you running? Just as Jiang Xi was stunned, a beam of light appeared in front of him. The lady appeared again. Are you a human or a ghost? Jiang Xi asked an old question. It was also the most reasonable question under such circumstances. I'm a ghost. Oh. Instantly, the lady turned into a green-faced ghost with fangs. She opened her bloody mouth. If you didn't make 2 awu sounds, I would really believe it. You're the spirit of the illusion? After Jiang Xi calmed down, he guessed the lady's identity. Boring. The lady turned back from her green-faced and fangs. She was not extremely beautiful, but she was pleasing to the eye and unforgettable. I'm an Aishang, the spirit of the illusion here. You passed the inheritance trial, so I can come out to meet you, she said with a smile. First of all, congratulations Jiang Xi. You used 1 year and 28 days to comprehend the Jade Lake's inheritance, true intent of Gale. This result is ranked 9th in the history of Lingwan Road. Is there a reward? No, the Jade Pool has been abandoned for many years. If it was 100,000 years ago, with your talent, the Jade Pool would definitely focus on nurturing you. If nothing goes wrong, you might have a chance to touch the immortal path. An Aishang's expression was very gloomy. Riverward, however, was incomparably shocked. An Aishang's words revealed too much shocking information. The Jade Lake had been abandoned for many years. 100,000 years ago. Immortal Tao. Big Sister Nikhang, the immortal Tao? Could there really be immortals? Or are you an immortal? Jiang Xi suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly asked. An Aishang was amused by Jiang Xi's words and laughed. I'm not an immortal. I don't know if there are still immortals. When I was born there were no immortals in the Jade Pool, but there were always legends of the immortal path. An Aishang smiled. Jiang Xi was silent for a long time before he completely digested the information contained in this sentence. What he could confirm was that an Aishang was neither an immortal nor a human. Alright, you're just a small cultivator who hasn't even formed a golden core. Don't think about this. If there really are immortals, you're not even an ant in front of them. Jiang Xi realized that this sister was really good at mocking people. However, what was a golden core? It sounded like something from a Xianxia novel. Sister and Aishang, what's a golden core? Has the orthodoxy of the human world declined to such a state? You've already formed a spirit, but you don't even know what a golden core is? An Aishang was very surprised. Jiang Xi shook his head. Alright, the ignorant are fearless. No wonder you little fellows who haven't even reached the golden core stage have the guts to enter the Jade Pool. And Aishang was a little speechless. Then she explained, in the path of cultivation, you can only be considered a cultivator after forming your spiritual consciousness. Spirit formation, golden core, nascent soul, essence soul, and Tao integration are the 5 stages of cultivation. You've just entered the spirit formation stage. If it were in the past, you wouldn't even be qualified to enter the Jade Pool. These words made Jiang Xi speechless. So, before the spirit formation stage, he couldn't even be considered a cultivator. However, he wasn't frightened by Ni Shang's words. With the experience points panel, as long as he had enough time and experience points, he could fight his way up no matter how high the stage was. At this moment, Ni Shang changed the topic and said with a smile, "But speaking of which, you little fellows have top-notch talent and comprehension. Especially the one called Shen Tian. He's the one with the best comprehension ability among all of you. Even without the help of any inheritance, he managed to comprehend the pinnacle of saber true intent. If it were 100,000 years ago, he would have definitely become a saint of some orthodoxy. Unfortunately, he's not suitable for the Jade Pool's wind inheritance. Otherwise, the sword intent of Gale wouldn't be yours." Jiang Ci was silent. This sister's dictionary didn't have the word tactful. However, the sword intent that Ni Shang mentioned made Jiang Ci very interested. It turned out that the shocking sword intent that Shen Tian displayed previously was the sword intent. "Sister Ni Shang, what's the sword intent?" "I can't explain it clearly because I'm only an artifact spirit and can't comprehend these. In short, it's related to Tao. Under normal circumstances, if a golden core cultivator can comprehend the Tao intent, he's already considered a genius. Those who can comprehend the Tao intent in the spirit formation stage are few and far between. That's why I said that Shen Tian's comprehension is better than yours." Ni Shang chuckled. Tao is getting more and more mysterious. Jiang Ci remembered this word in his heart. As for Ni Shang saying that Shen Tian's comprehension was better than his, Jiang Ci smiled. Shen Tian was the #1 person in the Spirit Chi revival era. Jiang Ci just smiled. How could it be a joke? He was not jealous because his path was different from Shen Tian's. Ni Shang nodded secretly, admiring Jiang Ci's character very much. She knew that she did not find the wrong person for this legacy. Next, Jiang Ci asked Ni Shang many questions about cultivation. For example, the difference between the sword intent and Gale intent, the cultivation method of golden core and so on. Ni Shang answered him one by one, allowing him to gain a lot. After a long time, Jiang Ci suddenly lost interest in chatting. "Sister Ni Shang, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now." He had more or less understood what he needed to know. There was nothing to be reluctant to leave here, so he might as well go back. After leaving home for more than a year, he was especially homesick now. His longing and worry for Jiang Dudu also became even stronger. "Alright, but you have to remember that when your essence spirit condenses, you must make a trip here again. At that time, there'll be a big gift for you." Ni Shang reminded. "Oh, can't you give it to me now?" Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. "No. With your current strength, you can't control it yet. It'll be harmful instead." Ni Shang shook her head. Then she waved her sleeves and a passage appeared in front of Jiang Ci. It was exactly the same as the trial passage when he first came in. Jiang Ci waved and walked into the passage. "Goodbye, Sister Ni Shang." "Goodbye." After Jiang Ci left, the entrance also disappeared. Ni Shang sighed. "Sister Feng, there's finally someone who comprehended your legacy. But where are you now?" With a faint voice, she turned into a 5-colored light again and disappeared in the inheritance space. At the same time, the heaven-reaching tower that had existed for many years slowly disappeared into the fog of the Jade Pool. Chapter 171. At the lake at the summit of Mount Tongtian. Near the entrance of the Jade Lake, there was a new military camp. This military camp was jointly built by the military of Wuxia Kingdom and Zhenten Budokan. Its purpose was to guard everything in the Jade Pool secret realm. Of course, the most important thing was to prevent anyone from discovering the entrance to the Jade Pool. In the sentry post by the lake, a military martial artist who was monitoring the lake suddenly changed his expression and quickly sounded the alarm. Attention all units, there is an abnormal situation on the lake. There is an abnormal situation on the lake. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 A-level martial artists from the military of Wuxia Kingdom and Zhenten Budokan arrived at the same time. The A-level martial artist from Zhenten Budokan was Jiang Ci's teacher in the training camp, Yu Lin. The military martial artists stationed here also quickly gathered and were ready for battle. They stared at the lake closely. A ripple grew bigger and eventually formed a whirlpool. Swoosh. A figure rolled up the whirlpool and broke out of the water, then landed lightly by the lake. This person's long hair covered his face, and his face was full of curly beard. He looked very sloppy. "Who are you?" Yu Lin shouted, and his long sword was ready to attack. "Teacher, you don't even recognize me?" "Jiang Ci," Yu Lin exclaimed, but he did not let down his guard. Jiang Xi shook his head and smiled. He waved his hand and used his spiritual power to clean his long hair and beard that he had not cut for more than a year. At this time Yulin really let down his guard. Then, his eyes quickly filled with tears. As he cried, he laughed heartily. I knew it. I knew it. You Jiang Xi won't die so easily. Yulin had taken the initiative to apply to be stationed in the Jade Pool's secret realm. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be a waste of talent to be stationed here. It was because he did not believe that Jiang Xi was dead. Now the facts proved that he was right. Jiang Xi was really not dead. At the lakeside, other than Yulin who was laughing, the other military martial artists from the Great Xia Kingdom and the Gen-10 Budokan martial artists were all stunned by this scene in the past 6 months. The biggest news in the global martial arts world was the death of the 5th elder of Gen-10 Budokan, Jiang Xi. But now, Riverward had given them a live performance of a living person. Teacher, long time no see. Jiang Xi waited for Yulin to laugh for a while before he said with a smile. Ah, good, as long as you're alive. Yulin was still very excited. Then he suddenly reacted and shook his head. I won't take up any more of your time. Let's go home and take a look. There's a transport plane outside Death Valley. Teacher, let's talk again next time. Jiang Xi nodded and left quickly. He didn't hide his speed. His figure flashed, and a gust of wind blew past, instantly disappearing from the military camp. So fast. Yu Lin and the other Class A martial artist looked at each other in astonishment. With this speed, if he wanted to kill them, it would only take one move. Quick, spread the news. Haha, the martial arts world is going to be lively again. After regaining his senses, Yu Lin laughed heartily again. One of them notified the Gen-10 Budokan, while the other notified the higher-ups of the Great Xia Kingdom's military. Xiantian City. After listening to White Cloud's report, Xiantian also laughed heartily. Haha, this kid always does things that surprise people. How did he survive for a year and a month? He must have encountered something that we didn't expect. White Cloud laughed. Wind Shadow Steps, it must be the Wind Shadow Steps. Xiantian said decisively. White Cloud nodded and agreed with this guess. Then he said hesitantly, Teacher, there's one more thing. Jiang Xi has returned to Pak Sun Province. Isn't it normal to go home? But yesterday Jiang Xi's sister and his teacher were attacked and almost lost their lives. What is Chen Yuan doing? Xiantian frowned. He hadn't heard of this yet. The opponents were all men of sacrifice. Chen Yuan couldn't be on guard all the time. White Cloud shook his head. Xiantian knew that this matter couldn't be blamed on Chen Yuan. He asked again, Did you find out who was behind this? The Ma family of Chang. White Cloud said in a serious tone. Xiantian instantly understood. Jiang Xi had killed the only son of the Ma family. With this layer of hatred, it was not difficult to understand why the other party would attack. He thought for a while and suddenly laughed. I've always wanted to test the waters of the reclusive families. This time let Jiang Xi make a scene. You go to Chang and guard it first. If they attack Jiang Xi, you can come out. White Cloud smiled. He liked to join in the fun. In a secret place in Shentian Prefecture of the Great Xia Empire, Huang Kun laughed heartily after receiving the news that Jiang Xi was still alive. At the same time, he also heard about what the Ma family had done. He was silent for a while and said to the guard beside him, With this kind of hatred, maybe Jiang Xi will attack. Get me a call from the Qin family. I want to invite Qin Shi to Chang'an. Only he can protect Jiang Xi. Shen Tian and Huang Kuan's arrangement had one thing in common. In their opinion, Jiang Xi's strength was far inferior to the Ma family. Therefore they sent someone to protect Jiang Xi's life. At this time, Jiang Xi was on a transport plane back to Pak Sun Province. As soon as he took off, he used his tactical communications watch to call Jiang Daodu. Daodu will definitely scold me. Jiang Xi thought to himself, if she wants to scold me, then so be it. It's my fault for standing her up. He said he would be back soon, but in the end he disappeared for more than a year and a month. The call was picked up after a long time. Jiang Daodu's virtual shadow appeared in front of him. Then a sobbing voice came through. Liar, you big liar. Jiang Daodu just cried and kept repeating this sentence. This made Jiang Xi's heart ache. After a long time the crying subsided. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Jiang Xi apologized honestly. Then hurry up and go home. Jiang Daodu was surprisingly understanding. I'll be home in 10 minutes. Ah? So fast? Yes. Suddenly Jiang Daodu's virtual shadow disappeared. Ah. Jiang Xi didn't say anything and just shook his head. He had some doubts in his heart. He just noticed that Jiang Daodu's tone seemed to be a little weak. However, he couldn't find out the specific situation through the virtual shadow. Anyway, I'll be able to see her in 10 minutes. Jiang Ci threw his doubts aside, closed his eyes to rest, and secretly opened the experience panel. Cultivation, Spirit Nurture, Early Stage 2700152800, Cultivation Technique, 5 Elements Deed of Thorough Comprehension, Peacock Visualization Martial Technique, 9 Element Sword Technique, Combine 300 Wind God Escape, Level 9 900 Tao Art, Gale True Intent, 1. 5 million. Amplitude, 1 Deduction, 10,000 Experience Points per time. Experience Points, 272585. On the panel, there was a new Tao Art column. This made Jiang Ci confirm that it was like what Spirit of the Illusion Nikhang said. True Intent was indeed related to the so-called Tao. Gale True Intent requires 500,000 experience points to be perfected. There's still a long way to go. Of course, the benefits brought by the high difficulty level were obvious. Just the preliminary comprehension of the Gale True Intent had already made a qualitative leap in his strength. Chapter 172. Spirit Nurturing Stage? Jiang Ci was confident that if he was given more time, he would not be afraid of anyone other than Shen Tian. The reason why he excluded Shen Tian was very simple. According to Anai Shang, Shen Tian had already comprehended the Saber Intent, which was 1 grade higher than the Gale Intent. In terms of combat power, Jiang Ci was not confident that he could defeat Shen Tian. Of course, although Shen Tian's Saber Intent was strong, Jiang Ci was not inferior to him. That was because the Gale Intent was good at speed. In terms of speed, Jiang Ci believed that no one on earth could beat him. In the past, Li Baibai was the fastest in the world. Now it was him. Pak Sun Province, Genten Budokan. It was a similar scene. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan arrived at the plaza in front of the 3 huge buildings at their fastest speed. When they arrived, Jiang Dudu was already waiting there. This time there were only the 3 of them. Because of the sudden incident, they did not have time to inform the others. Even if they had informed them, they would not be able to make it in 10 minutes. Jiang Dudu was more sensible than before. She nodded at Chen Yuan and Lu Shan as a greeting. Then, she stood quietly in the plaza and waited without saying anything. She deliberately wore a black windbreaker to hide the injury on her left shoulder. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They also felt guilty and did not know how to explain to Jiang Ci later. They had promised to protect Jiang Dudu, but in the end they still let Jiang Dudu get injured. In just a short while, a stream of light flashed across the sky. A transport plane flew over at high speed and landed in the plaza. He's here. Their expressions became serious as they welcomed him together with Jiang Dudu. The door of the transport plane opened and Jiang Ci walked out with a smile. Whoosh! Jiang Daodu's eyes were red. She did not hide her strength. In a flash, she rushed in front of Jiang Ci and hugged him tightly. Then she bit down. The sharp pain in his left shoulder made Jiang Ci grimace. He did not use his spiritual energy to defend himself. Otherwise, he would have broken Jiang Dudu's teeth after a while. Jiang Dudu finally relented. With tears on her face, she mumbled, "Why didn't you say it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt. Sweet." Jiang Ci grinned. "It would be strange if it didn't hurt." "You don't feel pain but I do." Jiang Dudu snorted. Jiang Ci smiled, then grabbed her left hand and looked at Chen Yuan and Lu Shan who were not far away. Just as he was about to walk over to speak, he took a step forward. He then heard Jiang Daodu's barely detectable groan of pain. Jiang Ci looked over in confusion and immediately discovered the difference. Jiang Dudu never wore a black windbreaker before, nor did she use any cosmetics. But now not only did Jiang Dudu wear a thick windbreaker, but she also smeared something on her face to cover her original complexion. Logically speaking, with his observant nature, he should have been able to discover these differences at the first moment. Because Jiang Dudu had taken the initiative to throw herself at him just now, he did not have time to observe. "You're injured?" Jiang Ci's face darkened. "No." Jiang Dudu hurriedly shook her head. "Don't lie to me." Jiang Ci scanned with his spiritual sense and found that Jiang Dudu's aura was unstable, and there was a near-fatal wound on her left shoulder. "Who is it?" Jiang Ci turned his gaze to Chen Yuan and Lu Shan. He exuded a shocking chill, which instantly enveloped the two, making them feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chen Yuan and Lu Shan were horrified. Now Jiang Xi had crushed them in strength. He was very strong. The feeling Jiang Xi gave them was the same feeling they felt from Shen Tian when they went to the headquarters to meet Shen Tian. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly, not daring to hide anything. Because with Jiang Xi's identity and status, he would find out later. Once they concealed it, they would offend Jiang Xi. It was Hu Zhen, the wife of the master of the Ma family in Chang'an. She sent men of sacrifice to attack Jiang Dudu. Jiang Sheng was also attacked and is still in the hospital. Qin Yuan told the truth. Jiang Xi, don't be impulsive. The Ma family in Chang'an is a 1,000-year-old reclusive family. Even the master dares not offend them. Lu Shan advised. Jiang Xi was silent for a while. Wisps of breeze appeared around him, and the chill became stronger and stronger. The anger in his heart kept rising. A dragon had a reverse scale, and so did he, Jiang Xi. When Qin Yuan and Lu Shan were nervous, Jiang Xi suddenly sneered. The Ma family, haha, what a Ma family. A 1,000-year-old reclusive family. I'd like to see how powerful the Ma family is. How dare they hurt the family of Jiang Xi? His tone was cold and full of killing intent. I'll be right back. Jiang Xi rubbed Jiang Dudu's head. Jiang Dudu nodded gently. Suddenly, a gust of wind whistled and a gust of wind appeared. Jiang Xi's figure directly soared into the sky and disappeared in an instant with a boom. He flew away. Today, no one will have an easy time. Only Jiang Xi's voice was left, full of killing intent. Jiang Xi can actually fly? Qin Yuan and Lu Shan were stunned. This was different from the airwalk from before. This was flying directly in the air. Quick! Inform the master. They were in a panic again. Jiang Dudu stood in the same place, looking in the direction of Jiang Xi's departure. Her slightly pale face bloomed with a smile. On this day, from Paksun Province to Luo City Prefecture, and then to Chang'an City Prefecture, in a straight line of thousands of kilometers. Whether it was the people in the city or the monsters in the wilderness, they were all shocked by the sudden flash of light in the sky. The speed was too fast. It was fleeting. Jiang Xi turned into a gust of wind and lightning, flying rapidly in the air. This was one of the changes brought to him by the Gale True Will. His strength had a qualitative leap. Real air walk. That was why he was confident that except for Shen Tian, he was not afraid of anyone. Even Shen Tian could not do anything to him. When others could not fly, Jiang Xi could fly, so he had the upper hand. From Paksun Province to Chang'an City Prefecture, thousands of kilometers, flying in the air only took 10 minutes. Shen Tian and Huang Kun probably did not expect Jiang Xi's speed to be so fast. This was also because Jiang Xi had slowed down many times during the flight. Otherwise, with his extreme speed, he could have arrived in 2 to 3 minutes. But that extreme speed would put a great burden on the body, and it would be easy to get injured. Whoosh! Jiang Xi came to the huge Chang'an City Prefecture. He did not know the exact location of the Ma family. Easy. Now that he had the spiritual sense, although he did not have the ability to explore the whole city at once, he could always find them. His speed was fast, so was his exploration. Thus, a gust of wind and flowing light flashed continuously in the sky above Chang'an City Prefecture. It was difficult to catch Jiang Xi's figure with just the eyes. He was like an unidentified flying object. For a moment, the senior members of the martial arts world in Chang'an City Prefecture were all on alert and ready to defend themselves. Hundreds of fighter jets rose from the Chang'an army camp outside the city. But these fighter jets could not lock onto Jiang Xi's figure at all. Too fast. Jiang Xi did not care about these. In just a moment, his spiritual sense had found the destination. Found it? Jiang Xi's eyes were full of killing intent. Chapter 173. At this moment in the Ma family's mansion, Ma Jinhai frowned and was very puzzled. The streamer in the air, no matter how he looked at it, it looked like a person. But now, can anyone fly? In the martial arts world, only 2 people can walk in the air. One is Li Baibai and the other is Jiang Xi. Now that Jiang Xi is dead, Li Baibai is the only one left. But walking in the air and flying in the air are 2 completely different concepts. The Ma family has a deep heritage. Ma Jinhai knows that Spirit Yin stage cultivators can't fly in the air, only when they reach the Gold Core stage. At this time, his tactical communications watch vibrated, and he received a new message. After clicking on it, his face changed slightly. Jiang Xi is still alive? He just came out of the Jade Lake secret realm half an hour ago? Still alive. Ah, good, very good. This way I can avenge Xiaoyu with my own hands. After reading the content of the message, Ma Jinhai laughed. Suddenly, his expression froze as he sensed that something was amiss. He is also in the spirit yin stage and has spiritual sense. Just now, he found that there was another spiritual sense that swept over him unscrupulously. Whoosh! Before he could react, the streamer in the air disappeared, and when it reappeared, it was already above his Ma family. The streamer stopped. It was really a person. Jiang Xi. Ma Jinhai's face suddenly changed, and he was even more shocked by Jiang Xi's speed. At that moment he even felt the threat of death. Because Jiang Xi's speed is at least 3 times faster than him, a spirit yin stage martial artist. But Ma Jinhai is a man who has lived for more than 100 years, and he quickly regained his composure. He knew that Jiang Xi must have come for the sneak attack in Pak Sun province yesterday. It's just that it came too fast. At this time, facing the murderer of his son, Ma Jinhai strangely controlled his emotions and did not attack Jiang Xi. He asked with a sullen face, Genten Budokan Jiang Xi, why did you break into my Ma family? You know the answer, ask Hu Zhen to come out. Jiang Xi was expressionless. I don't understand what you are talking about. Do you really want me to do it? Jiang Xi remained calm. He was not as impulsive as he appeared to be. Back then, Xian Tian had warned him to be careful of the hidden families, and he still remembered it. Even the Xian Tian was wary of the existence, so of course he wouldn't underestimate it. This is the territory of the Ma clan. If you do anything, you'll be making an enemy of the Chang and prefecture and the great Xia kingdom. Could it be that you want to commit treason? Ma Jinhai said sternly. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. His figure flashed in the air. He wanted to do it himself. How dare you? Ma Jinhai was enraged and struck out with his palm. What a joke. Jiang Xi sneered and turned around to strike down with his palm. Spiritual energy surged, and the 2 palms collided, directly exploding, setting off a strong impact of spiritual energy. After disappearing for a year, he has become stronger again. Ma Jinhai was shocked. He did not stop attacking. If he allowed Jiang Xi to kill Hu Zhen in front of him, then the Ma family would lose all face. Boom, boom, boom. He kept blasting out powerful attacks to stop Jiang Xi. The strength of his spiritual energy should be at the middle stage of spirit nurturing. But my target now is not him. Jiang Xi's figure flitted in the air and dodged easily. His target was only Hu Zhen. He kept searching with his spiritual sense. Swoosh. Jiang Xi struck out again and got rid of Ma Jinhai's entanglement. He instantly disappeared in the air. His spiritual sense had already found Hu Zhen's location. Although he didn't know what Hu Zhen looked like, under the investigation of his spiritual sense, there was only one woman who had the highest status in this huge mansion and hated him to the core. This was an ancestral hall hidden in the depths of the Ma clan mansion. There were many memorial tablets erected. Hu Zhen was kneeling in the ancestral hall. Jiang Xi's figure suddenly appeared in front of Hu Zhen. He said coldly, You're Hu Zhen? Hu Zhen raised her head, but there was no fear on her face. Her eyes were filled with resentment. She said hatefully, Jiang Xi, you'll die a horrible death. Petty tricks. Jiang Xi was unmoved. He raised his hand and slapped away the item in Hu Zhen's hand. He didn't expect it to be a glass bottle. The glass bottle fell on the ground of the ancestral hall and shattered. Dark red liquid flowed out and quickly seeped into the ground. Following that, Ma Jinhai rushed in. When he saw this scene, his expression changed drastically. The ground was filled with the blood left behind by Ma Yu. Ma Jinhai shouted angrily, Hu Zhen, look what you've done. His shout stunned Jiang Xi for a moment. He didn't understand Ma Jinhai's position. Jiang Xi isn't a good person. There's no good person in your Ma clan either. Die. All of you die. Hu Zhen's face revealed a strange smile. Vicious woman. Ma Jinhai was furious. It was as if he was even angrier than when Jiang Xi killed his son. He condensed his spiritual energy and struck out with his palm. He directly killed Hu Zhen, who had a strange smile on her face. Then he knelt on the ground in fear and bowed piously in front of the memorial tablet in the ancestral hall. Jiang Xi didn't need to guess at this strange scene. He knew that something was wrong. Moreover, he sensed that there was a frightening and sinister aura emerging from the ground. It was constantly growing stronger. Danger. Retreat. Jiang Xi retreated and rushed into the sky. But it was very strange. He felt that there was an invisible palm following him closely, as if it wanted to catch him. It was a terrifying feeling. Dong dong dong. As if something was hitting the ground, more than half of the Ma clan's mansion collapsed. Many people were running for their lives. What's underground? Is this the foundation of a reclusive family? Jiang Xi was shocked. I can't be caught by the invisible palm. Intuition told Jiang Xi that if he was caught, he would die. Gale true intent. Around Jiang Xi, wisps of wind circled. But the strange thing was that the wind couldn't gather and form a real gale. The gale true intent was suppressed, and the speed of flight was greatly reduced. Jiuan sword technique. Jiang Xi launched a counterattack in the air. The spiritual weapon-level killer shadow sword kept stabbing and fighting with the invisible palm. Boom, boom, boom. The momentum was astonishing. The ground trembled as if there was an earthquake. Inside the Chong and local government, ordinary people were trembling. As for the martial artists, whether they were in A or F class, they felt more intense than ordinary people. A chill rose from the bottom of their hearts, as if they were shrouded in a great terror. Outside the Chong and local government, two figures, one in front and one behind, rushed over from two directions and then gathered together. It was White Cloud and Qin Shi. Their spiritual senses immediately discovered the battle in the air. Jiang Xi was fighting with an invisible palm and was at a disadvantage. Oh no! Both of their expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to get close, fearing that they would be attacked by the invisible palm. Ma Jinhai, that trash, actually woke up the Ma clan's patriarch. Isn't he afraid that the patriarch will destroy the Ma clan when he's unconscious? Qin Shi said coldly with anger. White Cloud, on the other hand, was concerned about Jiang Xi's safety. She hurriedly asked, "Is there a way?" Qin Shi took a deep breath and said seriously, "We can only try. Fortunately, I brought the Qin clan's ancestral item. Hopefully it will be effective." Chapter 174. The scene in the air was very strange. Only a figure could be seen swinging his sword with all his might. This was because only his spiritual consciousness could detect the terrifying invisible palm print. In his desperation, Qin Shi took out an old seal and threw it at the invisible palm print in the air. At the same time he shouted, "My ancestor sends his greetings to Senior. Please calm down." Whoosh! The seal froze in the air and was caught by the invisible palm print. Good chance. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. His gale true intent exploded and he disappeared into the air. He had escaped. At the same time, after the invisible palm print caught the seal, it seemed to have calmed down its anger and quickly returned underground. Whoosh! Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness had discovered White Cloud and Qin Shi. His figure flashed and he appeared in front of the two of them. "Thank you for your help." Jiang Xi thanked them sincerely. If it weren't for the seal, he might have been caught by the invisible palm print. The result of being caught was death. "You brat, you always surprise us." White Cloud heaved a sigh of relief, but he was also extremely shocked. They had all seen the scene of Riverward flying in the air just now. Now, Jiang Xi's strength and methods were probably not inferior to the two of them. However, they did not ask why Jiang Xi could fly. It would be impolite to ask such a secret that involved one's opportunities. "Let's go to the Ma family and take a look," Qin Shi said in a deep voice. The three of them rushed towards the Ma family. The commotion just now was too big. More than half of the Ma family's mansion was destroyed. When they arrived, many of the Ma family's warriors were treating the injured clansmen. The moment the abnormality in the ancestral hall came too suddenly. Many people were affected and some were seriously injured. It was very tragic. Seeing this, Jiang Xi's expression was indifferent. The main cause of all this was the dead Hu Zhen and the ancestor underground of the Ma family, not him. If Hu Zhen hadn't attacked Jiang Daodu and Jiang Xing, he wouldn't have come here and the matter of breaking the glass bottle wouldn't have happened. Of course, even if he didn't break the glass bottle, Hu Zhen would have broken it anyway. Ma Jinhai came before the three of them. He looked at Jiang Xi and asked in a hoarse voice, "Are you satisfied now? My grudge with Hu Zhen ends here." Jiang Xi nodded lightly. Then he thought for a moment and said, "There's another grudge between us. I'm sure you already know that I killed Ma Yu. If you say you don't care about such a huge grudge, no one will believe you. Why don't we end this grudge today? Senior Qin and White Cloud can be witnesses." As Jiang Xi spoke, he was secretly observing Ma Jinhai's reaction. He was testing Ma Jinhai. This was because he realized that Ma Jinhai's actions were very unusual from the beginning to the end. He had killed Ma Jinhai's son. With such hatred, Ma Jinhai was actually able to hold himself back from attacking him when he first saw him. It was very unusual. Ma Jinhai looked like an angered honest person. He looked at Qin Shi and said angrily, "Qin Shi, listen to this. This is the fifth elder of Genten Budokan Jiang Xi. He killed my son, forced my wife to her death, and now he dares to humiliate the Ma family. Bullying others like this, where is the justice? Qin Shi shook his head and was unmoved. He said to Ma Jinhai, I advise you to calm the situation quickly. Otherwise, if you attract too much attention, the Ma family will be exposed. Don't say I didn't warn you. White Cloud, who was beside him, sneered, Don't pretend to be pitiful. Who is your son? How did he die? What did Hu Zhen do? Don't you know? Don't say that the Genten Budokan is bullying others. Otherwise you can ask my master to be the judge. By mentioning Shen Tian in the last sentence, he was blatantly using his power to bully others. Ma Jinhai's expression changed and he said angrily, You will die a horrible death. Haha. White Cloud laughed. What can you do to me? Jiang Xi's expression changed. It seemed that Ma Jinhai also knew about Ma Yu's identity. There is a gloomy atmosphere in the Ma family. It makes me uncomfortable. I'll leave first. Jiang Xi got the result he wanted and did not want to stay here any longer. Moreover, he had also warned White Cloud and Qin Shi about Ma Jinhai's abnormality. He did not want to be involved in the rest of the matter. After speaking, Jiang Xi rushed into the sky again and turned into a stream of light, flying in the direction of Pak Sun province. Ma Jinhai only looked at Jiang Xi angrily and did not do anything. White Cloud and Qin Shi looked at each other. They also realized that something was wrong with Ma Jinhai. Then the two of them left the Ma family and went to the Genten Budokan of the Chang, and local government to rest. Qin Shi asked White Cloud, What is Ma Yu's real identity? White Cloud sneered, The Liberal Alliance's secret agent in the sky-level training camp. Qin Shi's expression immediately became serious. This matter was worth investigating. The Liberal Alliance was like a disgusting tumor to the entire martial arts world. None of the major martial arts forces did not want to get rid of the Liberal Alliance. However, there were many martial artists in the Liberal Alliance. The cost of poaching them was too high and could easily cause chaos in the martial arts world. If they did not poach them, the martial artists of the Liberal Alliance would often cause trouble all over the world and come out to disgust people. This situation was also one of the reasons why the Liberal Alliance could survive until now. Another reason was that the founder of the Liberal Alliance was extremely mysterious. Until now, no one knew his identity. This person was like a poisonous snake hiding in the depths of the grass. It was impossible to guard against him. This situation made people very wary. If this person took revenge, it would be very troublesome. Therefore, for so many years, the major martial arts forces had basically been tracking down the founder of the Liberal Alliance. Now they finally found something. They had found something in the past, but it was not as valuable as this discovery. Master asked me to come here and help Jiang Xi, but I didn't expect to find something unexpected. Ma Jinhai's reaction this time is very strange. Coupled with the fact that his son is a secret agent of the Liberal Alliance, I think we should pay more attention to him, White Cloud said. He said this to test Qin Shi's attitude. Because the status of the reclusive families was extraordinary, and Ma Jinhai was the head of the Ma family, they could not casually investigate him. That would easily cause the hatred of all the reclusive families. Qin Shi was a contemporary expert of the reclusive Qin family. He was ranked in the top 10 of the world's martial arts world. His words had a lot of weight among the reclusive families. If Qin Shi did not object to investigating the Ma family, then the rest would be much smoother. The Liberal Alliance must be eliminated. I agree to investigate Ma Jinhai, but I request a joint investigation team. Qin Shi pondered for a moment before making a decision. No problem, but the investigation team cannot have too many people. Otherwise, the information will be easily leaked. Agreed. Chapter 175. In the ancestral hall of the Ma family, Hu Zhen's body was still lying there. There was also a pile of broken glass next to it, but the blood that flowed out of it had disappeared completely. It was very strange. Ma Jinhai walked into the ancestral hall with a gloomy face. Seeing Hu Zhen's body, his expression was gloomy and he cursed. Bitch, you almost ruined my plans. After venting, he asked someone to come over and clean up. Soon, whether it was Hu Zhen who was killed by his palm or the broken glass, they were all cleaned up. Peace was restored in the ancestral hall. The terrifying existence underground, known as the Ma family's ancestor, had fallen into a deep sleep again. Ma Jinhai respectfully offered incense to the memorial tablets in the ancestral hall. Then he opened a secret door behind the ancestral hall and walked in. This was a secret room that had existed long before the recovery of spirit aura. The Ma family had been passed down for thousands of years, and this secret room had a lot to do with ensuring that the inheritance was not destroyed in countless disasters. This was because it could block the detection of other people's spiritual senses. The secret room was not big. It was like a vertical rectangle, just enough for a person to stand. After Ma Jinhai entered, the door of the secret room closed again. In the darkness, he used his tactical communications watch to edit a message according to a special encryption method and sent it out. Then he crushed the tactical communications watch and his eyes flickered. Do you think I don't know that you are testing me? Hu Zhen's unauthorized attack and Jiang Xi's sudden attack. It made Ma Jinhai realize that he might expose a lot of things. Therefore, he beat them at their own game and deliberately revealed those flaws in front of Jiang Xi and the others. This way he could focus everyone's attention on him. In this way, not only could he eliminate the impact of Hu Zhen's unauthorized attack on him, he could also take this opportunity to divert everyone's attention and make the Liberal Alliance's secret plan more hidden and safer. Once the plan succeeded, even if his true identity was exposed, it would not matter. Because at that time he would no longer be afraid of anyone. After Ma Jinhai finished dealing with the Liberal Alliance, Jiang Xi's figure flashed in his mind. The suppressed hatred in his heart suddenly surged. At such a young age, with such talent, he has already reached the spirit-nurturing stage at the age of 21. No wonder he is the #1 genius after the spirit chi recovery. If it weren't for these grudges, perhaps I would have chosen to pay a high price to rope you in. Unfortunately, you are now my enemy. No matter what, you have to die. All of you must die. The killing intent in Ma Jinhai's heart had already reached its peak, but he was doing his best to restrain it. The low growl of Swan Man echoed in the small chamber. Before White Cloud returned to Xiantian City, she reported what had happened in Chang and to Xiantian. This included the final discussion between him and Qin Chi about the establishment of the investigation team. Spirit nurturing stage. Flying in the air? Xiantian was interested. It seemed that Jiang Xi had gained a lot in Heavenly Tower. In Xiantian's eyes, flying was obviously more important. Even the strange things that happened in the Ma family were temporarily put aside by him. This was because flying in the air and walking in the air for a short period of time were two different things. What it represented was extraordinary. As the world's strongest martial artist, he also had some understanding of the cultivation realm after the spirit nurturing stage. He knew that only when one reached the golden core stage could one truly fly in the air. Master, since Jiang Xi is already a spirit nurturing stage martial artist, according to the requirements, we need to assign him a secret realm to guard. Should we start preparing now? White Cloud asked. He just came out of Jade Lake. If I assign him a task now, wouldn't it be unreasonable? Let him rest for a while and spend more time with his family. Xiantian smiled. In addition, keep an eye on the investigation team. This time we are going to wrestle with the Liberal Alliance. Jiang Xi quietly returned to Zhenten Budokan, Pak Sun Province, without alerting anyone. Not long after he returned, he received a call from Xiantian. Xiantian's virtual shadow appeared in front of him. President. Jiang Xi still respectfully saluted. You are now a spirit-nurturing stage martial artist, so you don't have to be so restrained. I am looking for you this time because I want to know something. Xiantian smiled. President wants to know about my experience in Tongtian Tower? Jiang Xi was not surprised. He was already prepared for this. I don't need to know the details. That is your opportunity. It is not convenient for me to pry. I just want to know, do you know the realm after the spirit nurturing stage? Xiantian's eyes were full of expectation. Jiang Xi's heart moved. Xiantian definitely knew about the golden core stage in other realms, but he should not have the corresponding cultivation method. After all, Xiantian was also an ordinary person without the heritage of a hidden family. After thinking about it, he decided to reveal some information to Xiantian. After the spirit nurturing stage is the golden core stage, then there are the nascent soul stage, primordial spirit stage, and the unification stage. Haha, sure enough, I knew that this path was not wrong. Xiantian seemed particularly excited. After laughing, he quickly asked, then do you know the cultivation method of the golden core stage? After saying that, he felt that it was inappropriate and added, I can use treasures of equal value in exchange. Jiang Xi smiled and nodded in agreement. Then Xiantian sent him a list of his collection. This list was very detailed, and the light image introduction made it clear at a glance. The things inside made Jiang Xi envious. Xiantian was worthy of being the world's #1 martial arts expert. He was so rich that he was overflowing with oil. There were dozens of weapons of the spirit weapon level. The other treasures were even more dazzling. In the end, Jiang Xi picked a long sword from this list. Just this one? You can pick a few more. Xian Tian was surprised. Jiang Xi shook his head and said with a smile, then give me a few more A-grade healing potions. Xian Tian sighed and lamented Jiang Xi's righteousness. Finally, he said with some difficulty, there's one more thing. I wonder if you would mind teaching the cultivation method of the golden core stage to others such as Li Baibai and the others? Jiang Xi did not refuse and agreed. The world's #1 expert had a difficult expression, so he could not refuse. Moreover, it just happened to increase the strength of Dxia's high-end martial artists. After all, Li Baibai and the others were on the same side as him. Dojo master, you can do as you see fit. The only thing is that it cannot be leaked to foreign martial artists. Don't worry, I know what to do. The two chatted for a while before ending the call. Xian Tian promised that he would send the items to Pak Sun province today. After that, Jiang Xi walked to the villa's balcony and smiled when he saw Jiang Daodu, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Jiang Daodu noticed Jiang Xi approaching. She opened her eyes and said angrily, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing much, it's just that someone sent us something good." Riverward chuckled. Jiang Xi sat down beside Jiang Daodu and told her about the deal with Xian Tian. Jiang Daodu lowered her head and was silent for a while. Suddenly she raised her head and said, "Jiang Xi, you've changed." Hey. Tell me clearly. How did I change again? You weren't so generous in the past. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard to go from extravagance to frugality. Now you're floating. How am I floating? Who doesn't know the importance of the cultivation method? The cultivation method of the golden core stage is such an important thing, and you exchanged it for a spiritual weapon? It's completely for free. Isn't this so that they will owe me a favor? Jiang Xi, where did the shrewdness you had when you were selling vegetables go? As the saying goes, if you increase the rice, you increase the rice, and you increase the rice, you increase the rice, but if you don't, sometimes it will have the opposite effect. Chapter 176. Seeing Jiang Dudu scolding him, Jiang Xi felt very warm. It had been a long time since he had seen such a scene. When Jiang Dudu was almost done, Jiang Xi reached out and scratched her nose. He smiled and said, "I was the one who taught you all these principles. Don't worry, we definitely won't lose out this time." He wouldn't make a deal where he would lose out. He had gotten the golden core cultivation method from Enaishan. It was an unexpected gain. However, just like what Jiang Dudu had said, in terms of value, the golden core cultivation method was definitely priceless in this era. The reason why he said he didn't lose out was because the long sword he had chosen wasn't simple. Even Xian Tian himself probably didn't realize the value of the long sword. Otherwise he wouldn't have put it in the list. In Jiang Xi's eyes, the value of the long sword was even higher than the golden core cultivation method. Because it was a spiritual weapon, not a spiritual weapon. Spiritual weapons could only withstand spiritual power, but spiritual weapons could withstand spiritual power and spiritual power at the same time. It was a real weapon for cultivators. In the evening, a transport plane from Shentian City landed in Zhenten Budokan, Pak Sun Province. An A-grade martial artist from the headquarters personally delivered a black alloy box to Jiang Xi's house. The A-grade martial artist who delivered the box was very respectful to Jiang Xi. Because Jiang Xi's shocking feat of flying in the air had already spread throughout the martial arts world, it had become the two hottest pieces of news at the moment. The other piece of news was, of course, the news of Jiang Xi's resurrection from the dead. It was equivalent to one person occupying the first and second hottest searches. All the martial artists in the world were trying their best to digest the impact of these two pieces of news. The stronger the person, the more they could understand how powerful Jiang Xi was. However, Jiang Xi was still the same as before. He didn't show any arrogance and thanked the A-grade martial artist very kindly. Then he returned to the village training room full of anticipation. He took a deep breath and opened the black alloy box. He saw a quaint long sword embedded in the recess of the chest. Although the long sword seemed to have been ravaged by time, the blade still glowed with a cold light. Furthermore, the mysterious patterns on the sword seemed to have the effect of captivating one's mind, making one feel as if they had fallen into an abyss. Spirit artifact. Abyss condensation. This was not a name he came up with on the spur of the moment. It was a name that had been engraved on the sword hilt. A spirit artifact can only display its true power after being refined with one's spiritual sense. Otherwise, it would be no different from an ordinary spirit artifact, just a little sharper. Jiang Xi understood that Shen Tian probably did not have the spiritual sense to refine the spiritual tool, so he was not clear about the value of the abyss condensation. Otherwise, this benefit would not have fallen into his hands. Coincidentally, when he was in the Heavenly Tower's inheritance space, he had learned about spirit weapons from Ni Shang and knew how to refine spirit weapons. However, Jiang Xi wasn't in a hurry to refine it. Instead, he opened the bottom layer of the alloy box. He saw 10 A-grade life potions neatly placed inside. This was specially prepared for Jiang Daodu and Jiang Sheng. Both of them were injured. With the A-grade life potions, their injuries would recover very quickly. Only when their injuries were healed would he be able to cultivate in peace. The next day, Jiang Xi brought Jiang Daodu, who had recovered from her injuries, to visit Jiang Sheng. After Jiang Sheng saw Jiang Xi, he was also very excited. Strictly speaking, he was Jiang Xi's first martial Dao teacher and was Jiang Xi's senior. Naturally, he hoped that Jiang Xi would be well. Moreover, he had also heard of Jiang Xi's shocking actions at Chang and local government yesterday. He was touched and emotional. In the face of Jiang Sheng's praise, Jiang Xi didn't feel proud or complacent. He remained humble and was very respectful to Jiang Sheng. After treating Jiang Sheng's injuries, Jiang Xi returned home and focused on refining the abyss condensation sword. According to the method Ni Shang taught him, he used his spiritual consciousness to refine the abyss condensation sword for half a month before finally refining it completely. 2 moons hung in the sky. The moonlight on a full moon night was exceptionally bright. Jiang Xi took advantage of the night and flew directly to Ruin 052, which was about 500 kilometers away from Pak Sun province. He held the abyss condensation sword in his hand as he stood on a tall building in Ruin 052. Let me see the true power of a spirit weapon. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed as he stared at an A-grade shadow flying leopard in the depths of the ruins. However, he didn't release his spirit vessel aura. He just walked over or he would scare the monster away. Roar! The shadow flying leopard saw Jiang Xi and pounced over with an angry roar. It was incomparably swift and fierce. Ha! Jiang Xi chuckled. His spiritual consciousness and spirit energy were instantly injected into the abyss condensation sword. Then he waved it lightly and silently. The shadow flying leopard's spiritual eyes had a baffled look. It wondered if this human was a fool. However, in the next moment, it became alarmed because its line of sight had changed. The distance between its 2 eyes was constantly increasing. It was split into 2 halves by that sword along its forehead. Jiang Xi sheathed the sword, very satisfied with the power of the abyss condensation sword. With this spirit weapon, his strength increased by a lot again. In general, the sword was the main carrier of his strength. What he was good at was the swift sword. Whether it was the 9 elemental sword technique or the newly comprehended true intent of Gale. What he displayed in the end could be summed up in 1 word: fast. 2 words: speed. And now, the only thing that could increase his speed again was to raise the realm of the true intent of Gale. True intent of Gale, 1, 5 million. 1 experience point was too eye-catching on the interface. Next, let's start cultivating seriously. The encounter in the Ma family made Jiang Xi understand that the water in this world was still very deep. With his current strength, it was not enough to deal with all the dangers. He needed to become stronger. The main reason why the true intent of Gale was suppressed that day should be because the realm of the true intent of Gale was not high enough. Although the true intent of Gale was only 1 experience point, it brought a qualitative leap in his strength. But if he encountered someone who also comprehended the true intent of the Tao, and the other party's comprehension was deeper, it was normal to be suppressed. 500,000 experience points, let's fight. Jiang Xi entered a frenzied state of hunting. He killed monsters when he saw them. No matter if it was an F-class monster or an A-class monster, he killed one when he saw one. Because his current experience point gap was too big. He had already entered the era of 100,000 experience points. At this time he especially hoped for a beast tide. Then he could really quickly farm experience. Unfortunately, a beast tide was not so easy to gather. And as he continued his hunt, the monsters in the ruined city did not gather. Instead, they began to escape, leaving the ruins and hiding in the wilderness. Creatures with intelligence would seek good fortune and avoid disaster. The monsters were scared of him. The ruined cities in Pak Sun province were once again affected. Those martial artists who often came to the ruined cities to train also lamented that they could not find any monsters to kill. They all ran away. This time, no one would come to Jiang Xi to complain. Who would dare to? Now Jiang Xi's strength had already spread throughout the martial arts world. He was the true pinnacle of martial arts, standing at the top of the human race. Chapter 177. What made people heave a sigh of relief was that in just a month, riverward stopped. Because Jiang Xi found that he couldn't find any monsters to kill. It would be a waste of time if he continued to waste time. After a month, his experience points finally exceeded the 1 million mark, which was enough for him to spend for a long time. With enough experience points, he had the capital to keep a low profile. Next, it was time to keep a low profile. He focused on cultivating and improving his cultivation and gale true intent. It was worth mentioning that after reaching the spirit nourishment stage with his current physical strength, he could increase his cultivation, martial arts, and Dao techniques by 500 points every day. Any more and it would exceed his body's limit. Of course, if he had a large amount of spiritual energy, he wouldn't be limited by this. Unfortunately, he was only left with a 1,000-year Fei, the lotus seed pod. The rest had been used up during the inheritance trial. Jiang Xi didn't deliberately pursue these. Anyway, there was nothing important now. He just needed to steadily improve his strength. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. New Moon Year 95, July 15th, Ghost Festival. The 2 moons in the sky seemed to have become a little cold. Great Xia Country, Mount Shu Prefecture. There was once an ancient poem, Mount Shu is difficult. It described the terrain and environment of the mountains and rivers of Mount Shu. After the recovery of spiritual energy, the environment here became more strange and dangerous. All kinds of powerful monsters were scattered in the mountains and rivers. Late one night, an invisible transport plane landed in the wilderness outside Shushan Prefecture. A group of people walked out of the transport plane. The monsters in the surrounding mountains and forests fled in all directions. Because the aura emitted by these people was at least A-class. 12 of them were wearing black robes with red clouds. Some were great Xia Country martial artists and some were foreign martial artists. They were the 12 directors of the Liberal Alliance. This was the first time they acted together. The other 3 were the 3 spirit nourishment stage martial artists who trespassed the Jade Lake secret realm last time and were scared away by the Shen-Tian, Shaluk, Johansson, and Ivan. When will your boss arrive? Shaluk asked the group of people wearing black robes with red clouds. He was a contemporary powerhouse of the Peacock Country. Even in the world's martial arts world, he was ranked at the forefront. His strength was not ordinary. This time, the 3 of them had been invited by the mysterious founder of the Liberal Alliance to come here and unearth the opportunities of a secret realm in the Great Xia Kingdom. Sam was still the representative of the Liberal Alliance. Facing the spirit-nurturing stage cultivator, Sam replied respectfully, "We don't know the whereabouts of the people from Yuanqing Mountain. He just asked us to wait." Shaluk and the other 2 looked at each other and didn't press him. This was because they were also very afraid of the mysterious hermit Yuanqing. On the other side, the 12 directors of the Liberal Alliance were testing each other. After all, some of them had only met at the board of directors and this was the first time they had met in real life. For example, Mr. M, who was second only to Mr. Yuanqing in terms of mystery, became the target of everyone's probing. Mr. M, Ma Jinhai, wore a mask this time so no one could recognize his true identity. "Mr. M is also from the Xia Kingdom?" Feng Xian was the first to ask. "That's right," Ma Jinhai said in a low voice. "Mr. M, have you heard about the earth-shattering battle in the Chang and local government half a year ago? Such a big event has already spread throughout the martial arts world." "Of course I've heard about it." Ma Jinhai lost his son and his wife. "Do you know that?" "Yes." The 2 of them exchanged words. In the end, Feng Xian still didn't find out Mr. M's true identity. In fact, during the last board of directors meeting, everyone suspected that Mr. M was Ma Jinhai from the Ma family in the Chang and local government. However, they couldn't jump to conclusions easily without seeing his face. If they were wrong, it would be big trouble. Because the Ma family in the Chang and local government was a reclusive family with a history of thousands of years. No one dared to provoke or frame the master of a reclusive family. Half a year ago, because of Jiang Xi's revenge, the Ma family revealed those strange scenes. Even if it was just a video, it still made them feel frightened. Whoosh! The sound of someone walking through the forest was heard. Almost instantly, a skinny figure in a black robe appeared in front of everyone. A gloomy and cold aura suddenly spread out, making people tremble with fear. "Greetings, Hermit Yuanqing." The 12 directors of the Liberal Alliance all saluted respectfully. Sharuk and the other 2 also nodded slightly to show their respect. "It's almost time. Let's go." Hermit Yuanqing's harsh voice sounded. As he said that, he rushed into the depths of the mountains. The others hurriedly followed. Feng Xian looked at Mr. M's back in front of him with a playful expression. At the same time he was also secretly excited. Soon I will reach the Spirit Yin stage and stand at the peak of human martial arts. After more than a year of cultivation, his strength had finally reached the A-level bottleneck. However, to become a Spirit Yin stage martial artist, he still needed more time to practice visualization and polish himself. Only then could he have a chance to break through. But now he had a chance to reach the Spirit Yin stage quickly. As for the hatred between him and Jiang Xi, he didn't dare to hope for revenge with his own hands. Feng Xian knew that even if he reached the Spirit Yin stage, there would still be a huge gap between him and Jiang Xi. In his subconscious, he had even tacitly given up the idea of revenge. Now he was wholeheartedly pursuing martial arts. In front of him, Ma Jinhai's mood was not affected by Feng Xian's words. His expression under the mask was very calm. This was because he knew very well what he needed and what he wanted this time. Jiang Xi, just you wait. After today I will be able to surpass Shen Tian. Killing you will be a piece of cake. Under the guidance of Hermit Yuanqing, the group of people arrived in front of an inconspicuous mountain in just a moment. This location was very secluded and hidden in the mountains surrounded by monsters. Very few people would take the risk to enter this place. We're here. Hermit Yuanqing's eyes emitted a frightening cold light. At the foot of the mountain was a hidden cave that led to the underground. The group of people continued to go down along the cave. Finally, they stopped in an empty stone cave underground. This is. The directors of the Liberal Alliance were all shocked. This stone cave was the place where they usually held meetings through the virtual projection. However, Hermit Yuanqing did not care about their shock. He walked straight to the stone wall of the stone cave without saying a word. Then, he took out a black tooth from under his black robe and placed it on the ground in front of the stone wall. Take out the things I asked you to collect. Hermit Yuanqing's tone was also calm. Feng Xian, Ma Jinhai, and the others put away their shock and took out an item each. There was a strand of withered yellow hair, a section of finger bone that was about to be weathered, a piece of skin, and so on. Together with the tooth, there were a total of 13 items. They looked very ordinary, but when these items were placed together, they emitted a chilling aura. These were the items that the Liberal Alliance had collected for this plan over the years. Hermit Yuanqing knelt on the ground under the curious gazes of the crowd and worshipped the items devoutly. After a while he made other moves. He made a few strange seals in front of the 13 items, and his spiritual power surged. Open! Hermit Yuanqing suddenly roared. His domineering aura made the others instinctively retreat. He was too powerful. At the same time, Hermit Yuanqing slapped out the seals and landed on the items. A strange scene appeared. Suddenly the items turned into 13 rays of black light and drilled into the stone wall. Something seemed to have happened to the seemingly ordinary stone wall. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy light shone from the top of the mountain, eerily passing through the top of the mountain and shining directly on the stone wall. If someone was outside the stone cave, they would see that the cold light was the moonlight tonight. The moonlight gathered and poured down like a pillar of light, enveloping the mountain peak above the stone cave. There was no sound. The stone wall began to become illusory. Gradually it disappeared. In the end, a deep hole was left. It was like a spatial door that connected to an unknown space. A gloomy aura spread out from the unknown space. Chapter 178. After half a year of concentrated, open, cultivation cheat, Jiang Xi's strength had reached another level. Cultivation. Spirit Vessel, Middle Stage 4570152800, Cultivation Method. 5 Elements Deed of Thorough Comprehension, Peacock Visualization Martial Technique. 9 Elements Sword Art, Combined 300,003,000,000, Wind God Escape, Level 9 900,009,000,000, Dao Technique, Gale Intent, 8150/1, 5 million, Amplitude, 2. 467 Deduction. 10,000 experience points per time experience points. 1010555. In terms of cultivation, it had risen from the early stage of Spirit Vessel to the middle stage of Spirit Vessel, and it was not far from the late stage of Spirit Vessel. The spiritual energy in his body, whether it was the total amount or the intensity, had reached a new level. In terms of Dao technique, the Gale Intent was no longer an embarrassing 1 experience point. The improvement of the Gale Intent caused his spiritual energy amplitude to correspondingly increase to 2. 467 times. In other words, when he made a move, the strength of each spiritual energy unit was more than twice the original, which was also a step up. Overall, his overall strength had reached a new level. Although I don't know how I compare to Xian Tian, other cultivators in the late stage of spirit vessel, I'm definitely not weak. Jiang Xi was very confident. Even if it was the world's second Li Bai, Jiang Xi was confident that he could kill her. There's still one more problem. Now the 9-element sword art can't keep up with my strength, it needs to be improved. Under the moonlight, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the rooftop of the villa, thinking about this problem. In the past 6 months, he had also used the experience points panel to deduce the 9-element sword art. But the number of failures made his heart ache so much that he didn't dare to think about the word deduce anymore. A total of 50 times, using up 500,000 experience points, all of them failed. The success rate was so low that it made one's hair stand on end. The reason for the failure, Jiang Xi was also clear. It must be that the 9-element sword art's martial technique grade was too low. The success rate of the deduction was determined by the grade and completeness of the martial technique and Dao technique, but where can I get a high-grade martial technique? The 9-element sword art was already one of the best martial techniques on earth. Jiang Xi was a little worried. Leave it to fate. Then he jumped off the rooftop and went to find Jiang Dudu. Next, he would accompany Jiang Dudu in her training. For some reason, Jiang Dudu had taken a liking to the path of assassination. In Zhenten Budokan, Pak Sun Province, there were no warriors who could train with Jiang Dudu. This was because Jiang Dudu was now a top-notch C-grade martial artist. If she went all out, even a B-grade martial artist might not be able to block her. Even Dojo Master Qin Yuan, an A-class martial artist, could not be a sparring partner. With his strength, he was naturally not afraid of Jiang Dudu's assassination attempt. But correspondingly, it would definitely hurt Jiang Dudu. Therefore, the only person who could train with Jiang Dudu was Jiang Xi. Because Jiang Xi had spiritual sense, he was not afraid of her assassination. He could accompany her in her training. Jiang Dudu was naturally very happy. The next day she would train with Jiang Xi on the path of assassination. Jiang Xi seemed to be taking a stroll, leisurely strolling in Tongtian district. It was already night time, and there were many martial artists taking a stroll in the district. When they saw Jiang Xi, they all bowed respectfully to him. Jiang Xi also smiled and nodded in response. He did not show any arrogance. When he walked into a dense forest in the district, a cold light suddenly attacked from the darkness without any warning. Jiang Xi's response was very simple. He just raised his hand and pinched the dagger in the cold light with 2 fingers. Can't you pretend for a while? Jiang Dudu appeared from the darkness in a tight black suit. Training is not child's play. The path of assassination lies in being cautious and in the blink of an eye. If I am not strict with you now and make you overconfident in your strength, it will be too late to regret if you encounter a dangerous situation in the future. Jiang Xi was very serious. All right then, Jiang Dudu muttered. In summary, you have already integrated into the environment, but you are not good at using the environment. For example, there was a gust of wind just now. You could have used that wind to hide the fluctuations of your aura when you attacked and increase your speed at the same time. Jiang Xi analyzed seriously. Jiang Dudu also listened seriously. After the analysis, Jiang Xi smiled again. You have improved a lot during this time. At the very least, a B-class martial artist has a very small chance of surviving your assassination. If an A-class martial artist is not prepared, they may also be injured by you. Jiang Dudu was beaming with joy. Her strength had finally improved a lot. Of course, it was mainly because she had received Jiang Xi's praise. All right, today's training. Before Jiang Xi could finish his words, his tactical communications watch suddenly vibrated. This was the frequency of vibration when there was an emergency. He quickly answered the call. Jiang Xi hurried to Shushan Prefecture. Something big has happened. Xian Tian's low voice came through. Listening to his tone, the situation seemed to be very serious. What is it? The legendary Fengdu Mountain has suddenly opened. Fengdu Mountain. Jiang Xi was shocked. This name had an extraordinary meaning in the myths and legends of Dixia. It was the location of the mythical underworld. Hurry over as fast as you can. I'm already on my way. Xian Tian hung up the call. Jiang Xi's expression also became serious. It was indeed a big matter. Brother, Fengdu? Is it Fengdu Ghost City in Shushan Prefecture? Jiang Dudu was very interested. After all, it involved her field of expertise. She grew up watching ghost movies and had long heard of Fengdu Ghost City. This Fengdu is not Fengdu. It is Fengdu Mountain, the location of the mythical underworld. Jiang Xi shook his head and said, "The situation is urgent. I have to go." Jiang Dudu did not willfully stop him because she knew that Jiang Xi's identity was different from the past. He had some responsibilities. "Don't forget to catch 2 ghosts for me." Jiang Dudu did not forget to remind him. It would have been better if she did not mention it. With this reminder, Jiang Xi instantly reacted. "I am going to the underworld?" The thing he was most afraid of in his life was ghosts. However, at this moment he did not have much time to think. After returning home to retrieve his weapons and equipment, he directly flew into the sky under the night sky and flew toward Shushan Prefecture. Jiang Dudu looked at Jiang Xi flying away with a worried expression. Of course, she also knew that Jiang Xi was most afraid of ghosts. She was very worried that if he really encountered a ghost, Jiang Xi would be scared out of his wits. From Paksun Province to Shushan Prefecture, it was more than 1,000 kilometers. Jiang Xi flew at a high speed all the way. In terms of speed, compared to half a year ago, it had increased by 20 to 30%. In less than 10 minutes he was close to Shushan Prefecture. Far away, hundreds of kilometers away, Jiang Xi saw a scene that surprised him. He saw a beam of light converging from the 2 moons in the sky and directly shining on the mountains. The coldness emitted by the beam of light was very different from the usual soft moonlight. At the same time, several transport planes also rushed from all directions to the place where the beam of light converged. Jiang Xi quickly flew over and found that many people had already arrived. Xian Tian and He Tu came from Zhenten Budokan. Other people who came were Li Baibai, Huang Kuan, and Lu Rong, the 3 cultivators of the spirit gathering stage. As for the remaining 2 people, Jiang Xi did not know them. But looking at their strength, they were also in the spirit gathering stage. Including him, there were a total of 8 spirit gathering cultivators. Chapter 179. The place where everyone gathered was not far from the pillar of light formed by the moonlight. Looking closer, one could clearly see that the huge pillar of light had enveloped an inconspicuous small mountain. The small mountain was currently emitting an extremely gloomy aura. It was as if the gloominess was about to break through the mountain and spread between heaven and earth. When Xian Tian saw that Jiang Xi had arrived, he quickly introduced them to him. "Jiang Xi, these 2 are Shu Luan, a spirit vessel expert from the Shujia Prefecture, and Han Wenju, a spirit vessel expert from the Han family of Paksun Province. The situation is urgent, so I won't introduce them further. Let Shu Luan bring us over." Shu Luan and Han Wenju. Both of them were experts from the reclusive families. They and Jiang Xi looked at each other and nodded slightly. Jiang Xi's gaze lingered on Shu Luan for a while. Like him, Shu Luan also carried a long sword on his back. He had heard of this person before. He was an expert ranked in the top 10 of the world's martial arts experts list. The other elder with a kind face, Han Wenju, should be the expert of the Han family of Paksun Province. Although he had never heard of this name before, Han Wenju's strength was not weak. The strength of the spiritual power he emitted was similar to Shu Luan's. They were both at the mid-stage of the spirit vessel realm. Jiang Xi sighed. The reclusive families were indeed not weak. At the very least they had a spirit vessel expert. "Everyone please follow me." Shu Luan led the way with a solemn expression. At the same time he explained to everyone what had happened. "Half an hour ago, our Shujia's compass vibrated abnormally. Then I followed the compass's guidance and discovered the situation here. This pillar of moonlight and the gloominess seeping out of the mountain are almost the same as the Fengdu mountain recorded in the Shujia's ancient books. Only in terms of scale, it is far from the legendary Fengdu mountain. Because Fengdu mountain is the entrance to the Fengdu mystic realm, this matter is of great importance. Therefore, I quickly invited everyone here to investigate and prevent anything from affecting the Dixia kingdom." Everyone nodded, understanding Shu Luan's actions. In the spirit chi recovery era, anything related to myths and legends could not be underestimated. As a reclusive family, the Shujia actually had an important mission all these years, which was to guard the Fengdu mystic realm. Fengdu mountain was rumored to be the location of the netherworld, but since ancient times, no one knew if the netherworld really existed. Therefore, everyone usually called it the Fengdu mystic realm instead of the netherworld. However, the Shujia's mission of guarding the Fengdu mystic realm had never been carried out. This was because even the Shujia didn't know where the entrance to the Fengdu mystic realm was. This was also the first time they had discovered Fengdu mountain. After approaching the ordinary mountain, Jiang Xi was a little surprised. He vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, he couldn't remember what it was that made him feel familiar. When Xu Luan brought them closer to the cave under the hill, the sense of familiarity became even clearer. Ghastly. Yes, that's the feeling. Jiang Xi remembered. Half a year ago, when he went to the Ma family to cause trouble, Hu Zhen used Ma Yu's blood to awaken the Ma family's ancestor. At that time, the aura emitted from the ground was very similar to this. However, the ghastly aura here was denser, as if it was about to condense into water. Those who were slightly weaker would easily suffocate in such an environment. Everyone followed the cave that led underground and soon arrived at the stone cave. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. One of the stone walls of the stone cave had been completely blurred, turning into a deep space door that connected to an unknown space. It was like a giant abyss that swallowed all things. It was frightening. The ghastly aura was emitted from the space door. It went without saying where this space door led to. The entrance to the Fengdu mystic realm. Xian Tian and Xu Luan said almost at the same time. Everyone looked at each other and didn't enter rashly. At this time, facing such a place of ghosts and gods and myths and legends, no matter how strong they were, a chill rose in their hearts. Xian Tian asked Xu Luan, "Can you close this door from the outside?" "I don't have that ability. I can only go in and take a look." Xu Luan shook his head. At this moment, Han Wenju suddenly said, "Someone has been here." Someone had been here. Everyone's expressions immediately became serious. Then this matter was not a sudden natural phenomenon. It was opened by someone. Han Wenju was good at tracking and investigation. This was also one of the reasons why he rushed here. The other reason was very simple. Because he and Xu Jia were connected by marriage, his wife was Xu Luan's sister. "About how many people?" Xian Tian asked. "About 15 people. 15 people. Everyone was shocked again. This matter was very serious. "I have a discovery," Jiang Xi suddenly said. Everyone's gaze focused on him. "Half a year ago, I felt a similar ghastly aura in the Ma family." Riverward gave a simple account of the situation when he fought with that formless palm print. At that time only he, White Cloud and Qinqi knew about the scene. However, this time White Cloud and Qinqi did not come. Xu Luan's expression was very serious. He said, "I have a rough idea of what Jiang Xi is talking about. It involves some secrets of the reclusive families. I hope that everyone can keep it a secret after hearing it." Seeing that everyone nodded, he continued, "The reclusive families each have their own inheritance. For example, the Xu Jia and the Ma family of Chang, and are both different. The Xu Jia's inheritance is to catch ghosts, while the Ma family's inheritance is to control corpses. In fact, the Ma family lived in this mountain a long time ago. However, for some reason they moved to Chang, and the ghastly aura that Jiang Xi mentioned should be coming from zombies. Catching ghosts. Controlling corpses." Everyone was shocked. This was indeed a secret. "There's another situation. I suspect that the head of the Ma family, Ma Jinhai, may be related to the Liberal Alliance." Jiang Xi said again. "Is this true?" Xu Luan's expression changed. "I can testify to this. Our Genten Budokan and the Qin family of Shuntian Prefecture have been investigating Ma Jinhai for half a year. Although we have not found any concrete evidence, various signs indicate that there is some kind of connection between him and the Liberal Alliance," Xian Tian said. Xu Luan's expression was complicated. He shook his head and said, "Then this matter is basically clear. Besides our Xu Jia, the Ma family also knows about the secrets of Fengdu Mountain. Since Ma Jinhai is related to the Liberal Alliance, this time he and the Liberal Alliance must be behind it." This was a very important piece of information. Once the truth of this incident was confirmed, everyone would be able to be on guard. Otherwise, if they did not know that it was the Liberal Alliance's doing, they might be ambushed after entering. "No matter what, we have to go in. This is our Xu Jia's ancestral soul-subduing talisman. Take one with you. In case you really encounter a ghost, it may be useful." Xu Luan took out a stack of exquisite talismans and distributed them to everyone. After Jiang Xi took it, he hesitated and said, Can you give me a few more? One is enough to drive away ghosts and ward off evil? Besides, I don't know if this thing is useful. After all, I have never seen a ghost." Xu Luan was puzzled. However, he still smiled and gave the rest of the talismans to Jiang Xi. "Thank you." Jiang Xi thanked him sincerely. He asked for so many just for peace of mind. What if it worked? Speaking of which, he was still a little apprehensive. He was most afraid of ghosts in his life. Subsequently, the group of 8 people with Xian Tian and Xu Luan in the lead, stepped into the deep and dark spatial door and disappeared. Chapter 180. The deep space door had a mysterious teleportation power. Jiang Xi and the others only felt a change in space before they entered the Fengdu secret realm. This was a dark world. It was vast and boundless, and gray fog filled the air everywhere. The scene in front of them made their expressions change drastically. They were shocked. Looking up, he saw a bare black mountain standing between the heavens and the earth. This mountain occupied a large area, and they couldn't see the end. It was like a wall that separated the world. This mountain was extremely tall, as if it had pierced through the sky. There seemed to be raging flames burning at the top, bringing some light to this world. Xu Luan suddenly exclaimed, "Could this be the real Fengdu mountain?" The mountain is 2,600 miles high and has a circumference of 30,000 miles. There are also palaces of ghosts and deities. Everyone followed his words and observed the black mountain in front of them. Sure enough, they could vaguely see that there were a few palaces built on the mountain from top to bottom. The palace at the bottom was right in front of them, at the foot of the black mountain. "Let's go and take a look," Xian Tian said in a deep voice. The 8 of them immediately ran toward the palace in front of them. It looked close, but the journey was not short. After walking for hundreds of miles, they still hadn't reached the foot of the mountain. It could be seen how big this mountain was. Those people from the Liberal Alliance passed by here not long ago. Han Wenju reminded them. He had found new traces. Xian Tian nodded and said, "Everyone must be careful." They were already very careful. With their strength they could actually walk 100 miles in a few breaths. But now their speed had never exceeded the speed of sound. Be careful. Jiang Xi also maintained his usual habit of constantly observing the surroundings. He realized that the terrain of this world was very simple. Other than the black mountain in front of them, there was only an endless wasteland. There was not a single living creature, not even a ghost. This discovery made Jiang Xi slightly relieved. It seemed that the Fengdu secret realm should be similar to the Jade Lake secret realm. It had been abandoned for many years. After a while, everyone finally got close to the palace at the foot of the mountain. It turned out that this palace was very big. It was 1,000 meters high and close to 10,000 meters wide. Who is living in such a huge palace? Everyone was puzzled. They turned to look at a huge stone tablet in front of the palace. There were black words carved on it. Jiang Xi discovered that the structure of these characters was somewhat similar to the characters in the Jade Lake mystic realm. It was as if they came from the same era, but there were also differences. As for the specific differences, he couldn't pinpoint them. However, the meaning of these words was clearly conveyed to everyone's minds. Fengdu Mountain. Absolute Heaven Palace. Everyone still didn't rush in rashly, nor did they get too close. Instead, they observed their surroundings to see if there was any other way up the mountain. It was the same principle as not entering a forest or crossing a river. This palace was filled with a strange aura. There's a river at the foot of the mountain. Li Bai made a new discovery. Everyone hurriedly rushed over, their expressions filled with shock. How was this a river? It was somewhat similar to the legendary Yellow Spring, but the river water was black, as if it was condensed from baleful aura. There were also eerie white bones floating in it. This made everyone feel waves of alarm, as if they fell down, their flesh would melt away, turning into white bones. Whoosh! Xian Tian picked up a 10,000-ton boulder and threw it out. The boulder instantly arrived above the Black River, but before the boulder could fall, a strange force appeared, and the boulder quickly weathered at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then disappeared without a trace. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. It seems that we can only pass through that palace. Xian Tian shook his head. This was because the source of this Black River was unknown. It flowed along the foot of Fengdu Mountain, majestically flowing into the distance. It spanned across the land, separating this wasteland from Fengdu Mountain. If they wanted to enter Fengdu Mountain, they could either cross the river or pass through the palace called Absolute Heaven Palace. Compared to the Black River, Absolute Heaven Palace looked safer. They walked to the front of Absolute Heaven Palace. This time, everyone discovered that part of this magnificent palace was suspended in the air above the Black River. In the middle of the palace gate, there was a wide straight path that led straight to the depths of the palace, just crossing the Black River. This straight path looked abnormally new, as if no one had stepped on it before. If I'm not wrong, this should be the ghost path. Legend has it that before ghosts reincarnate, they have to walk on this path. Xu Luan's words were shocking. Ghost path? Isn't it the Yellow Spring or the Bridge of Helplessness? Jiang Xi was puzzled. The others also looked at Shu Luan with the same doubts. Myths and legends are true and false, who knows which is true. However, Fengdu Mountain's ghost path is before the legends of the Yellow Spring and the Bridge of Helplessness. These are recorded in the ancient books of our Shujia. Shu Luan said. He then exhorted, in short, after stepping on the ghost path, be sure to stick the soul-subduing talisman that I gave you. Everyone did as they were told. After all, Shu Luan was the expert here. Jiang Xi, one is enough. Shu Luan said in surprise. Stick a few more for insurance. Jiang Xi did not raise his head as he stuck the soul-subduing talisman all over his body. Shoulders, arms, thighs, chest, back. Okay, let's go. Jiang Xi looked at the soul-subduing talisman all over his body and felt relieved. The others looked at the lone soul-subduing talisman on their bodies and suddenly felt as if something was missing. They wanted to say, aren't you exaggerating? Then the 8 of them stepped on the ghost path and felt very strange. They seemed to have suddenly become much smaller. Compared to the wide ghost path, they seemed very small. Whoosh, gusts of cold wind blew from nowhere as if it was blowing at their souls. A bone-chilling chill rose from their hearts. Their hair stood on end. Buzz. The soul-subduing talisman on their bodies trembled slightly and began to emit a golden glow. It was very warm and directly dispelled the chill. At this moment, Jiang Xi was a little eye-catching. The others only had one spot on their bodies shining, but his entire body was emitting a golden glow. However, this was not the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's expression was very solemn and cautious. It's working? There really are ghosts. Shu Luan's eyes widened as he looked around. Jiang Xi also reacted. The soul-subduing talisman was working. What did that mean? There really were ghosts. The gusts of cold wind just now, perhaps they were ghosts? He could not help but shudder and his hair stood on end. What the fuck? Can I retreat now? Sob, sob, sob. Faint sobbing sounds rang out around the crowd. It seemed to have a mesmerizing effect and one could not help but feel pity for them. Get lost. Shen Tian suddenly shouted angrily. The aura of his entire body erupted, and the shocking true meaning of saber spread out in an instant. Wah wah wah. Suddenly the things around them seemed to be frightened. The terrified wails were incomparably terrifying. Chapter 181. This time, everyone saw it clearly. They saw a human-shaped shadow fleeing in all directions on the ghost path. Their figures were erratic and somewhat distorted, as if they were weightless and would be blown away by the wind at any time. Could this be a ghost? These are wandering souls. Their strength should not exceed a class. Shu Luan said the names of these shadows. Wandering souls. That was also a type of ghost. Everyone looked at those human-shaped shadows in surprise, trying to observe the difference between them and humans. Although there were no spirit-nurturing realm wandering souls, they did not dare to relax their vigilance. At first glance, the number of wandering souls that were forced to retreat by Shen Tian was definitely more than 100. Moreover, this ghost path was so wide, who knows how long it was. How many wandering souls would there be behind it? Wandering souls are generally not strong. I'm just worried that there will be ghost soldiers. Legend has it that the ghost soldiers' combat power is extremely strong. Shu Luan said seriously. Everyone's heart trembled. However, even so, no one retreated. Because the Liberal Alliance was already in front. If they retreated now, what if the Liberal Alliance did something big here? Not to mention the impact it would have on humans, it would definitely be a great threat to the Xia kingdom. Therefore, no matter what was in front of them, they had to catch up. Since the Liberal Alliance could pass through this level, then they could too. Woo! The faint sobbing sound continued to ring in front of the ghost path. When everyone really entered the palace area, these sounds became more intense, accompanied by the sound of the rapid flow of the river. Because this ghost path was just above the Black River. If one stood at the edge of the ghost path, one could vaguely see the scene in the river below. It was different from the river scene outside the palace. In this section of the Black River, in addition to the eerie white bones, there were countless wandering souls struggling inside trying to rush up. But the river seemed to have some kind of restraint, making them unable to break free. Only a few wandering souls broke free from the restraint, making a sobbing sound that sounded like crying and laughing, cheerfully rushing up the ghost path. And the aura of Jiang Xi and others seemed to be very attractive to them like moths to a flame. They instinctively wanted to rush over. But they were afraid of the golden light emitted by the soul-subduing talisman and did not dare to approach. Thus, the number of wandering souls on the ghost path increased. Those sobbing sounds disturbed people's mind. Don't act rashly. Shu Luan reminded. Even without his reminder, everyone knew that they had to tread carefully. Jiang Xi felt uncomfortable all over because it was as if there were many cold gazes constantly sweeping past his body. Using his spiritual awareness, he discovered that the wandering souls in front of them were constantly circling around them. Those contorted faces let out human cries and laughter. Suddenly, many wandering souls let out different kinds of screams and rushed towards them as if their lives depended on it. Like a tidal wave, their numbers were innumerable. However, it seems like ghosts aren't afraid of death? Run! Xian Tian shouted. There were simply too many wandering souls and it was impossible to kill them all. Thus they could only charge forward. Jiang Xi discovered that he seemed to have become the main target of the siege because his current appearance was too eye-catching. The soul-subduing talisman on his body was emitting a golden light that caused the wandering souls to fear. Wah wah wah, the wandering souls screamed and rushed to the front of the group. Swish, swish. Jiang Xi directly channeled his spiritual power and waved his sword to release a sword light, which instantly fell on those wandering souls. The power erupted, and the wandering souls hit by the sword light were like punctured bubbles. They just shook for a moment before bursting into ashes. You killed an A-class wandering soul, experience points plus 110. You killed an A-class wandering soul, experience points plus 110. You killed an A-class wandering soul, experience points plus 110. The prompt of the experience points panel kept ringing. A single sword strike killed dozens of A-class wandering souls. It turns out that ghosts can also die. Jiang Xi was excited, and the fear in his heart suddenly decreased by 30%. He kept waving his sword without using his full strength. Just by using his spiritual power to perform the 9-element sword art, he could make these wandering souls dissipate directly. Why would he be afraid of an A-class wandering soul? At the same time, Xian Tian and Li Baibai were also attacking. Their strength was also tyrannical. With one sword and one knife, they easily killed the wandering souls around them. Apart from them, Shu Luan was also very relaxed. His long sword also had a golden glow, which was very harmful to the wandering souls. As long as the wandering souls touched it, they would be directly annihilated. The others were not in a good situation. Especially He Tu, she was only at the early stage of the spirit accumulation realm. Soon, the wandering souls got close to her. Puff! Those fearless wandering souls crashed into He Tu, but the soul-subduing talisman suddenly lit up. The wandering souls screamed and their bodies were destroyed. However, everyone found that the golden glow emitted by He Tu's soul-subduing talisman weakened a little. Don't let the wandering souls get close to you, Xian Tian shouted. At the same time, he flashed to He Tu's side and helped her to resist those crazy wandering souls. But no matter how cautious they were, there was still the possibility of them getting close to them. Because there were too many wandering souls, their numbers were like a tide as if they could not be killed. Puff! They seemed to be following their instincts and kept attacking everyone. A group of 8 people while fighting on the ghost path were also desperately rushing on. Jiang Xi had the most soul-subduing talismans on him, so he suffered the most attacks. He also did not remove the extra soul-subduing talismans, as this was to reduce the pressure on everyone. Moreover, the more wandering souls he gathered, the more experience he would gain. Where could he find so many A-class warriors outside for him to kill? At the same time, Jiang Xi was puzzled. How did those people from the Liberal Alliance pass through here? They had the soul-subduing talismans, which allowed them to better defend against the attacks of the wandering souls. Those people from the Liberal Alliance did not have any soul-subduing talismans. Could it be that Ma Jinhai provided them? But according to Shu Luan, the necromancer lineage was not proficient in dealing with ghosts. Jiang Xi was puzzled as he calmly killed those crazy wandering souls. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, his experience was also increasing rapidly so. Suddenly, everyone seemed to have broken through a layer of barrier and passed through the ghost path above the Black River. The number of wandering souls around them decreased sharply, and they were no longer a threat. When they turned around, they could see that there were still a large number of wandering souls behind them. They were circling, dancing, and howling on the ghost path. They had passed through. However, the soul-subduing talismans on their bodies had dimmed and were about to be extinguished. Jiang Xi took out the soul-subduing talismans he got from Shu Luan and gave one to each of them. This time it's all thanks to Jiang Xi. Xian Tian sighed. The others nodded. That's right, if not for the soul-subduing talismans pasted all over Jiang Xi's body, which attracted the majority of the wandering soul's firepower, they would not have had such an easy time. Especially He Tu, Huang Kuan, Lu Rong and Han Wenju, who were slightly weaker. If they had been surrounded by the wandering souls for a while longer, they might have been in danger. Chapter 182. In fact, Huang Kuan and the others were originally worried about Jiang Xi's strength. This was a kind of concern from the elders, because Jiang Xi was too young. Other than Jiang Xi, even the youngest He Tu was over 60 years old. She was old enough to be Jiang Xi's grandmother. Therefore, even though Riverward had previously displayed an astonishing ability to fly in the air, but the people present had not seen him fight with their own eyes. They were worried that he could not deal with the danger here. Now they were completely relieved. Jiang Xi's attack just now made them certain. Not only did Jiang Xi have the ability to deal with these dangers, his strength also surpassed them. He was on the same level as Shen Tian and Li Baibai. Facing everyone's praise, Jiang Xi remained indifferent and humble, because he did not fight for nothing. If it was not too dangerous, he wanted to go back and do another round. In just a moment he gained a huge amount of experience points. He looked at his experience points balance. Frowny face experience points. 1904085, he gained nearly 900,000 experience points. This time he had the capital to use the deduction function again. After crossing the ghost path above the Black River. Walking here, the number of wandering souls decreased sharply. Everyone finally had the chance to carefully observe the palace. At this time they confirmed that the ghost path crossed the entire Jutian Palace. If they continued forward, they would be able to leave the palace area and reach the foot of Fengdu Mountain. But what surprised them was that they could not see the inside of Jutian Palace. Because the scene outside the ghost path was extremely dark and filled with gray fog. It was deep and mysterious. There was no way to explore what was in the depths of the palace. The group of 8 did not dare to stay any longer and continued forward. The road below was much safer. Occasionally, a small number of wandering souls would rush over, but they were easily killed by them. After walking for more than 10 minutes and crossing hundreds of kilometers, they finally walked out of the palace area of Jutian Palace. In front of them was the Black Fengdu Mountain. But in the next moment, everyone stopped in their tracks. They saw a corpse lying outside Jutian Palace. It was a corpse, not a ghost. They breathed a sigh of relief. After getting closer, everyone realized the corpse was wearing a black robe with red clouds. His face was yellow and the exposed skin was wrinkled. It was as if he had been dead for many years and had been dried by the wind. Moreover, there was a hideous penetrating wound on the corpse. Strangely, there were no traces of fighting or bloodstains around. This person looks familiar. He Tu frowned. Before she reached Spirit Vessel, she was in charge of intelligence in Genten Budokan. He's not a great Xia martial artist, Huang Kuan said. Indeed, if this corpse was not a person's appearance, it would have looked different from the people of Great Xia. I have an impression of him. He seems to be an A-class martial artist from the Holy Alliance. I saw him once in Nordic City 30 years ago, Lu Rong suddenly said. That's right. His name is Kalik and he's an A-ranked second-tier martial artist. He's very powerful, but he's not very famous in the Holy Alliance. Very few people in the martial arts world know about him. He Tu finally remembered this person's background. Not famous? Everyone made the association of their Zesset was very similar to Feng Xian and Ma Jinhai's situation. Both of them were not famous in Xia Empire, but they were not weak. In that case, he must be one of the directors of the Liberal Alliance. Shen Tian nodded. Li Baibai said coldly, he was attacked from the side and killed instantly. The person who attacked him, whether it was a human or a ghost, must have the strength of Spirit Vessel. According to the time, he died no more than half an hour ago. But the condition of the corpse seems to have been dead for a long time. It seems that the road ahead is not simple. She had been the calmest one. She had observed the corpse for a while. Then, everyone continued to be cautious and walked along the ghost path. Fengdu Mountain was in front of them. Looking at their tracks, the people of the Liberal Alliance had gone up the mountain. Standing at the foot of the mountain, they could see the straight and wide ghost path, which continued to extend to the top of Fengdu Mountain. Along the ghost path, there was another palace located halfway up the mountain. Moo moo moo, hiss hiss hiss. Just as everyone was about to climb up the ghost path, suddenly 2 neat and low strange sounds came from the 2 sides of the ghost path. At the same time, there was a powerful aura at the foot of the mountain. Everyone's expression changed. Swoosh swoosh. 2 streams of light seemed to have cut through the space and attacked. Their targets were the weaker He Tu and Huang Kuan. Dang dang. Jiang Xi was the fastest. His figure flashed and appeared in front of Huang Kuan. He raised his long sword and blocked one of the streams of light. Shen Tian, who had been in front of He Tu, easily blocked the other stream of light. It was very dangerous. If they did not make a move, He Tu and Huang Kuan would not be able to block the attack. They might not die, but they would definitely be seriously injured. After the two streams of light were blocked, they disappeared into thin air. But everyone saw the appearance of the streams of light. They were a black trident and a white bone spear. Moo moo moo, hiss hiss hiss, that strange sound sounded as if it was going to attack again. Go up the mountain. Everyone did not hesitate and quickly climbed up. Moo, moo moo, moo moo moo, hiss 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 hiss. The rhythm of the two strange sounds changed. It was actually very rhythmic. It made everyone's pace a little messy and they slowed down. Are these two voices singing a mountain song? Jiang Xi wanted to ask. But it was obviously not the right time. They continued to move forward. Strangely, there were no more attacks. The ghost path was very quiet. However, everyone did not let down their guard. They had seen the attack just now. The trident and the white bone spear were all forged weapons. What was hidden behind them was definitely not simple. After climbing 400 to 500 kilometers, they finally approached the second palace. Similar to the Jutian Palace below, this ghost path also led to the depths of this palace and kept going up. This is the Evil Heaven Palace. Xu Luan pointed at the stone tablet in front of the palace. Jiang Xi and the others also saw the name of the second palace on the stone tablet. Boom boom boom. Suddenly a fierce battle broke out in the palace. Moo moo moo, hiss hiss hiss, the two frightening strange sounds also sounded at the same time. It was louder than the sound they encountered at the foot of the mountain. Are they from the Liberal Alliance? Everyone looked at each other. They had caught up. Without saying a word, they all quietly crept towards the palace. After approaching, they saw that there were more than a dozen figures on the ghost path in the depths of the palace. Under the cover of a golden light, they were struggling to resist the attacks from all directions. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed slightly. Many of these figures were wearing black robes with red clouds. Obviously, these were the people of the Liberal Alliance. Chapter 183. Jiang Xi confirmed the identity of these people not only through their clothes, because he also saw the figures of Feng Shen and Sam. He had fought with these two in the Jade Lake Secret Realm last time. In addition, there were other familiar figures. 3 Spirit Vessel Realm martial artists, Shaluk of the Peacock Country, Johansson of the Sacred Alliance, and Ivan of the Alpha Star. This time, the Dark Shadow Kingdom's Spirit Vessel experts didn't come because they had few Spirit Vessel experts. Last time in the Jade Lake Secret Realm, one of them was crippled by Shen Tian. They were already scared. At this moment, the ones attacking them were ferocious ghosts with black smoke all over their bodies. There were a lot of them, thousands of them. Taking a closer look, those ghosts were divided into 2 types. One type had the head of an ox and the body of a human, holding a black oxhorn trident and constantly making mooing sounds. The other type had the head of a horse and the body of a human, holding a white bone spear and constantly making mooing sounds. Those strange sounds were made by them. And these 2 types of ghosts were all wearing broken black armor. The oxhorn tridents and white bone spears in their hands were constantly attacking the dozen or so figures. The aura they emitted was very strong. They were all at the Spirit Vessel realm. Moreover, their attacks seemed to be very orderly. 10 ghosts were in a team and their attacks were very orderly. It was as if there was a stronger existence commanding them from behind. Were these Oxhead and Horseface? Jiang Xi and the others all thought of this term. However, what surprised them was that the attacks of these Spirit Vessel realm ghosts were so fierce that the people of the Liberal Alliance actually blocked them. Was the Liberal Alliance so powerful? A skinny figure covered in a black robe attracted everyone's attention. That was because that ball of golden light was spreading out from his body. Not only that, the black-robed figure emitted a very strong aura. He was at the late stage of the Spirit Vessel realm. He was at the same level as Shen Tian and Li Baibai. This person may be the mysterious founder of the Liberal Alliance. Shen Tian guessed. There are no more than 3 people in the world who can reach the late stage of the Spirit Vessel realm. It must be him. Li Baibai also said decisively. They had caught a big fish. It seemed that the higher-ups of the Liberal Alliance had turned out in full force this time. The golden glow emanating from this person's body is very similar to the soul-subduing talisman. It helped them block most of the attacks from the ghosts. Jiang Xi looked inquiringly at Xu Luan. The others also realized this. The strange thing was that Shu Luan and Han Wenju didn't look too good. That's my Shu Jia's requiem bell. Shu Luan looked a little angry and glanced at Han Wenju. Han Wenju smiled bitterly and said, "It was my wife who secretly took the soul-subduing bell from the Shu Jia and then passed it to my granddaughter Ying Shui. 2 years ago, when Ying Shui was training in the Jade Lake Secret Realm, the soul-suppressing bell was lost in the Jade Lake Secret Realm. I didn't expect it to be taken by the Liberal Alliance." Jiang Xi suddenly understood. He had an impression of this matter. At that time, Mayu had tried to kill Han Yingshui in order to obtain the bell in Han Yingshui's hand. Later he killed Mayu and had a chance to get the bell. But in the end, Feng Xian appeared and he didn't have time to take it. The Requiem Bell is different from the soul-subduing talisman. The soul-subduing talisman is a consumable item. It will become useless after it's used up. However, the Requiem Bell can be used repeatedly. As long as you provide it with spiritual energy, it will continue to function. Shu Luan explained. Now everyone completely understood. It was no wonder that the Liberal Alliance could make it all the way here without the soul-subduing talisman. The ghosts besieging them are Oxhead and Horseface? Jiang Xi asked the question in his heart. They are the Oxhead soldiers and Horseface soldiers of the Yin soldiers. Their fighting power is very strong. They are not the Oxhead and Horseface of the legends. Shu Luan's expression was solemn. Jiang Xi and the others nodded slightly. If Oxhead and Horseface were only at the spirit-nurturing realm, then the legends were too low class. Then, everyone continued to observe the battle in the Evil Heaven Palace. They didn't plan to make a move. This was because their mission to enter the Fengdu secret realm was originally to investigate the situation. They were worried that there would be existences that would threaten the Dixia kingdom. When they found out that all of this was the doing of the Liberal Alliance, they had an additional mission. They now had one more mission, and that was to eliminate the people of the Freedom Alliance. If the Oxhead soldiers and Horseface soldiers could complete this mission for them, it would be even better. They wouldn't have to take the risk to continue going up. Therefore, everyone quietly lurked on the ghost path outside the Evil Heaven Palace and quietly observed. Mo! Mo! Suddenly 2 roars sounded behind them. An Oxhead soldier and a Horseface soldier rushed out from the side of the Evil Heaven Palace and roared at them. The Oxhorn Trident and White Bone Spear were thrown directly at them as fast as lightning. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed. Bang bang. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian were the fastest to block the 2 attacks. However, the 2 of them didn't have any happy expressions because the commotion here had alarmed the other Oxhead soldiers and Horseface soldiers. Moo, moo. Sure enough, some of the Oxhead soldiers and Horseface soldiers in front of the Evil Heaven Palace turned their attention to them. They let out a shocking roar and rushed towards Jiang Xi and the others. Rumble. The momentum was fierce. A great battle broke out in an instant. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As the Oxhead soldiers and Horseface soldiers ran, they threw the Oxhorn Tridents and White Bone Spears in their hands at Jiang Xi and the others. They turned into streaks of light and were extremely powerful. The weapons in their hands seemed to be able to regenerate. After they were thrown out, new weapons quickly appeared. Defend. Li Bai Bai, Jiang Xi, the 3 of us will attack. Xian Tian shouted. Everyone reacted quickly. Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Bai Bai stood at the front and faced the Oxhead soldiers and Horseface soldiers. He Tu and the other Spirit Accumulations warriors went to defend against the attacks from other directions. Bang bang bang. Jiang Xi and the other 2 attacked. In an instant, they slashed out hundreds of times and collided with the Oxhorn Tridents and White Bone Spears that were flying towards them. The streaks of light shattered and exploded with a strong aura. They turned into gusts of cold wind and whistled on the ghost path. In the next moment, the ghosts were in front of them. The Oxhorn Tridents and White Bone Spears stabbed towards them. Their movements were very neat. Moreover, all of their attacks were at the early stage of the Spirit Accumulations realm. Every attack could instantly kill a rank A martial artist. Jiang Xi's sword and Xian Tian's saber changed at the same time. An inexplicable charm emerged from the sword and saber. It was the Gale True Intent and Saber True Intent. The power of their attacks instantly increased and they clashed with the ghost. The strong wind mixed with the cold wind howled and wreaked havoc in this space. Those who were slightly weaker could even be seriously injured by the wind. You killed Oxhead soldiers at the early stage of the Spirit Accumulations realm. Experience plus 220. You killed Oxhead soldiers at the early stage of the Spirit Accumulations realm. Experience plus 220. Notifications kept ringing on Jiang Xi's experience panel. Among them there were 2 words that made him pay attention. The panel called the Oxhead Soldiers and Horseface Soldiers as ghosts. Ghosts with spirituality? Did that mean that these two types of ghosts had a certain level of intelligence? Chapter 184. Although Jiang Xi was puzzled, he didn't have time to think about it. There were too many bull-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers rushing over. If he was distracted, he would be easily injured. Poof. A white bone spear attacked Jiang Xi from the side, but it was blocked by the light of the soul-subduing talisman. However, the golden light of the soul-subduing talisman on his waist also disappeared. It had been destroyed in one blow. Jiang Xi quickly took out another soul-subduing talisman and stuck it on again. The others weren't much better off. Everyone's hearts were heavy because they wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the soul-subduing talisman was used up, it would become more and more dangerous. Unlike the Liberal Alliance, they had the soul-subduing bell to ensure that the golden halo would always be there. At the same time, the sounds of Jiang Xi's battle spread to the depths of the palace. The Liberal Alliance had discovered them. Xian Tian Li Bai Bai Jiang Xi. Feng Xian Ma Jinhai and the others' expressions suddenly changed. In their eyes, Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and Li Bai Bai were now on the same level as experts. Feng Xian and Ma Jinhai both felt that things were not good because they hadn't obtained the opportunity that the people of Yuan Qingshan had mentioned. With their current strength, if they were to fight against Jiang Xi and the others, they wouldn't have a good ending. Only the people of Yuan Qingshan remained calm, as if they had expected this. He wasn't affected. Instead, he shouted coldly, "Take this opportunity to rush over." Because of the appearance of Jiang Xi and the others, many bull-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers had been lured away, reducing the pressure on them. At this moment, two extremely powerful auras came from the depths of the Evil Heaven Palace on both sides of the ghost path. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. Muffled footsteps approached from afar, nearing the ghost path. Soon, the gray fog in the depths of the Evil Heaven Palace was broken through by two huge figures on the left and right. When the gray fog dissipated, everyone's eyes widened. They were also bull-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers. However, their bodies were 10 times larger, and they each held a bullhorn trident and a white bone spear. Their auras were even more terrifying, golden core. Jiang Xi and Xian Tian looked at each other. The people of Yuan Qingshan's SS expression changed slightly, but they remained calm as if they had expected this. Moo. Moo. Two Auras Core stage ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers were roaring at each other across the wide ghost path, as if they were communicating with each other. Moo. Moo moo moo. 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 Moo 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, they swung their huge ox-horn tridents and white bone spears, clashing together in the air above the ghost path. Boom. Moo 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 moo, S2, S's to Tess. S mode to retreat, charge over. Hermit Yuan Qing gritted his teeth and shouted coldly. He took the lead and repelled a few spirit vessel stage ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers. He wanted to rush out of the encirclement and out of the evil heavenly palace. The other directors of the Liberal Alliance, as well as Shaluk and the other spirit accumulation martial artists, quickly followed. Boom. The two golden core stage ghost spirits fought fiercely, accompanied by flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. However, when they saw a group of people trying to break out of the encirclement on the ghost path, they were shocked. They actually stopped attacking with great teamwork. They stabbed their tridents and spears at the hillmen. Not good. Hermit Yuan Qing's expression changed drastically. Clearly, this had exceeded his expectations. He reacted quickly and tried to shrink the range of the soul-suppressing bell's golden halo. Yuanqing Mountain. Shahrukh, Johansson and Ivan were furious. This was because the three of them had been guarding the perimeter of the Circle of Light the entire time, defending against the bull-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers. Now that the Circle of Light had shrunk, they were directly exposed to the attacks of these ghosts. With so many spirit vessel stage ghosts, they could not stop them with their own strength. However, Hermit Yuan Qing's speed was still a little slow. How could he compare to the speed of a golden core stage cultivator? Bang. The trident and spear stabbed the soul-suppressing bell's halo heavily. The soul-suppressing bell's halo was like a bubble that was directly shattered. Then, the trident and spear did not slow down and continued to attack downwards. Fuck. Johansson, the spirit accumulation expert of the Sacred Alliance, cursed in horror and wanted to dodge. This was because the trident was attacking him. Hermit Yuan Qing's speed was not as fast as a golden core stage cultivator, so it was even more impossible for him to dodge. Johansen's body also exploded like a bubble. Nothing was left intact. The broken bones and rotten flesh did not fall from the sky. In the blink of an eye, they dried up as if their flesh and blood had been sucked dry. Johansen, who was in the mid-stage spirit accumulation stage, could not even withstand a single attack. A golden core stage cultivator was extremely strong. At the same time, the long spear also fell. 4 of the Liberal Alliance's directors were instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. They could not be more dead than dead. In such an environment, an A-level martial artist had lost their protection and had no room to survive. Feng Xian and the other directors were all shocked. They were almost hit by the long spear just now. At the same time, they were also in despair. Even if they did not die this time, could they still dodge the next attack? Without the protection of the soul-suppressing bell's halo, not only did they have to face the attacks of many spirit accumulation stage ghosts, they also had to face the 2 terrifying golden core stage ghosts. Outside the evil heaven palace, Jiang Xi and the others also saw the scene just now. They looked at each other and felt their throats dry up. Too strong. Even if it was them, they would have died if they had encountered the attack just now. In comparison, these crazy minotaur and horse-faced soldiers in front of them did not seem so scary. The sudden change made everyone hesitant. It was so dangerous ahead. Should they continue to move forward? However, the founder of the Liberal Alliance, Hermit Yuanqing, obviously wanted to move forward. It was as if he came here to pursue something. His goal was very clear. Even the obstruction of the golden core stage did not make him retreat. This time we finally met the mysterious founder of the Liberal Alliance. We can't let go of this opportunity. He took the risk to open the Fengdu mystic realm. He must be after something. If he succeeds, it might be a great threat to our Xia kingdom. We must eliminate him. Xian Tian said in a deep voice. He slashed out with his saber and instantly killed a few minotaur soldiers. I agree. Li Baibai echoed. Jiang Xi also nodded gently. The others also agreed. Xian Tian wanted to say something and was about to speak. Suddenly the situation changed again. Roar. Inside the evil heaven palace, the 2 ox-head soldier and horse-faced soldier roared across the air. They seemed to be very unwilling and actually retreated back into the gray fog. Only the spirit accumulation stage minotaur and horse-faced soldiers were left behind to continue blocking. Quick, this is an opportunity. Rush out. Hermit Yuanqing hurriedly shouted. He could not maintain his calm. The golden halo of the soul-suppressing bell appeared again and enveloped the remaining people. Chapter 185. At this moment, Shaluk and Ivan's expressions were gloomy. At that moment they also felt the arrival of death. They almost ended up like Johansen. The action of Hermit Yuanqing shrinking the golden halo of the Requiem bell made them suspicious. Who knew if Hermit Yuanqing would do the same thing and abandon them decisively? However, the 2 of them also knew that under such circumstances, they could only follow Hermit Yuanqing and move forward. If they stayed here, not only would they have to face the siege of many spirit nourishment ghosts, but they also had to be wary of Jiang Xi, Xian Tian, and the others behind them. Damn it. They were both angry and unwilling to accept this. Not only the 2 of them but also the few directors of the Liberal Alliance who were still alive. Except for Ma Jinhai, the others' expressions were not good. Their thoughts were the same as Shaluk and Ivan. They were all suspicious of Hermit Yuanqing. Perhaps in the eyes of Hermit Yuanqing, they were not that important and could be abandoned at any time? This sudden change caused the people of the Liberal Alliance to have discrete differences. However, they did not show their differences now because they still had to work together to break out of the siege of the spirit nourishment ghosts. Although the attacks of the ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers were still fierce, the appearance of the 2 gold core ghosts just now made them a little chaotic. The order of their attacks was not as neat as before. This gave Hermit Yuanqing and the others a chance. Hermit Yuanqing's eyes lit up. He suddenly slapped his palm. The huge momentum directly slapped dozens of spirit nourishment ghosts away. The powerful power was definitely on the same level as Xian Tian and Li Baibai. This attack made everyone's heart tremble. They did not dare to reveal their resentment. Hermit Yuanqing, who was covered in a black robe, sneered. He could guess what these people were thinking, so he used all his strength to intimidate them. So what if you're in the spirit nourishment realm? We'll reach the next palace soon. The things there can help me reach the gold core realm. By then I'll be the strongest person in this era. Hermit Yuanqing was full of ambition. Then he no longer hid his strength. His spiritual power surged and he slapped out powerful palm prints. The ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers who were only in the early stage of the spirit nourishment realm could not stop Hermit Yuanqing. In addition, the others were also attacking. They relied on the protection of the Requiem Bell's golden halo and completely ignored the attacks of the two spirit nourishment ghosts. They kept charging forward. In just a few breaths they finally rushed out of the evil heaven palace. Moo, moo! The bull-headed and horse-faced soldiers were indeed unable to leave the evil heaven palace. They could only howl incessantly on the ghost path. At the entrance of the evil heaven palace, of course, Hermit Yuanqing, Hermit Yuanqing, Hermit Yuanqing, Hermit Yuanqing, Hermit Yuanqing, and the others. Almost the same as me. Li Bai frowned. He is indeed very strong and very mysterious. Yuanqing Shan. I have never heard of this person before. I don't know what kind of fortuitous encounter he had that allowed him to cultivate to the late stage of spirit vessel without anyone noticing. Xian Tian shook his head slightly. However, his tone did not change. He was full of confidence in his own strength. No matter what, we have to catch up to them first. Those two golden core stage cultivators don't seem to be able to act recklessly. Let's take advantage of the chaos and rush over, Xian Tian said. Then they all strengthened their attacks and tried their best to break through. The ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers on the evil heaven palace's ghost path were already in chaos. When the Liberal Alliance people rushed over, they became even more chaotic. They stood at the edge of the evil heaven palace and roared. They lost their original order and could not effectively stop Jiang Xi and the others. With Riverward, Xian Tian, and Li Bai at the front, the speed at which they killed the ghosts would only be faster than the people of Qingshan. The only thing they lacked was the protection of the Requiem Bell. However, before breaking through, Jiang Xi took out all the remaining Requiem talismans. Everyone had a few. If the Requiem talismans lost their effectiveness, they would replace them with new ones. Moo! Moo! The ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers in the spirit nourishment realm wanted to gather again to stop them. But it was difficult to restore order in such a chaotic situation. This was a chance for Jiang Xi and the others. After a while, they rushed out of the evil heaven palace. The ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers could no longer be seen on the empty ghost path. Raising his head, Zhang Xian could see that there was a palace ahead of him as he continued along the ghost path. Before they climbed the mountain, they had seen several palaces on Fengdu Mountain. Now they had broken through the Ju Heaven Palace and the Evil Heaven Palace and encountered wandering souls, ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers. What would be next? It's the Liberal Alliance. They are about to reach the next palace. Jiang Xi's eyes narrowed slightly. He was very careful to observe the environment. As soon as he rushed out, he was observing the situation around him. Looking carefully, he found that there were more than a dozen small figures above the ghost path. They were approaching the equally majestic palace above. Catch up. Everyone did not stop. They picked up their speed and went up at full speed. On the ghost path of the Evil Heaven Palace, the ox-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers had reorganized their ranks and occupied one side of the ghost path. Dong dong dong. Two gold core stage ox-headed ghost spirit and horse-faced ghost spirit that were 10 times larger than them walked out of the gray fog outside the ghost path. Anyo, are we just going to let them pass? The horse-faced ghost spirit actually spoke human language. The ox-headed ghost spirit said snappily, "What else? This is what Granny asked us to do. She said we only have one chance to attack. Then we can only attack once. Just now, if I had made the first move, then with my great strength Oxhorn Trident, I could have made them all stay here. You just had to fight with me. Now that we've made a move together, they've all found an opportunity to charge over. I'm obviously faster. You're the one who fought with me, okay?" The horse-faced ghost spirit was unwilling. "I don't want to argue with you. Anyway, Granny will take care of them." The ox-headed ghost spirit snorted. Then he seemed to be reluctant and said, "And, little ma, outside you must call me Brother Nyo. Brother Nyo. Do you understand? I've said it 800,000 times. How many times do you want me to repeat it? Then why don't you call me Brother Ma? I was born half an hour earlier than you." Bullshit, Granny remembered it wrong. "How dare you swear? Let's go and find Granny to judge. Let's go." "Who's afraid of you?" The two huge gold core stage ghost spirits retreated into the depths of the gray fog. On the other side, Jiang Xi and the others climbed up the ghost path quickly. Jiang Xi was constantly paying attention to the situation on both sides of the ghost path. At the same time, he was puzzled. Along the way there was no danger and no strange ghosts to stop them. Could it be that after passing 2 levels they would pass the level? Or, just like playing a game, there was a big boss waiting for them at the end. Chapter 186. In the strange silence, Jiang Xi and the others approached the third palace of Fengdu Mountain. Tomorrow Palace. Everyone looked at each other. Finally, there was a normal name. The first two palaces were either absolute or evil. It didn't sound like a good place. And the Tomorrow Palace in front of them gave them a feeling of brightness. In the depths of the palace, there was a bright fire flickering constantly, as if it could dispel the gloominess here. Where are the people from the Liberal Alliance? Shu Luan wondered. The others were also observing around. It was very quiet. There were no sounds of fighting in the Tomorrow Palace. Could it be that they have already passed? It's impossible to be so fast. They spent at least half an hour in the first two levels. Even with the help of the Requiem Bell, the Liberal Alliance couldn't rush over in just a quarter of an hour. Everyone be careful. Jiang Xi reminded. He had never let down his guard. His sharp spirit sense told him that there seemed to be a terrifying existence in the palace that had been watching them in the dark. Shen Tian and the others nodded solemnly. They also felt it. But they had already chased them here. It was obviously impossible to retreat now. This time they must make the people from the Liberal Alliance stay here. Then, everyone carefully approached the Tomorrow Palace. They could clearly feel the temperature rising. There seemed to be a flame burning in the palace. When they reached the entrance of the Tomorrow Palace, it was still very quiet. Was it really safe? They observed the Tomorrow Palace and found that it was different from the previous two palaces, the Absolute and Evil Palaces. There was no gray fog in the Tomorrow Palace. With the ghost path as the boundary, in the desolate space on the left side of the palace, there was an ancient tree with white skin and red leaves. The ancient tree emitted an inexplicable aura as if it had existed for many years. This wasn't the focus of Jiang Xi and the others. Their attention was attracted by the scene on the right. They finally understood why there was no movement in the palace. In the desolate space on the right, near the ghost path, there was a nearly 10-meter-tall alchemy furnace. Under the alchemy furnace, there was a faint blue flame burning. The flame looked eerie, but the temperature it emitted was extremely high. The source of the fire in the Tomorrow Palace was here. It seemed like something was being refined inside the furnace. At this moment, Hermit Yuan Qing, Sharuk, Ivan, and another masked Freedom Alliance director were sitting cross-legged in the four directions of the cauldron. The four people's hands were all forming seals non-stop. The seals, condensed from spiritual energy, were constantly being slapped on the furnace. Is this alchemy? This thought flashed through the minds of Jiang Xi and the others, and they were somewhat bewildered. Who was the other person wearing a mask? The Liberal Alliance actually has two spirit-gathering stage martial artists? The black-robed Hillman Yuan Qing had already noticed that Jiang Xi and Shen Tian had caught up to him, but he remained calm. The pill is about to be formed. What's the point of coming here? The man from Yuan Qingshan sneered. He said to Shaluk and the others, "You guys go and stop the people outside. I will finish the last few seals." Both Sharuk and Ivan hesitated. Who knew if the people from Yuan Qingshan would kill the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness? What? You don't believe me? The man from Yuan Qingshan's voice became colder. That kind of gloominess seemed to merge with the surrounding gloominess. Of course we believe you, but you have to be quick. We can't stop them for long. Ma Jinhai, who was wearing a mask, stood up and walked towards the ghost path of the Mingtian Palace. Shaluk and Ivan looked at each other and followed him. It was not up to them whether they believed him or not. After all, the man from Yuan Qingshan was the strongest. The remaining 6 directors of the Liberal Alliance, led by Feng Xian and Sam, were waiting on the ghost path to prevent Shen Tian and the others from attacking. On the ghost path outside the Mingtian Palace, Jiang Xi and Shen Tian had already made up their minds. After some observation, they could confirm that there was no danger in the palace. Otherwise, the people from the Liberal Alliance wouldn't have stayed inside for so long. Charge in. Shen Tian raised his long saber and his aura erupted. This was the place to take care of the Liberal Alliance. A total of 8 spirit-nurturing experts from the Dixia Kingdom rushed into the palace along the ghost path and attacked the people from the Liberal Alliance. Feng Xian. Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto Feng Xian. This person was the first truly powerful enemy he encountered when he first stepped on the path of martial arts. Although their positions were reversed and Feng Xian was no longer his opponent, he was still an enemy. No matter how great the disparity in strength was, he still had to be dealt with. Kill? Jiang Xi didn't show any mercy. His speed suddenly increased, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. Jiang Xi. Feng Xian was frightened and wanted to dodge. However, a sword light pierced through space at an unimaginable speed and pierced his chest. Boom. Instant kill. A rank warrior was like a little chick in front of Jiang Xi. In terms of killing speed, even Xian Tian couldn't compare to him. After Jiang Xi killed a person, Xian Tian's saber had just slashed out. At this moment, Jiang Xi's attack shocked the remaining 5 members of the Liberal Alliance. These 5 were all rank warriors from foreign countries. With Sam as the leader, they no longer had any thoughts of resisting and turned to flee. Can you escape? Jiang Xi was expressionless. No one could escape from his pursuit. This scene made Xian Tian, Li Baibai and the others stunned. It seemed that they didn't need to make a move as Jiang Xi alone could deal with them. This kid, I have a feeling that he will surpass me next time. Xian Tian shook his head. Haha, it's not a feeling, it's a certainty. Huang Kuan laughed. The others laughed as well, but they didn't say anything about jealousy. This was because they were all spirit-accumulating warriors who stood at the peak of martial arts in Wuxia Kingdom. They considered the future of Wuxia Kingdom and naturally hoped that there would be more and more geniuses like Jiang Xi. In the distance, Jiang Xi couldn't hold back his speed after he unleashed his speed. His figure flickered continuously, and 3 of the remaining 5 members of the Liberal Alliance fell. At most, the other 2 would die in 5 seconds. At this moment, Shahrukh, Ivan and Ma Jinhai, who was wearing a mask, rushed over. Ma Jinhai formed a fist seal and threw a tyrannical attack directly at Jiang Xi. Jiang Xi leaned to the side to meet the attack with his sharp spiritual sense. He found a sense of familiarity from the masked man. Ma Jinhai. Jiang Xi exposed the other party's identity. The last time he went to the Ma family of the Chang and local government, he had a short fight with Ma Jinhai and remembered his aura. Ma Jinhai had some kind of connection with the Liberal Alliance, but after they caught up with the people of the Liberal Alliance, they didn't see Ma Jinhai's shadow. In addition, the masked man was the same as Ma Jinhai, a mid-stage spirit-accumulating realm cultivation. Therefore, Jiang Xi concluded that the masked man was 99% Ma Jinhai. Ma Jinhai snorted angrily and didn't hide anymore. He directly used his strongest palm technique. Palm seals violently blasted at Jiang Xi. His hatred and killing intent for Jiang Xi seemed to have merged into these palm seals. Chapter 187. At the same time, Xian Tian and the rest were not idle. Their target was the Yuanqing Mountain Man in front of the alchemy cauldron. Although they did not know what the Yuanqing Mountain Man's goal was, they could tell that the item in the alchemy cauldron was very important to them. They had to destroy it. Shahrukh and Ivan, the 2 foreign spirit vessel martial artists, could only brace themselves to stop Xian Tian and the rest when they saw them rushing over. Both sides quickly exchanged blows. Shahrukh and Ivan were crushed and retreated. They did not dare to fight recklessly. If they hesitated, they might be killed by Xian Tian and Li Baibai. On the other side, Jiang Xi had completely suppressed Ma Jinhai. He waved his sword dozens of times and dispersed Ma Jinhai's palm prints. Although both of them were at the mid-stage of the spirit vessel realm, Jiang Xi was obviously stronger. Even if he did not use his flying ability, just the Gale True Intense spiritual power amplification was 467 times that of a normal mid-stage spirit vessel realm cultivator. This made his actual combat strength far surpass Ma Jinhai's. Our spiritual power is about the same. Why? Ma Jinhai could not understand and was unwilling to accept it. Jiang Xi did not care about his doubts. His abyss sword was like a phantom. His sword was extremely fast and slashed out rays of sword light. Since they were enemies, he could not be soft-hearted. Just like Feng Xian, he could finish them off in one go. Boom boom boom. The sword shadows and palm prints collided continuously. However, it was impossible to kill Ma Jinhai in such a short time. After all, Ma Jinhai was at the mid-stage of the spirit vessel realm. His strength was not as weak as it seemed. The situation became a little stalemate. On the other side, Shahrukh and Ivan could no longer stop Xian Tian and the rest. They did not dare to stop them anymore. Otherwise they would be killed. Xian Tian's target was not them, but the Yuanqing Mountain Man. Sneaky bastard. No matter what you are doing, you will die here today. Xian Tian yelled and slashed out with the long saber in his hand. He condensed the blade true intent, spiritual sense and spiritual power. The huge saber shadow was extremely powerful. It was as if it could cut through everything and slash directly at the Yuanqing Mountain Man. Yuan Qingshan's expression changed and he quickly made a hand seal, Deal. With a rare roar, he slapped the last few seals on the alchemy furnace that was nearly 10 meters tall. After doing all this, he rolled out of the pill furnace. The alchemy cauldron trembled, and the blue flames below became even more intense. There seemed to be a huge amount of energy hidden inside. The lid of the furnace was suddenly lifted and collided with Shen Tian's blade shadow. Boom! A violent explosion occurred. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the gloomy aura surged and raged at the same time. Like a storm, it swept through the space. The two Liberal Alliance Class A martial artists who had escaped from Jiang Xi's pursuit were horrified when they encountered this powerful storm. They didn't even have time to scream before they exploded and died. The power of the collision had exceeded the limit of the spirit gathering stage and had stepped on the threshold of the gold core stage. The faces of the people from Yuanqing Mountain changed drastically. They had underestimated Shen Tian's strength. However, at this moment he did not retreat. Instead, he went forward again to retrieve the item inside the pill furnace. This was his chance to surpass Shen Tian. Don't even think about it. Shen Tian slashed with his blade again. Whoosh, however, a strange wind blew and swept into the alchemy cauldron. Oh no! My core condensation pills. The people from Yuanqing Mountain's hearts skipped a beat as they sped up. However, they were still one step too late. The strange wind swept out a pile of fingernail-sized core condensation pills from the alchemy cauldron. They emitted a strong spiritual aura. Among them, there were 2 Longan-sized core condensation pills that emitted the strongest spiritual aura. Soon after, these soul-condensing pills were blown away by the strange wind like raindrops at an extremely fast speed. Some of them flew to the Gate of Ghost while some flew to the depths of the desolate space in the palace. The people from Yuanqing Mountain chased after one of the Longan-sized core condensation pills without hesitation. This is a spirit pill. Core condensation pill. Shen Tian did not have time to think about where the strange wind came from. His gaze was attracted by the core condensation pills that were scattered in all directions. After so many years, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters and knew about the existence of a few spirit pills. Don't let Yuanqing Mountain have them. Shen Tian knew the importance of the core condensation pills. He shouted at Jiang Xi and the others, "Collect these core condensation pills." Then he chased after Yuanqing Mountain. Li Baibai and the others also saw the spirit pills that were flying out. 3 of them immediately went to collect them while the other 3 continued to suppress Sharuk and Ivan. These 2 were foreign spirit accumulations martial artists. They could not let the core condensation pills fall into their hands. On Jiang Xi's side, the first person to react was not him but Ma Jinhai. Ma Jinhai's attention had been focused on the alchemy cauldron. This was also the initial agreement between him and Yuanqing Mountain. He and Yuanqing Mountain would each take one of the 2 core condensation pills of the highest quality. Therefore, when this happened, he immediately struck out with his palm and stopped fighting Jiang Xi. Instead, he chased after the Longan-sized core condensation pill. Do you think I don't exist? Jiang Xi moved his feet and directly chased after him. The 2 of them chased after each other. After a while, they arrived at the depths of the barren space in Tomorrow Palace. That Longan-sized soul-solidifying pill had flown to this place and disappeared. No one knew where it had landed. Core condensation pill. My core condensation pill. Ma Jinhai looked for the core condensation pill as if he was possessed. That was the key to quickly increasing his cultivation level. Only when his cultivation level increased would he have a chance to kill Jiang Xi. Found it. With his spiritual sense and eyes, he almost instantly saw the Longan-sized core condensation pill. Ma Jinhai was overjoyed and wanted to pick it up. Whoosh. However, in the next moment Jiang Xi arrived. At the same time, a sword beam pierced towards Ma Jinhai. What? So fast? Ma Jinhai's eyes suddenly widened in shock. He had never seen such a fast speed. Even Yuanqing Mountain, who was in the late-stage spirit accumulations, was not as fast as Jiang Xi. Whoosh. At the critical moment, he struck out with his palm and blocked Jiang Xi's sword beam. However, Jiang Xi did not stop there. The sword behind him had already accumulated power and was ready to strike again. Jiang Xi, why don't we write off the grudge between us? I don't hate you anymore. Ma Jinhai said anxiously. Are you trying to fool a 3-year-old child? Jiang Xi smiled and decisively struck out with his abyss condensation sword. Ouch! Jiang Xi, you will die a horrible death. You will die a horrible death. Ma Jinhai saw that begging for mercy was not going to work. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation and struck out with both his palms. Palm prints covered the space and smashed towards riverward like a wave with ferocious momentum. Jiang Xi's expression did not change. Although these palm prints looked powerful, their spiritual power was scattered and not condensed. Their true power was not great. His figure flashed as he brandished his sword, easily destroying these palm prints. Ma Jinhai revealed a look of despair. However, Jiang Xi's heart was as calm as still water. The grudge between him and the Ma family was already irreconcilable. No matter what the other party said, he would not believe it. Solving the threat was the only way. However, at this moment the situation suddenly changed. Chapter 188. Jiang Xi swung his sword and was about to attack again when he paused. A familiar voice suddenly came from the depths of the bleak and desolate space. Moo moo moo, a strong aura came at the same time. That huge bull-headed figure was also very familiar. It was the bull-headed ghost spirit of the Golden Core stage. Jiang Xi was shocked. Without thinking, he turned around and fled, abandoning Ma Jinhai, who could be dealt with quickly. The moment he turned around, his eyes caught a glimpse of the Longan-sized spirit pill not far away. He moved his feet and bent down to pick it up. Then the Gale True Intent exploded and he disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Ma Jinhai also felt the terrifying aura coming from behind him. But before he could react, the bull-headed ghost spirit of the Golden Core stage threw the huge bullhorn trident towards him. Whoosh! The bullhorn trident, which was 10 meters long, pierced through Ma Jinhai. His corpse was left on one of the tridents. Like a skewer, Ma Jinhai's eyes were only left with confusion and indignation as his consciousness dissipated. The master of a 1,000-year reclusive family, a mid-stage spirit vessel expert who stood at the pinnacle of human martial arts, was stabbed to death by a trident. Soon Ma Jinhai's corpse became dry, as if his flesh and blood were sucked dry. The bull-headed ghost spirit flung the corpse to one side. Momo. A mid-stage spirit vessel human kid actually displayed speed comparable to a Golden Core stage. Let's chase after him and have some fun. And Granny probably won't say anything. I'm just investigating the enemy. The bull-headed ghost spirit named Anyo looked in the direction of Jiang Xi's escape. Its eyes were filled with interest. Its body swayed and disappeared, but its aura followed closely behind Jiang Xi. Compared to Jiang Xi, who was using the Gale True Intent, its speed was slightly faster. This desolate space was huge and it was so dark that one couldn't see the end of it. The area far exceeded the area of Tomorrow Palace. Needless to say, this was definitely the work of a powerful expert. Jiang Xi ran all the way here, not daring to fly. From the moment he entered the Fengdu secret realm, he had no intention of using his ability to fly. He had seen with his own eyes that the boulder thrown by Xian Tian above the Black River at the beginning was turned into nothingness by an invisible force. If there was a similar danger in the sky of this world, then they could only sigh in sorrow. Mo. The roar of the ox-headed spirit appeared behind Jiang Xi. So fast? Jiang Xi's expression changed. That was already his fastest speed. As expected of the Golden Core stage. Run. Jiang Xi executed the Gale True Intent to the extreme. The gale around him howled, and it was as though he was flashing in and out of space, traversing distance after distance. The Minotaur demon spirit was also in hot pursuit. It kept making strange mooing sounds, and a huge trident appeared in each of its hands. Swoosh! 2 cowhorn tridents were flung towards Jiang Xi, emitting an astonishing shriek. Isn't it in the Evil Heaven Palace? Why are you here? Or is it that there are also Golden Core Minotaur demon spirits and horse-faced demon spirits in the Tomorrow Palace? Jiang Xi was a little anxious. He turned around and slashed twice with his sword. The power of the spiritual weapon, Abyss Condensation, was reflected at this moment. Clang! It directly shattered the 2 cowhorn tridents condensed by the gloomy energy. With this force, Jiang Xi dashed forward for a distance. Spiritual weapon. The Minotaur demon spirit's eyes were wide open. Its breathing was rapid, and the black smoke on its body became thicker. This human kid in the spirit nurture stage actually had a spiritual weapon. Even it, a Golden Core stage cultivator, had not used a spiritual weapon. It felt a deep gap. Snatch it. Even if the long sword was not suitable for it, it was still better than the tridents condensed by the gloomy energy. With a spiritual weapon, I can beat little Ma. Mo. The ox-head ghost spirit roared excitedly and continued to chase after him. The two chased for a long time and came to the depths of the desolate space in the palace. Jiang Xi was shocked to find that he had lost his way. He was originally running towards the ghost path because these spirits seemed to have some kind of restriction and could not leave the palace area. As long as he could escape to the ghost path and rush out of the Bright Heaven Palace, he would be able to escape danger. But for some reason he ran and ran just now and deviated from the direction. When he reacted, he could no longer see the ghost path. At this time, an area shrouded in gray fog suddenly appeared in front of him. The strange thing was that the gray fog was still and there was no sign of movement. Intuition told Jiang Xi that that place was very dangerous. Peter. Jiang Xi's figure flashed and was about to pass through the gray fog area. Whoosh. The wind whistled and for some reason he plunged into the gray fog area. Jiang Xi was puzzled. It was obviously not in this direction. Accompanied by confusion, he disappeared. This is a forbidden area. The Minotaur demon spirit who had chased here suddenly stopped. It also saw the strange gray fog. Why did you come here? It was also very puzzled. Hurry up and leave, hurry up and leave. I hope Granny didn't find out about this. Otherwise I'll have to face the wall and reflect on my mistakes again. The Minotaur demon spirit's expression changed as if it had caused a disaster. It retreated at its fastest speed. Since it was young, it had been warned not to go near the forbidden area. No matter who entered that forbidden area, they would die. That kid has fallen into the forbidden area and will definitely die. Moo moo, my spirit weapon is also gone. Fuck. Jiang Xi finally said the last word. When he looked around, he found that he was already in the still gray fog. The area covered by the gray fog was also very empty and there was no wind. What was even stranger was that there was no gloomy aura here. He quickly noticed that the ground here was somewhat different. Strange symbols and textures were carved on the ground, emitting an inexplicable charm as if they could suck in his spiritual sense. Jiang Xi was very cautious and did not dare to make any big movements. He carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, the still gray fog began to flow slowly, faster and faster at the same time. The symbols and textures on the ground began to glow. With such a change, everyone knew that something bad was going to happen. Run. Jiang Xi's figure flashed, wanting to rush out of the area covered by the gray fog. Bang. However, he hit the edge of the gray fog and was dizzy from the impact. There seemed to be a barrier there trapping him here. He could not get out. Jiang Xi shook his head, and the spirit power in his body circulated faster, trying to rush out again. It was impossible to make him give up. The gray fog flowed faster and faster, constantly churning and rolling, as if it was brewing a huge amount of energy. The symbols and textures on the ground also became brighter. Bang bang bang. In just a few breaths, Jiang Xi had tried hundreds of times, but they were all blocked by the invisible barrier. He was already covered in bruises and blood kept flowing from his mouth. No, I can't be trapped every time I come out. Jiang Xi shook his head with a determined expression. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he wanted to attack the barrier again. However, at this moment, the light of the symbols and textures on the ground seemed to have reached its peak. Buzz. There was a soft sound. The light of the symbols and textures suddenly changed, forming a three-dimensional pattern. A powerful suction force appeared from the three-dimensional pattern. Jiang Xi's figure was directly sucked in. He gritted his teeth and struggled to resist with a ferocious expression, but he found that he could not resist at all. The force was too strong. Then he was sucked into the three-dimensional pattern. A dazzling light appeared, but it disappeared in an instant. Everything returned to normal. The symbols and textures on the ground did not seem to have changed at all. The gray fog also returned to its motionless state. However, Jiang Xi had disappeared. Chapter 189. Jiang Xi tried his best to calm himself down. The glaring light made him unable to see his surroundings clearly, but he could clearly sense that the space was constantly changing. This made his heart sink. The power of teleportation? Fortunately, in just 2 or 3 breaths, the glaring light disappeared and everything calmed down. Jiang Xi hurriedly looked around and prepared to take action at any time. Oh! He was surprised to find that the symbols and patterns on the ground were still, and the surroundings were filled with static fog. It was exactly the same as the scene just now. I'm still in Tomorrow Palace? Jiang Xi was bewildered. He walked to the edge of the gray fog and tried to reach his hand out. He actually succeeded and passed through the barrier. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment and was pleasantly surprised. Although he was puzzled by the encounter just now, escaping was the first priority. He took a step out of the gray fog. When he looked up, his expression changed drastically. It's not Tomorrow Palace. He was still in the palace, but this palace was obviously not Tomorrow Palace. The characteristic of Tomorrow Palace was that it was barren and there was a hidden space inside. Although this palace was similarly majestic, it did not have a similar barren space. It was just a normal hall. Moreover, the building looked extremely dilapidated, as if it had experienced countless years and remained in this era. Even so, Jiang Xi could still see some carved beams and painted rafters and extremely artistic painted patterns. Presumably, if this place was still intact, it would definitely be magnificent. Where is this? Jiang Xi could not help but ask himself. Could it be the next palace of Fengdu Mountain? No, there's no gloomy aura of Fengdu Mountain here. There's only coldness and the temperature is very low. After looking around, Jiang Xi shook his head. The architectural style here was completely different from the palaces of Fengdu Mountain. Instead, it was very similar to the ancient palaces of Dixia Kingdom. The buildings here seem to be used for living. I'm in the main hall and there's a side hall beside it. He did not let himself become flustered. He carefully analyzed and observed and came to some conclusions. How is it? Did you find anything? Suddenly, an ethereal voice sounded in Jiang Xi's ears. Fuck. Jiang Xi jumped in fright. His body suddenly flashed far away. He turned around and saw an old man wearing a simple Taoist robe looking at him with a smile. The old man had white hair and a ruddy complexion, looking like an immortal. However, Jiang Xi did not think that he had met an immortal. In such a dilapidated palace, this old man had appeared out of nowhere. He was most likely a ghost. Who are you? Jiang Xi stood far away and stared at the man as if he was facing a great enemy. The old man did not mind Jiang Xi's attitude. He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand casually and smiled. I'm Taoist Ge Ming from the Purple Firmament sect of the Tao Alliance. People call me Taoist Ge. May I know how I should address you? Jiang Xi said his name, but he still remained vigilant. This Taoist Ge looked kind, but his words were very strange. What's the Tao Alliance? What is the Purple Heaven sect? He had never heard of this before. Taoist Ji's expression changed when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked, You haven't heard of the Tao Alliance? Jiang Xi shook his head. I knew it. 10,000 years have passed. Things have changed with the passage of time. Taoist Ge had a complicated expression. He sorted out his emotions and then explained to Jiang Xi. In the vast universe, there are infinite star regions. There are as many races as there are stars. The human race is one of the races that stand at the top of the universe. The territories occupied by the human race are controlled by the Tao Alliance. The Purple Heaven sect is one of the major forces of the Tao Alliance. The star region that we control is called the Purple Heaven region. Jiang Xi listened carefully and he became more and more shocked. These words overturned his worldview. The Tao Alliance. The Purple Heaven sect. The Purple Heaven region. If that was the case, this Taoist Ge had a powerful background. He did not seem like someone from Earth. When he thought of this, Jiang Xi's heart suddenly skipped a beat. If Taoist Ge was not from Earth, then where was he now? Was he still on Earth? Taoist priest, where is this? This is the vast cold palace. Oh, it was called that 10,000 years ago. I'm not sure if it's still called that now. Young friend Jiang Xi? Taoist Ge called out a few times. However, Jiang Xi was stunned. He did not hear the latter part of Ge Ming's words at all. The vast cold palace. He was in the vast cold palace now? Wasn't that on the moon? How could he go back if he was on the moon? Also, was he on the first moon? Or the second moon? Jiang Xi's heart was in a mess. Young friend Jiang Xi? Taoist Ge came in front of Jiang Xi and called out a few more times. Jiang Xi came back to his senses. Seeing that Taoist Ge was so close to him, he hurriedly moved further away. Keep a safe distance. After saying that, he looked around and used the true intent of Gale. He flew into the air and flew to the front of the palace door. There was a similarly broken staircase in front of the palace. He stood at the top of the staircase in silence. He saw that this palace was suspended in the air. The ground below was bumpy and extremely desolate. It was the terrain of the moon's surface. However, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that he saw a huge blue planet in the horizon. It was very familiar. It was Earth. He was indeed not on Earth. Taoist Ge did not rush him. He just stood there and stroked his beard with a light smile. Especially after seeing Jiang Xi use the true intent of Gale, he nodded lightly and smiled even more. Jiang Xi was silent for a moment, flew back and asked, Taoist priest, how can I go back? He knew that the key to everything was this mysterious Taoist Gu in front of him. Taoist Gu flicked his horsetail whisk lightly but did not answer directly. Instead he smiled and said, "I naturally have a way. However, I have a few questions that I want to ask you first." "Please ask, Taoist priest." "Young friend Jiang Xi, how old are you this year?" 21 years old, 1 year old. "What you comprehended is the true intent of Gale." "Taoist priest, isn't it a little impolite to inquire about other people's strength so directly?" "Haha, I know even if you don't say it. When you were flying just now, the wind couldn't fool me." "Why ask when you know?" Taoist Gu pretended to ponder and muttered to himself, cultivating to the mid-stage of spirit vessel at the age of 21. This kind of talent is only below average in the Tao Alliance. It's impossible to enter my Purple Heaven sect. However, to be able to comprehend the true intent of Tao at the spirit vessel stage and have the highest level of comprehension, such a situation is really rare. Strange. The first half of this sentence made Jiang Xi feel a little unconvinced. A 21-year-old mid-stage spirit vessel stage was the #1 genius on Earth. How could it be considered below average in the eyes of this old Taoist? Was it that bad? "Are you unconvinced?" Taoist Gu smiled. Jiang Xi nodded honestly. Taoist Gu shook his head and said seriously, "Among the 3 gates and 6 sects of the Tao Alliance, there are countless people who have reached the spirit vessel stage at your age. If you haven't reached the golden core stage before the age of 20, you are not qualified to be called an elite. You can't even be considered a genius. In the vast universe, there are some peerless geniuses who are even at the golden core stage when they are born. Are you convinced now that I've said it?" Chapter 190. Jiang Xi was speechless. He was deeply shocked. He was born at the golden core stage? Taoist Gu was right. He might be the #1 genius on Earth with his aptitude, but compared to the countless geniuses in the vast universe he was not. No matter how big a fish in a small pond grew, it could not become a big fish in the mountains, rivers, lakes, and seas. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi laughed again. It was not worthwhile to be entangled with this, because he had only been in contact with cultivation for 4 years. Moreover, he had the experience points panel. In the future he might not be worse than those peerless geniuses in the universe. As long as he developed steadily, no matter how high his realm was, he would be able to reach it. After figuring this out, Jiang Xi's thoughts were clear and he became more confident. He took a deep breath. The most important thing now was to ask about the way back. He asked Taoist Gu seriously, "Taoist priest, you should tell me how to go back." Not far away, Taoist Gu looked at Jiang Xi's change and nodded in admiration. He was obviously very satisfied with Jiang Xi's ability to adjust his emotions. He knew that when many young people encountered such a huge drop, it was very easy for them to be unable to recover from it. Facing Jiang Xi's question again, Taoist Gu flicked his horsetail whisk and looked unfathomable. He said, "Acknowledge me as your master and I will tell you." Jiang Xi agreed very straightforwardly. "Don't lie to me. You will naturally benefit from acknowledging me as your master." Taoist Gu shook his head. Jiang Xi was silent for a moment before saying, "I can acknowledge you as my master, but I still have some doubts. Why are you on the moon? How did I come here from Earth?" He suspected that his sudden teleportation from the heavenly palace had something to do with this old Taoist priest. At that time he had already planned to go around the gray fog, but in the end he still ran into it. It was very strange, as if he was being controlled by someone. When Taoist Gu heard Jiang Xi's words, he was a little surprised. "Earth? It's the blue planet next to the moon. It's called Earth now?" "That's right. 10,000 years have passed. It's normal to change the name. Earth sounds better than blue planet." Taoist Gu shook his head with a smile, then said, "As for why I'm on the moon, it's because I went back to 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years ago, I was ordered by my sect to capture Yin Tianxing, a Tao integration cultivator from the Ghost sect. I traversed countless galaxies and finally chased him to Earth. But I didn't expect that the Ghost sect's inheritance was actually hidden on Earth. Yin Tianxing's purpose in coming here was to obtain that inheritance. A Tao integration stage elite." Jiang Xi was astonished. Previously, when he was in the Jade Pool secret land, he had learned about the cultivation realm after the spirit of illusion and Aishang. Spirit vessel, golden core, nascent soul, primordial spirit, Tao fusing. Of the 5 major realms, Tao integration was the highest. Didn't that mean that Taoist Gu was also a Tao integration expert? Yes, you're right. I'm also at the Tao integration realm, said Taoist Gu with a smile. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. The person in front of him was actually a peerless expert. It was definitely not a loss to acknowledge him as his master. Thinking about it, if he wasn't a Tao integration stage elite, how could he have lived for so long? Taoist Gu came here 10,000 years ago. 10,000 years. And then, how did you come to the moon from Earth? Jiang Xi asked again. Taoist Gu smiled bitterly. Because Yin Tianxing still opened that inheritance in the end. The ghost spirits wreaked havoc on Earth, and countless lives were devoured by the ghost spirits. In order to resolve this crisis, I used the teleportation array to bring Yin Tianxing here. Then, using the moon as the array base, I set up the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array to absorb the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi of Earth and the moon, suppressing them in one fell swoop. And after the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi of Earth disappeared, those ghost spirits also lost their living space and died. Taoist Ji's words contained a lot of information, which made Jiang Xi come to a realization. He thought of many things. According to this, the Dharma ending age on Earth was caused by Taoist Gu using the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array? He asked Taoist Gu about this doubt. Taoist Gu shook his head hesitantly. At first, I also thought that it was the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array that caused the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi of Earth to disappear. Then, I discovered that the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi of Earth had been gradually decreasing since a long time ago. It can only be said that I shortened the process of the disappearance of the Heaven and Earth Spirit Chi of Earth. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. A long time ago? He asked again. Then Taoist Gu, do you know the reason for the revival of Earth Spirit Chi? Is it related to your Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array? Taoist Gu continued to shake his head. It's not me. It should be related to another mysterious moon. I can't tell the specifics. I can't see through it. Jiang Xi knew that Taoist Gu was referring to the second moon, the mysterious moon that appeared with the revival of Spirit Chi. The place he was now in was the first moon, which had always existed before the revival of Spirit Chi. People had discovered it during the third revival of Spirit Chi. The Guanghan Palace of the first moon was old. The Guanghan Palace of the second moon was brand new. One was old and one was new. Not only that, I can't even see through your Earth. Unfortunately, I was only focused on chasing after Yin Tianxing at that time and didn't have time to investigate the origin of Earth. Taoist Gu sighed. Jiang Xi nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that there were still many mysteries hidden in the revival of Earth Spirit Chi. He didn't continue to delve into it. After all, if even Taoist Gu couldn't see through it, it was even more impossible for him to touch on its secrets. It was useless to think too much. However, my Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array is about to be unlocked. It can let your Earth experience another revival of Spirit Chi. You can pay attention and seize this opportunity. Taoist Gu suddenly laughed. Jiang Xi was very surprised. If the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array was about to be unlocked, then what about the powerhouses of ghost sects suppressed by the array? Yin Tianxing is dead? After being suppressed for 10,000 years, his remnant spirit dissipated 100 years ago. Then Taoist priest, are you a human or a ghost? Don't worry. How can I be one of those ghosts of ghost sect? Of course, I'm not a living person either. I'm just a remnant spirit. After all, under the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array, there's no Spirit Chi of Heaven and Earth. Even a Tao integration powerhouse can't last 10,000 years. Taoist Gu laughed. Although Taoist Gu said that he wasn't a ghost, Jiang Xi still kept a distance from him. He and Jiang Daodu had watched many ghost movies together and came to a conclusion. Many ghosts didn't even know that they had died and become ghosts. Death, they forgot about it after death. It's up to you to believe it or not. I don't have much time, so hurry up and acknowledge me as your master. Taoist Gu laughed. Jiang Xi took a deep breath. After this conversation, he already had some trust in Taoist Gu. Of course, there was still 90% of suspicion and vigilance hidden in the bottom of his heart. He would slowly ponder over it in the future. The most important thing now was to get Taoist Gu to tell him how to return to Earth. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Taoist Gu. Taoist Gu, on the other hand, gently stroked his beard and smiled as he accepted Jiang Xi's kowtow. After Jiang Xi finished kowtowing, Taoist Gu laughed heartily. Haha, I didn't expect that I, Gu Ming, would have a disciple after death. His laughter echoed in the dilapidated Moon Palace. Master, do you have a greeting gift? Jiang Xi asked. Taoist Ji's laughter came to an abrupt end. Chapter 191. Taoist Gu was a little embarrassed. Greeting gift. I don't have it now. My personal belongings were used up 10,000 years ago to set up the heaven and earth spirit lock formation. Jiang Xi had expected this. He was just testing him. What if there was? Ahem, my good disciple, since you've acknowledged me as your master, it shouldn't be too much for you to do a few things for me in the future, right? Taoist Gu said again. Jiang Xi responded with a vigilant gaze. Master, we're only master and disciple in name now. You haven't taught me anything yet. No rush, no rush. I know you've already comprehended the true meaning of the Tao. First, make a Tao oath and swear to do 2 or 3 things for me. It won't be too late for me to teach you then. Don't worry, I won't cheat you. I feel like you're cheating me. A Tao oath doesn't sound right. Thus, Jiang Xi shook his head. Do you still want to return to Earth? Taoist Gu had lived for who knows how many years. How could he not deal with Jiang Xi? Sigh. Riverward knew that his weak spot had been grasped by this cheap Shizhuan. How do I swear? Taoist Gu had an expression of a child who could be taught. He smiled and said, recite after me. In the name of the heavenly Tao, I Jiang Xi, swear by the true meaning of the Tao that I've comprehended. In the name of the heavenly Tao, I Jiang Xi, swear by the true meaning of the Tao that I've comprehended. A complicated and extremely restrictive Tao oath was said by the two of them one after another. Jiang Xi's face became darker and darker. It was as if something had descended on him from the unseen world. Jiang Xi felt that he had been cheated badly. The biggest restriction of this oath was that if he did not fulfill the promise and complete the task entrusted by Taoist Gu, then his comprehension of the Tao of heaven and earth would never improve again. However, the handle was in the hands of this cheap master. Who knew if this old Taoist had any other tricks up his sleeve? If he wanted to return to Earth, he had to do it. Look, my good disciple. Didn't you learn something from me? In the Tao Alliance, there aren't many who know this kind of Tao oath. Taoist Ji's face was full of kindness. Holy shit. That's all I have to say. Master's inheritance and the task I entrusted to you are all in this remnant spirit. Disciple master is leaving. Taoist Gu laughed out loud in a carefree manner, then transformed into a beam of light and drilled into Jiang Xi's mind. You're leaving just like that? You want me to swear a Tao oath? You haven't told me how to get back. Jiang Xi was confused. Suddenly he felt that the moon palace was very cold, and his heart was very cold. At this moment, Taoist Ji's voice sounded in his mind. You've actually practiced the supreme visualization of Buddhism? Didn't you leave? Can't it be a terminal lucidity? Since you've cultivated this technique, I must use the return of the setting sun technique to warn you. When you enter the starry sky in the future, if you meet any Buddhists, you must never reveal that you have cultivated this meditation method. Remember. The peacock visualization method was the supreme visualization method of Buddhism? Although Jiang Xi was somewhat puzzled, he could hear that Taoist Ji's tone was full of fear. Many thanks for Master's reminder. Jiang Xi thanked him sincerely. Live well. Good disciple, Master is really leaving now. Taoist Ji's voice echoed in Jiang Xi's mind. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment, then his entire person froze on the spot. Because in his mind, a huge amount of memory information suddenly emerged. It was Taoist Ji's lifetime of memories. The strange thing was that although these memories were as numerous as the stars, they did not have any effect on his own memories. It was as if a large memory card was inserted in his head, and he could read it at any time. Therefore, in just a moment he woke up. Among them, there were a few memory information that seemed to be the contents that Taoist Gu emphasized. They jumped into his mind, reminding him that he must check them. Jiang Xi's mind moved and he read these memory information. Almost instantly he finished reading. The contents were the inheritance that Taoist Gu had given him, and the things that he had entrusted to him. Seeing this clearly, Jiang Xi finally understood Taoist Ji's rogue behavior just now, and he felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy in his heart. First of all, there was the inheritance that Taoist Gu had given him. It was mainly a very profound cultivation method secret manual called the Purple Firmament Sword Manual, which could be called the Tao Alliance's treasure book. In addition, there were many secret techniques that Taoist Gu had collected and cultivated in his life, which were also incomparably precious. To sum it up, Taoist Gu could be said to have taught him everything that he knew. Secondly, there were the things that Taoist Gu had entrusted to him. The first of them was related to the Purple Firmament Sword Manual. Because this secret manual was one of the most important inheritances of the Purple Firmament sect. And Taoist Gu was the only person in the Purple Firmament sect who had grasped this inheritance 10,000 years ago. His disappearance also meant that this inheritance was broken. Therefore, Taoist Gu entrusted him to definitely send the Purple Firmament Sword Manual back to the Purple Firmament sect within 100 years. The second task was to visit the descendants left behind by Taoist Ji's friend after he stepped into the starry sky. According to Taoist Ji's memories, Jiang Xi also knew the reason behind this task. It turned out that Taoist Ji's friend had once used his own life to save Taoist Ji's life. It's been 10,000 years, I don't even know if there are any descendants of Master's friend left. Jiang Xi shook his head. No matter what, he would definitely have to do this after he stepped into the starry sky. Then Jiang Xi solemnly knelt down, facing the place where Taoist Gu had disappeared, and kowtowed again. Although they had only known each other for less than 15 minutes, the two of them seemed to have known each other for a long time. With Taoist Ji's memories, he had a deeper understanding of this cheap master. In fact, Taoist Ji's remnant spirit was fully capable of using the possession technique on him just now. However, Taoist Gu did not choose to do so, and instead bid farewell to this world in a carefree manner. This was an indomitable powerhouse. A person worthy of respect. Jiang Xi truly acknowledged Taoist Gu from the bottom of his heart. It was not a loss for him to acknowledge this cheap master. The only thing is, why is the first task limited to 100 years? Jiang Xi was very puzzled. If he did not count the memories of the old era, his age in the new era was only 21 years old. 100 years was really a long time. Then Jiang Xi looked around the moon palace, raised his foot, walked to an inconspicuous place and lifted up one of the floor tiles. On the back of the floor tile, there was a groove, in which a seemingly ordinary ring was embedded. Master really knows how to hide things. Jiang Xi smiled. He took out the ring and carefully put it away. This was the little surprise that Taoist Gu had left for him at the end of those few memories. The storage ring. Storage rings were a special spirit artifact, and could store a certain amount of items. It was a must-have item for cultivators to stay at home, travel, kill, and rob. Moreover, the storage space inside this storage ring was extremely large and could store many things. The only pity was that he knew from Taoist Ji's memories that this cheap master did not lie to him, and the ring was now empty. Taoist Ji's belongings had indeed been used up in the battle with Yin Tiansheng. Chapter 192. Jiang Xi shook his head. One shouldn't be too greedy. He had already obtained a lot of things. Just the inheritance and lifetime of memories left by Taoist Gu were enough for him to benefit endlessly. It's my first time on the moon. Let's look at the scenery first. Jiang Xi flew up and first circled around the dilapidated Guanghan Palace. There was nothing special. There was no Chang'e, no rabbit. Dead silence, desolation, emptiness. His sense of anticipation dropped below zero. Then he flew to the highest point of the Guanghan Palace and looked at the starry sky. The strength of the spirit-nurturing realm allowed him to survive in a vacuum environment for a short time. From this position he could clearly see the blue earth, which was very big. Similarly, he could also see the second moon that seemed to be close at hand. Even Master can't see the origin of the second moon? The Guanghan Palace above seems to be newly built. Compared with this dilapidated Guanghan Palace, it seems to be in two different eras. Jiang Xi looked for a while and returned to the main hall of the Guanghan Palace. He gave this dilapidated palace an evaluation in his heart. It's just like this, 1 star. It's time to go back. Riverward turned around and walked towards the gray mist area, taking a step into it. Taoist Gu had told him the way to go back in his memory, which was to use this teleportation array to teleport back. However, it didn't mean that he could just walk in directly. There had to be a way to activate the teleportation array. In addition, Jiang Xi had now figured out that he was teleported here by Taoist Gu. Including his illogical plunge into the teleportation array, Taoist Gu had used a kind of bewitching technique on him. Of course, he had no complaints about this. Although this cheap master had cheated him, he had also given him a big gift at the same time. Jiang Xi stood in the teleportation array, shaking his head and chuckling. The static gray fog didn't move, and the symbols and textures on the ground didn't change. Through these symbols and textures, the teleportation array can actually teleport people to such a long distance. It's really amazing. And the teleportation array set up by Master, even if it's a small one, doesn't need extra energy. It can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth by itself. Such a method is really amazing. Without a doubt, his chief master, Taoist Ge, was an expert in formations. After sighing for a while, Jiang Xi stood in the middle of the teleportation array and sent a stream of spiritual energy into it, activating the array with a special method. A familiar scene appeared. The motionless gray fog began to flow, and the teleportation portal began to glow. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the power of teleportation appeared. Goodbye, Moon. Jiang Xi waved his hand gently. You would come again next time. This was because Taoist Ji's memories told him that there was a large interstellar transportation array on the moon. If he wanted to leave Earth in the future and truly step into the starry sky, he would have to pass through this place. In the dazzling light, Jiang Xi disappeared. However, what he didn't notice was that the moment the teleportation power appeared, an extremely fine stream of light adhered to his combat uniform. Space changed. Jiang Xi returned to the desolate space of the Tomorrow Palace. Although he had already guessed that the ox-headed ghost spirit couldn't enter the teleportation array, he still didn't know what to do. However, he still carefully observed the situation outside the teleportation array through the gray fog that covered the area. After confirming it, he heaved a sigh of relief. The ox-headed spirit was no longer there. Then he hurriedly left this place and returned according to his memories. Soon he returned to the place where he last fought with Ma Jinhai. Ma Jinhai had already become a corpse. There was a terrible penetrating wound on his body. His whole body was withered, and his flesh and blood had been sucked dry by the ox-headed spirit. I'm sorry, I really didn't kill you. Jiang Xi mourned for Ma Jinhai, and then rushed in the direction of the Gate of Ghost. It seemed like a long time, but in fact, it only took him 15 minutes to go to the moon through the teleportation array. Plus the time he spent chasing after Ma Jinhai. It was less than 20 minutes in total. However, for a spirit accumulation stage martial artist, this time was enough to do a lot of things. Bang, 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 bang. Before he got close to the Gate of Ghost, he heard the sounds of fierce fighting coming from there. Haha, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. There was also the wild laughter of the people of Yuanqing Mountain. In the next moment, Jiang Xi saw the scene of the battle. He saw Xian Tian and Li Baibai fighting the people of Yuanqing Mountain together. However, the people of Yuanqing Mountain were only slightly weakened when facing the siege of the world's first and second strongest martial artists. He slapped out a giant handprint condensed from spiritual power, scattering the saber light and sword shadows of Xian Tian and Li Baibai. It was extremely powerful. His spiritual power has become stronger. Did he use the core condensation pill to break through the bottleneck? Jiang Xi found the difference. The strength of the people of Yuanqing Mountain had increased. He had Taoist Ji's memories, so he already knew the effect of the core condensation pill. The core condensation pill was a kind of spiritual pill. Its effect was to help cultivators below the golden core stage condense their spiritual power. However, it was not so easy to refine spiritual pills. In addition to the most basic spiritual items, it also required an alchemy furnace, flames, and array formations. The reason why the people of Yuanqing Mountain tried so hard to open the Fengdu mystic realm and barge all the way to the Heavenly Palace was probably to use this place to refine the core condensation pill. That was because there was no such condition outside. That alchemy furnace, which was nearly 10 meters tall, didn't look like an ordinary item. The blue flames and array formations around the alchemy furnace were also very difficult to find in the outside world. After careful observation, Jiang Xi found that the people of Yuanqing Mountain had not really broken through. He could only be said to have touched the threshold of the golden core stage. His spiritual power had already begun to transform. If he cultivated a little more, he would have a chance to form a golden core. Even so, the people of Yuanqing Mountain had surpassed Shen Tian in terms of spiritual power. However, their actual combat strength was still a different story. Shen Tian, who had comprehended the true meaning of saber, barely had the combat strength of a golden core in the Jade Pool mystic realm a year ago. Now he was even stronger. These thoughts flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. At the same time, he had already arrived at the place where everyone was fighting. Apart from Yuanqing Mountain, the other 2 foreign martial artists, Shaluk and Johansson, were still struggling under the combined attacks of Huang Kuan, Xu Luan, and the others. So many of them had entered, but only the 3 of them were left. Jiang Xi. When Shen Tian, Li Baibai, and the others saw Jiang Xi's figure, they were overjoyed. Jiang Xi had disappeared for nearly 20 minutes and could not be contacted. They thought that Jiang Xi had met with mishap. They were very happy to see Jiang Xi appear unscathed. This kid is not dead. Yuan Qing Mountain's expression changed. He was confident that he could withstand the combined attacks of Shen Tian and Li Baibai. However, with Jiang Xi in the mix, he was not so sure anymore. We've achieved our goal this time. It's time to retreat. The ancient book I obtained recorded that one should not provoke the ancient tree with white bark and red leaves. If the ancient tree moves, one must use the requiem bell to escape. Yuan Qing Mountain was very decisive. He began to look for an opportunity while blocking the attacks of Shen Tian and Li Baibai. Chapter 193. When Yuan Qingshan was young, he had accidentally entered the mountains in the wilderness around Shu Mountain Prefecture and obtained an ancient book in that cave. With the help of that ancient book, he was able to cultivate all the way and silently reached the late stage of spirit nurture, becoming an existence second only to Shen Tian and Li Baibai. Moreover, the ancient book recorded a lot of information related to the Fengdu mystic realm. Among them, he was most concerned about the Bright Heaven Palace because it had the necessary conditions to refine the core condensation pill. He only needed to gather the spiritual items needed to refine the core condensation pill in advance. In order to enter the Fengdu mystic realm, he had planned for a long time. This included working with Ma Jinhai to establish the Liberal Alliance. Then, through the Liberal Alliance, he would gather the necessary items from all over the world. In Yuan Qingshan's opinion, although there were some accidents in this operation, overall, it was a success. He had successfully refined the core condensation pill and obtained one of the two best quality core condensation pills. After consuming it, his spiritual power had already begun to condense and transform. It would not be long before he could attempt to form his core and become a golden core cultivator. Now that he had achieved his goal, it was time to retreat. Yuan Qingshan knew very well that if Shen Tian, Li Baibai and Jiang Xi worked together, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, he had to take advantage of the fact that Jiang Xi and the others hadn't formed an encirclement to quickly retreat. Yuan Qingshan turned his gaze to the depths of the barren space on the left side of the ghost path. The ancient tree with white bark and red leaves exuded an inexplicable aura as if it had stood there for countless years. Although he did not know what danger the ancient tree posed, according to the ancient book, it was his chance to escape. At that moment, Jiang Xi rushed over without saying a word. The profound condensation sword trembled slightly as spiritual power surged. The condensed sword shadow pierced toward Yuan Qingshan at lightning speed. So fast. Yuan Qingshan had just made a decision, but before he could act, he was shocked by Jiang Xi's attack. Boom. He struck out with his palm, and a huge palm print collided with Jiang Xi's sword shadow. The explosive force of the collision caused a violent impact, and a sinister wind blew. How is that possible? It's almost the same. Hermit Yuan Qing was completely shocked. He originally thought that Jiang Xi was only good at speed and flying, but he didn't expect that Jiang Xi's actual combat strength was also so abnormal. He was only in the middle stage of spirit vessel, but he had already touched the threshold of gold core. Retreat quickly. He knew that he couldn't delay any longer. Jiang Xi's speed was so fast. Once he was entangled, it would be really difficult to escape. Trying to escape? Don't even think about escaping. Jiang Xi and Shen Tian shouted in succession. Although Li Baibai didn't say anything, he also increased his speed. They all sensed the intentions of the Yuanqing mountain people. This time he had to make sure that Yuan Qingshan and his men stayed here. If Yuan Qingshan's people managed to escape, Yuan Qingshan's people would be able to reach the Golden Core realm after a period of time. At that time, it would be hard to say if they could still defeat the other party. If I want to leave, who can stop me? The people of Yuanqing Mountain laughed wildly, and their gloomy aura spread out unscrupulously. As he spoke, he continuously struck out dozens of palms. The huge palm prints formed by the combination of spiritual power and gloomy aura seemed to cover this space and spread out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Xi and the other two easily blocked the huge palm prints, but they didn't notice that a few of the palm prints crossed the ghost path and hit the ancient tree with white bark and red leaves. Die. Jiang Xi shouted coldly. Strong winds gathered, and the speed of the sword reached its peak. It was like a flash of lightning, and it was about to hit the people of Yuanqing Mountain. Shen Tian and Li Baibai attacked at the same time. Saber light and sword shadows. The people of Yuanqing Mountain retreated. At this moment, the four people's expressions changed, and their eyes were filled with shock. Their speed suddenly slowed down as if they had fallen into a swamp. This is the power of a domain. Jiang Xi was more shocked than the others. Because he had Taoist Ji's inherited memories, he knew what this situation meant. This was a Tao domain. After a cultivator comprehended the true meaning of Tao to perfection, they would have the opportunity to comprehend a Tao domain. Under normal circumstances, those who could comprehend a Tao domain were cultivators at the nascent soul stage. Now, the power of a domain had appeared? Could there be a nascent soul stage cultivator here? That was an existence that could kill them instantly. Jiang Xi noticed that Huang Kuan, Shu Luan, Shaluk and Ivan were on the other side. Their speed had also slowed down, and their movements were very stiff as if they were playing at 0.5 times the speed of a video. The range of the domain was very wide. Is it that terrifying existence? Jiang Xi realized something. When he had just arrived at the Tomorrow Palace, he had sensed that there was a terrifying existence that had been secretly watching them. After passing through the teleportation array and going to the moon to meet Taoist Go, he had thought that the terrifying existence was Taoist Go. Now it seemed that it wasn't. Russell. Everyone noticed that in the desolate space to the left of the ghost path, the ancient tree with white bark and red leaves gently swayed, as if a gust of wind had blown past. Suddenly, a pleasant child's voice drifted over with the wind, sometimes far, sometimes near. Ding ling ling, sometimes far, sometimes near. Red fatty, your ears are sharp, listen to the bell, find the bell. White fatty, you're barefooted. Walk with your hands, crawl with your knees, squat with your knees, stand with your legs, jump with your legs, grow up quickly. Red fatty, white fatty, you kick, I kick, together kick the shuttlecock. Like a cheerful nursery rhyme, it echoed in the gloomy palace. In such an environment, it was hard not to overthink when hearing such a cheerful voice. That is, everyone's breathing stagnated and their hearts suddenly jumped. They saw small white trees and small red trees jumping down from the ancient tree with white bark and red leaves. The small white trees were deathly pale. The small red trees were scarlet red like blood. What was even more shocking was that the lower half of these small trees actually grew a pair of chubby baby legs, and they were like children, running all over the ground happily on their trunks. There was a mouth, and the pleasant nursery rhyme was coming from them. Little friend, come and play. Accompanied by the childish voice, those arm-like tree branches waved at Jiang Xi and the others. It was eerie and terrifying. Jiang Xi felt his whole body tighten and goosebumps rose all over his body. It was even scarier than a ghost. He had Taoist Ji's inherited memories and he knew what this was. This was a tree spirit formed by the cultivation of trees. However, trees generally needed to cultivate for thousands or tens of thousands of years to develop spirituality. Such a small tree spirit was very strange. Jiang Xi understood that it must have something to do with the ancient tree with white bark and red leaves. The ancient tree was at least a 1,000-year-old demon. Little friend, come and play. At this moment, the group of chubby white and red trees had already arrived at the gate of Ghost. They surrounded Huang Kuan and the others as well as Shaluk and Ivan. They were clapping their hands, jumping and singing happily. The childish voice sounded. Chapter 194. A group of strange white and red trees surrounded Huang Kuan and the others, dancing and singing to the beat. Dancing happily, 1 2 3 wooden man, dancing happily, 1 2 3 wooden man, don't blink, don't laugh, don't cry, don't move, dancing happily, 1 2 3 wooden man, dancing happily. Hee, come and play. This cheerful song seemed to be able to disturb people's minds, making them unable to help but dance along. The game of wooden man, even if the people of Great Xia had never played it since they were young, they had heard of the rules of the game. Under such circumstances, Huang Kuan, Shu Luan, and the others were desperately trying to control their urge to dance. They were motionless and even their breathing had slowed to the minimum. However, for Sharuk and Ivan there was a cultural difference. They did not understand the rules of the wooden man's game. Then they moved, looking at each other with pale faces. You guys moved. Come and catch me quickly. All the branches of the small trees pointed at Sharuk and Ivan in unison. Their movements were very orderly. The branches that were like small hands waved at the two of them. Then these white and red small trees opened their chubby baby legs and ran away. In a flash they disappeared without a trace. Sharuk and Ivan were a little confused. In just a breath those small trees ran back. You didn't catch me. I'll punish you. They seemed to be clapping their hands and laughing happily. After saying that, the branches that looked like small hands quickly grew and extended, entangling Sharuk and Ivan. The two foreign spirit cultivators wanted to dodge, but to their horror they found that their bodies could not move. The invisible swamp mud seemed to be imprisoning them. Whoosh! Many tree branches tied Sharuk and Ivan tightly like dumplings. Punishment! Punishment! Eat dumplings! Eat dumplings! The little trees beat the beat merrily. Accompanied by these beats, the two big meat dumplings were shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finished eating, come and continue playing. Then they retracted those tied tree branches and continued to clap and circle around Huang Kuan and the others, singing the wooden man's song. Thus, Huang Kuan and the others didn't dare to move. This was because when the branches retracted, Sharuk and Ivan had already become two skeletons. Their flesh and blood had been sucked dry. This scene left Jiang Ci and the others in the distance completely dumbfounded, their throats dry. In the game Punishment just now, a mid-stage spirit vessel and an early-stage spirit vessel were unable to resist at all. Like a little chick, it was easily squashed to death. Even if it was them, if they were to suffer such a strange punishment, they would also suffer the same fate. At this moment, Yuan Qingshan's people were trying their best to move out of Tomorrow Palace. It was slightly faster than a normal person's walking speed. At this speed, it would take a lot of time to leave Bright Heaven Palace. Jiang Ci and the other two naturally tried to stop him. However, as they were trapped in the domain, it was difficult for them to exert their strength. There was no way they could effectively block the attack. In the distance, the white and red trees were dancing and singing around Huang Kuan and the others with their chubby baby legs. They had already circled them 3 times. However, no matter how distracting their singing was, Huang Kuan and the others tried their best to remain still. This time they didn't even pant and directly held their breaths. After 3 rounds, the little trees seemed to have lost the fun of the game. They jumped away and ran towards Jiang Ci and Shen Tian. You hit once, I'll hit once. In an instant the 4 of them didn't dare to move. It was the same scene. They surrounded Jiang Ci and the others as well as Yuan Qingshan's people, singing and circling around 3 times. The 4 of them also didn't move. This time the little tree's program seemed to have been messed up. Not fun, not fun. They had already lost the fun of the game once and they felt it again here. This group of strange little trees began to go crazy. The branches on their bodies were like snakes, dancing irregularly. They let out strange childish cries which were extremely strange. Woo woo woo, yeah yeah yeah. Seeing this scene, Jiang Ci and the others didn't dare to move even more. In the next moment all the white and red trees' branches grew again, but not towards Jiang Ci and the others. Instead, the little trees wrapped around each other, becoming tighter and tighter. Soon the little trees huddled together. They shook violently. As if they were fusing, the little trees disappeared one by one, turning into a strange little tree. The new little tree grew rapidly, becoming taller and bigger. In the end, it turned into a big tree with white bark and red leaves. It was very similar to the ancient tree that stood in the depths of the barren space. The only difference was that this big tree had a pair of long, fair legs. They were beautiful and round, looking extremely moving. Unfortunately, its upper body was a tree, trespassing into the Bright Heaven Palace and disturbing Granny's dreams. This big tree actually let out a woman's voice. Moreover, the voice was melodious and pleasant to the ears. However, no matter how moving the long legs and pleasant voice were, they couldn't be compared to her monstrous ferocity. The red branches and leaves on her upper body were like hair, growing in an instant. Like arrows, they shot towards Jiang Ci and the others in a densely packed manner. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was shocking. The power of each branch and leaf had reached the golden core stage. Danger. Jiang Ci only felt goosebumps all over his body, but he found that he couldn't move at all. The domain power that trapped them completely immobilized them on the spot. Shen Tian and Li Baibai were also shocked. They tried hard to struggle, but it was to no avail. Soul-suppressing bell. At this moment, the person from Yuan Qingshan suddenly shouted. Suddenly, the soul-suppressing bell on his wrist buzzed softly and lit up with a golden light. The golden light didn't form a halo on his body. Instead, it enveloped the big tree. Umph. The big tree with long legs only let out an angry snort and stopped moving. It was as if it was really suppressed. Enjoy it. The person from Yuan Qingshan laughed wildly and ran out of Mingtian Palace. The soul-suppressing bell helped him break free from the shackles of the realm. However, the power of the realm that trapped Jiang Ci and the others didn't disappear. Could they only watch the person from Yuan Qingshan leave? And then be killed by the spirit of the big tree? They didn't want to give up, but they couldn't move. At this time, Riverward didn't notice that there was an extremely faint light shining on his combat uniform, so faint that it was almost undetectable. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew and the power of the realm suddenly disappeared. Jiang Xi and Shen Tian were stunned. However, they reacted quickly and saw that the person from Yuan Qingshan was about to escape. Stay here. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. His spiritual sense, spiritual power, and Gale true intent instantly gathered on the spiritual weapon, abyss condensation. Under the extreme speed there was a whoosh. A sword light flashed like lightning and caught up with the person from Yuan Qingshan. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. What? The person from Yuan Qingshan, who had already escaped more than 10,000 meters away, couldn't react at all. He could only raise his hand subconsciously to block. There was a puff. Coincidentally, half of his arm that was wearing the soul-suppressing bell was cut off. The soul-suppressing bell fell to the ground with half of his arm. Ah! The person from Yuan Qingshan screamed, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. He rushed out of Mingtian Palace in a flash. At the same time, the spirit of the big tree that was trapped by the light of the soul-suppressing bell disappeared. She was free. Chapter 195. Let's go. Let's try to escape. In the face of such a change, Jiang Xi and Shen Tian shouted anxiously at the same time. The two of them and Li Baibai flew out of the palace. Huang Kuan, Xu Luan, and the other 4 people on the ghost path also escaped without their orders. But before they could run far, they were shocked by what they saw. The tree spirit, who had just escaped, screamed in horror as if she had encountered something terrible. Her white skin and red leaves trembled violently. Clatter, white and red trees broke away from her body one by one. Woo woo woo, yeah. Soon she turned back into the white and red little trees. As for the saplings, they were also extremely terrified. They simply ignored Riverward and the others as they swung their chubby baby legs and directly ran towards the ancient tree in the depths of the desolate space. In just a moment, all the small trees returned to the ancient tree. The ancient tree with white skin and red leaves was quiet and unchanged. If it weren't for the 2 skeletons in the palace and the withered broken bones and rotten flesh, it would be as if nothing had happened. Jiang Xi and the others looked at each other. It was too sudden. The strange and terrifying tree spirit retreated just like that? Let's go. Shen Tian shouted in a low voice. No matter what happened, it was not good to stay here for long. Before leaving, Jiang Xi did not forget to take away the requiem bell on Yuan Qingshan's broken arm. They followed the ghost path and rushed down the mountain. Yeah. After running far away, they seemed to be able to hear the child's voice coming from the Tomorrow Palace. They did not know if it was an auditory hallucination or something else. Soon the 8 of them arrived at the Evil Heaven Palace. There were many bull-headed soldiers and horse-faced soldiers in the spirit-gathering stage. No one dared to underestimate them. Before entering the palace, Jiang Xi took out the requiem bell, held it in his hand and glanced at Xu Luan and Han Wenju. He was thinking about who to give it to because the requiem bell was secretly taken out by Han Wenju's wife from the Shujia. Logically speaking, the requiem bell belonged to the Shujia, but its final owner was Han Wenju's wife. At this moment, Xu Luan and Han Wenju both had awkward expressions on their faces. Jiang Xi had taken the requiem bell from Yuan Qingshan's people. If Jiang Xi didn't return it, they couldn't say anything. Of course, they didn't dare to say anything because the strength Jiang Xi had displayed was enough to make him unafraid of the hidden families. While they were in a dilemma, Jiang Xi had already made his decision. He smiled and handed the requiem bell to Han Wenju. As for the ownership of the requiem bell, it was better to let them fight amongst themselves. Thank you. Han Wenju solemnly expressed his gratitude. Jiang Xi just waved his hand and smiled. However, Han Wenju handed the soul-suppressing bell to Xu Luan. Xu Luan accepted it with a straight face. The atmosphere between the two of them eased up a little as he solemnly said, "When we go back, take some time to bring my sister to visit the old master. Although he doesn't show mercy, he has been talking about it in private for a long time." Han Wenju's face was full of smiles as he hid his excitement. This scene made Shen Tian and the others laugh as well. It seemed that Han Wenju's marriage back then hadn't been approved by the Shujia. Jiang Xi smiled slightly. He had never thought of leaving the requiem bell behind. Through Daoist Ji's inherited memories, he already knew that the requiem bell could barely be considered a spiritual artifact, but it was a mediocre spiritual artifact. Moreover, it was a spiritual artifact that targeted ghosts. It had 2 functions, defense and soul suppression. The defense function was only effective against ghosts below the golden core stage. If it was a ghost at the golden core stage, it could break the defensive halo with one blow. The soul suppression function was slightly stronger and could imprison a ghost at the golden core stage. He had seen it just now. The people of Yuan Qingshan had used the Requiem Bell to suppress the golden core tree spirit. Generally speaking, the Requiem Bell was a powerful Dharma treasure for the ghost hunters of the Shujia. However, it was a little useless for Jiang Xi. Compared to the profound condensation sword, it was not worth mentioning at all. That was because the Abyss Condensing Sword was an inferior grade spiritual artifact, a true spiritual artifact. Therefore, it was not worthwhile to offend the Shu and Han families for a mediocre spiritual artifact. After Shu Luan took the Requiem Bell, he activated it with his spiritual power. Obviously, he knew this spiritual artifact better than the people of Yuan Qingshan. After all, it was his family's heirloom. A rich golden light spread out and covered everyone. Its defensive ability was 100 times stronger than the Requiem Talisman, and it gave them a strong sense of security. This time it was still Jiang Xi, Shen Tian, and Li Baibai who stood in front. "Let's rush out in one go. We can't stop," Shen Tian said seriously. Everyone nodded because they weren't sure if the two golden core stage ghosts on the Evil Sky Palace's Path of Ghosts would attack again. If they did, some of them might die. Jiang Xi's expression also became serious. At the same time, he was also puzzled. Was the bull-headed ghost he encountered in the depths of the Evil Sky Palace the same as the one in the Evil Sky Palace? With that thought, they rushed in. It was a quiet scene, but it made them stop in their tracks, and they were stunned. There was not a single bull-headed soldier or horse-faced soldier on the Evil Sky Palace's Path of Ghosts. The fog on both sides of the Path of Ghosts was also motionless. Everything seemed to be safe. Everyone looked at each other. Such a scene made them even more vigilant and didn't dare to relax. However, they didn't slow down. They all moved forward at an extremely fast speed. In less than 10 breaths, they broke through the Evil Sky Palace. Everyone looked at each other. It was too strange. It was really safe. Everything in the Evil Sky Palace returned to normal. In the barren space on the left side of the Path of Ghosts, an ancient tree with white bark and red leaves stood there, exuding an ancient aura. After Jiang Xi and the others left for a while, two tall figures walked out from the depths of the barren space. It was the bull-headed ghost spirit and the horse-faced ghost spirit. Suddenly, the lush branches and leaves of the ancient tree moved. "Anyo, little horse, greets Grandma Mangrove Tree." The two golden core stage ghosts knelt respectfully in front of the ancient tree. "Those humans have left?" The ancient tree emitted an old voice like that of an old woman. "They have left." The bull-headed ghost spirit replied in a muffled voice. Grandma Mangrove Tree quietened down and didn't say a word. The bull-headed ghost spirit and the horse-faced ghost spirit didn't dare to move. They knelt obediently. After a long time, Grandma Mangrove Tree seemed to have woken up from her sleep. Her old voice sounded. "The two of you have to work hard in the coming days. Guard the Path of Ghosts well. Don't let the humans come up next time." The bull-headed ghost spirit and the horse-faced ghost spirit looked at each other. "Grandma, you don't restrict us from attacking?" The horse-faced ghost spirit asked. "You can attack as you wish in the future," Grandma Mangrove Tree replied. The two tall ghosts were like children, cheering and jumping for joy. Then the bull-headed ghost spirit said hesitantly, "Grandma, why didn't you let us stop the humans just now? If Little Horse and I were to attack, they wouldn't be able to escape." Grandma Mangrove Tree was silent for a long time before she said, "That young man with the sword has a great terror on him. Even I don't dare to provoke him." The bull-headed ghost spirit and the horse-faced ghost spirit widened their eyes in shock and fear. An existence that even Grandma Mangrove Tree was afraid of? Fortunately, they didn't attack just now. His goal was to lure him to the teleportation formation. A total of 180 soul solidifying pills will be distributed according to contribution. Does anyone have any objections? Shen Tian looked at everyone with a smile. No objections. Everyone chuckled and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Wasn't this the scene when they were young and roamed the wilderness as a small martial artist team and finally distributed the spoils? Shen Tian continued with a smile. "Me, Li Baibai and Jiang Xi. The three of us contributed the most, so we'll take half. Each of us will get 30 soul solidifying pills. The 5 of you will split the remaining half. Each of you will get 18 pills. No objections, right?" He mainly looked at Jiang Xi. He was worried that the others would be dissatisfied with Jiang Xi's share. No objections. Everyone shook their heads again. Everyone saw Jiang Xi's performance in the Fengdu's secret realm. Although he was young, the strength he displayed was on the same level as Shen Tian and Li Baibai. The 180 soul-solidifying pills were distributed to everyone by Shen Tian. What a pity. Of the 2 soul-solidifying pills that were obviously of a higher quality, one was taken by Yuan Qingshan, and the other is missing. Shen Tian shook his head. The other one is with me. Jiang Xi smiled and took out the Longan-sized soul-solidifying pill from his combat uniform. Everyone had basically seen the scene when he chased after Ma Jinhai. Presumably, they would also guess that he might have obtained another large soul-condensing pill. Therefore he might as well admit it openly. Haha, you're really lucky, kid. Shen Tian laughed loudly. When he said this, he tacitly agreed that the large soul-solidifying pill was Jiang Xi's personal spoils of war. The others couldn't say anything else. Although some people were tempted, they could only give up. After all, they had seen the changes in Yuan Qingshan after taking the soul-solidifying pill with their own eyes. That was a chance to reach the golden core stage. No one dared to compete with Jiang Xi. Their strength was there for all to see. Jiang Xi smiled faintly. He also understood Shen Tian's intention. Shen Tian took the initiative to mention the 2 large soul-solidifying pills with the intention of eliminating the hidden dangers of being guessed by others. Of course, even if Shen Tian didn't mention it, he wasn't afraid that someone would covet it. If someone really dared to ask for it, he would use the abyss condensation sword to reason with them. Because this soul-solidifying pill was an inferior-grade spirit pill. Those inferior spirit pills couldn't be compared to it at all. Through Taoist Ji's inherited memories, he had a general understanding of spirit weapons and spirit pills. The 2 grades were divided into inferior grade, middle grade, superior grade, and supreme grade. Those that didn't reach inferior grade belonged to the inferior category. The last time he was in the heaven-reaching tower in the Jade Lake Mystic Realm, the soul-solidifying pill that Nai Shang gave him every day was an inferior spirit pill. Spirit pills were very precious. Usually, only golden core cultivators could afford to use inferior-grade spirit pills. For spirit-nurturing cultivators, they were very lucky to be able to smell it. At this time, Shen Tian said again, Jiang Xi, come back to Shantian City with me later. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment before he agreed. After that, except for Huang Kuan and Xu Luan, who had to stay behind to prepare for the establishment of the Dark Suppression Army, the others said goodbye to each other and went back to their own homes. Jiang Xi boarded Shen Tian's transport plane and followed them to Shantian City. On the transport plane, Shen Tian looked down at the mountains and rivers under the night sky and sighed. I really envy you for being able to fly in the air and wander around the great rivers and mountains as you wish. Jiang Xi chuckled and said, once you reach the golden core stage, you don't have to envy me anymore. Ah, you're right. It's very difficult to reach the golden core stage, but for me, Shen Tian, it's just a matter of breaking through a layer of membrane. Shen Tian said heroically. Jiang Xi smiled and didn't say anything. He felt that Shen Tian was a bit shocked. Because Yuan Qingshan seemed to have reached the golden core stage earlier than Shen Tian. Chapter 197. After Shen Tian finished sighing, he suddenly asked, Are you wondering why I want you to go with me? Jiang Xi smiled gently. Is the pavilion master worried that someone will rob me? Shen Tian nodded and said seriously, Don't look like you don't care. You can't let your guard down. Just from the Ma family, you can see how deep the heritage of the hidden family is. The great condensing pill in your hand can let a person in the late stage of spirit nurture have the opportunity to reach the gold core stage. Although I look down on people who use external things like elixirs to break through the realm, those old guys who have been hiding for a long time don't have this taboo. Many of them are shameless. If they really make a move, even I may not be able to stop them. Shen Tian's words made Jiang Xi put away his casual attitude. He believed that he had the ability to fly and was not afraid of many things. But what if a gold core stage cultivator made a move? A gold core stage cultivator could fly. Ah, don't be so serious. I was just joking. I'll say it again. Those old fellows, even if you pry open their doors and dig up their graves, they won't come out. Shen Tian suddenly laughed. Jiang Xi was speechless for a while. After Shen Tian laughed, he said, Of course, I called you this time because I do have something to tell you. Jiang Xi looked at him doubtfully. Shen Tian explained, You should know that after the recovery of spirit qi, our Great Xia Kingdom occupies the largest territory among the 5 major countries in the world. There are 7 major prefectures. Correspondingly, the number of secret realms and ruins near the territory is also the largest. How to defend these dangerous places has become a big problem. Especially the secret realms in various places, there are all kinds of hidden dangers that are difficult for ordinary martial artists to deal with. Therefore, our Great Xia martial artists generally have to bear the responsibility of guarding the secret realms after their strength reaches the spirit nurture stage. Which secret realm does the pavilion master want me to be responsible for? Jiang Xi took the initiative to ask. Dragon Spine Mountain's secret territory. It's close to Pak Sun province, said Xiantian with a smile. No problem. Jiang Xi nodded in agreement. He had some understanding of what Xiantian had said. The problem of the ruins in the Great Xia Kingdom was basically a passive defense. The various prefectural cities' armies and military martial artists were responsible for the defense as long as the monsters didn't attack the cities, because there were too many monsters gathered in the ruins of the wilderness. With the current strength of human warriors, they were unable to exterminate these monsters on a large scale. As for the secret realms, they were basically guarded by a spirit nurturing stage cultivator. Some of the bigger secret realms even required the Great Xia Kingdom to set up a separate army. For example, Yi Mountain was guarded by the Zhen Yi army and Qin Qi, who was at the spirit gathering stage. It was the same for the Fengdu secret realm just now. They had to set up a new underworld suppression army and the power of the reclusive Shujia to ensure basic safety. Another situation was that a large martial artist force like Genten Budokan could guard one or more secret realms alone because of the large number of powerhouses. As far as Jiang Xi knew, Genten Budokan currently had 4 spirit nurturing stage cultivators, including him. They needed to guard 4 secret realms at the same time. He had heard of the Dragon Spine Mountain secret territory that Xiantian asked him to guard when he was still wandering in the wilderness around Pak Sun province a few years ago. There were many myths and legends about Dragon Spine Mountain since ancient times. After the Spirit Qi revival, some strange things had happened there. Moreover, it wasn't far from Pak Sun province. It really needed someone to guard it. If something really escaped from it, it could easily endanger Pak Sun province. If he was asked to guard it, with his speed, he could arrive in 1 or 2 minutes if something happened. After that, the two of them chatted for a while. Jiang Xi asked about the situation of Dragon Spine Mountain in detail before he stood up and said, "Head instructor, if there's nothing else, I'll go back first." Xiantian nodded and said, "I've told you everything that needs to be told. Keep in touch if there's anything in the future." The cabin door of the transport plane opened in the air. Jiang Xi jumped down and flew away. At extreme speed, he disappeared into the night sky in an instant. Xiantian looked in the direction where Jiang Xi left and touched his chin. He was indeed a little envious. He could go wherever he wanted. Jiang Xi, this kid seems to have changed a little. He feels more mature than before. Strange. After thinking for a while, he shook his head again. He couldn't figure out what changes had happened to Jiang Xi. In fact, it was Daoist Ji's inherited memory that changed Jiang Xi's temperament. On the other side, Jiang Xi flew towards Pak Sun province. He was so fast that he could return to Tongtian district in less than 10 minutes. However, he didn't feel the joy of returning home. Instead, he frowned. Could it be that I brought out something unclean? Ever since he left the Fengdu secret realm, he had sensed through his sharp spiritual senses that something had been spying on him. This wasn't a small problem. That was why he hurriedly bid farewell to Xiantian and prepared to use the secret technique from his inherited memory to check himself. Flying through the air, he quickly approached Pak Sun province. He didn't go in immediately. Instead, he flew into a ruined city. In a ruined building, Jiang Xi sat cross-legged. His hands were constantly forming seals. At the same time, the spiritual energy in his body circulated through his body in a unique way under the guidance of his spiritual senses. Full body check. He didn't miss any part of his body. Over and over again. After 15 minutes, Jiang Xi opened his eyes. He was still very puzzled. He had checked himself 100 times, but the feeling of being spied on still remained. Could it be an illusion? Jiang Xi shook his head. His sharp spiritual senses had never made a mistake. He continued to check, not even letting go of the combat uniform and shoes. He only gave up helplessly when the sun rose from the horizon. After checking himself 1,000 times, he still found nothing. Could really be an illusion. However, even so, he still remained cautious and vigilant. He didn't use the experience panel. What if there really was a powerhouse that he couldn't detect spying on him? Once he used the experience panel, it would be troublesome if the other party found out that his strength had increased abnormally. Looking at the rising sun, Jiang Xi let out a long sigh. He smiled and hid the hidden worries in his heart. He was going home. He flew in the direction of Paksun province. In just a dozen breaths he was back at Tongtian district. Villa number 92. Jiang Daodu was on the balcony on the third floor of the villa, facing the rising sun and cultivating. She suddenly opened her eyes and saw a figure flying over from afar. "Brother?" Jiang Daodu shouted in surprise. This was a big surprise. She thought that Jiang Xi would be gone for at least a month or so. In the end he came back in one night and didn't even miss breakfast. Jiang Xi flew from the sky to the balcony. "Brother, did you catch a pet for me?" This unexpected question made the smile on Jiang Xi's face freeze. "Those ghosts aren't good looking. Next time, alright then, don't forget." Of course. Jiang Xi sighed in relief. Chapter 198. After answering Jiang Dudu's question, Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In the Fengdu secret realm, how could he think of catching ghosts? He was always chased by ghosts. Wandering ghosts, ox-headed soldiers, horse-faced soldiers, ox-headed ghost spirits, horse-faced ghost spirits, and those strange tree spirits, white trees, red trees, and long-legged trees. No matter which one it was, they were not easy to get along with. But then again, these ghosts did not match Jiang Dudu's temperament. Even if he caught them, Jiang Dudu would definitely not like them. "Let's go and have breakfast. Fried dough sticks, soy milk, and tofu pudding, which one do you choose?" Jiang Xi reached out and rubbed Jiang Dudu's head. "I want all of them." "So greedy. Are you afraid that I'll eat you until you're poor?" "Yo, I'm not afraid of you. Eat whatever you want." Ah. The two of them played around downstairs and then jogged out of Tongtian district. They had to cross half of the city and go to Luming district's Apricot Garden district to have breakfast at a nearby breakfast shop. This was what the two of them often did in the past half a year that Jiang Xi had been cultivating at home. Occasionally they would experience their original life. This way they would not forget their original intention. However, what Jiang Xi did not notice was that when his hand was pressed on Jiang Dudu's head just now, an imperceptible stream of light entered Jiang Dudu's body from his body. Jiang Xi obediently played with Jiang Dudu for a week. During this period he did not give up on checking the feeling of being spied on in the dark. In fact, he had long discovered that on the first day he returned, the feeling of being spied on had disappeared. After another week of observation he felt a little more at ease. However, to be cautious, Jiang Xi still did not plan to use the experience panel. Instead, he calmed down and organized and comprehended the inheritance memories that Taoist Gu had left for him. In the last trip to the Fengdu secret realm, perhaps in the eyes of Shen Tian and the others, Jiang Xi had obtained 1 large and 30 small condensing pills. This kind of harvest was the greatest among them. But they didn't know that these soul condensing pills were nothing compared to Jiang Xi's other harvest. His greatest gain was Taoist Ji's inherited memories. After Jiang Xi sorted out his inherited memories, he began to cultivate the Purple Firmament Sword Scripture. The Purple Firmament Sword Scripture was a cultivation technique, not a sword technique manual. Compared to ordinary sword arts, the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra was like the truth of the sword Tao, while the various sword principles were practical applications. This technique is similar to the general principles of the sword Tao. After cultivating it, one's comprehension of the sword will increase. It was very profound. At the very least, Jiang Xi had a new understanding of the 9 elemental sword art that had already reached perfection after cultivating it for a while. With my current strength, the 9 elemental sword art can no longer keep up with the pace. I can use the Purple Firmament Sword Sutra and the 9 elemental sword art to deduce it together. Perhaps I will gain something. This thought surfaced in Jiang Xi's mind. But now was not the time to try. Just like that, he cultivated for another half a month. The feeling of being spied on never appeared again. He was completely relieved. It seemed that it was really just an illusion. In the training room, Jiang Xi chuckled and silently opened the experience panel. He looked at the experience balance, 1926085. He had gained a total of more than 900,000 experience points from the trip to the Fengdu secret realm. Nearly 2 million experience points. Let's see what I can deduce. Jiang Xi looked expectant. In terms of sword techniques, it had been a long time since he improved. He said in his heart, Use the purple firmament sword scripture and the 9 elemental sword art to deduce once. The next moment, the notification on the experience panel sounded. Deduction failed. Jiang Xi had long been mentally prepared. It would be strange if he succeeded in one try. Use the purple firmament sword scripture and the 9 elemental sword art to deduce once. Deduction failed. He repeated this 10 times. Jiang Xi's face was a little dark. He deduced another 10 times but he still failed. His face was even darker after deducing 50 times. Jiang Xi almost didn't want to play anymore. Although the success rate of the deduction was related to the completeness and grade of martial techniques and Dao techniques. Last time he used the 9 elemental sword art alone and deduced 50 times, but it ended in failure. But this time he had already added the purple firmament sword scripture. Why was it still like this? Jiang Xi was unwilling to give up and sunk into a sunken cost. Use the purple firmament sword scripture and the 9 elemental sword art to deduce once. Deduction failed. Soon 99 times, the experience points obtained in the Fengdu secret realm had been used up. One more time. If I fail again I won't play anymore. Use the purple firmament sword scripture and the 9 elemental sword art to deduce once. Deduction successful. You have comprehended the true meaning of sword, experience points plus 200,000. The experience panel has been updated. Please check it in time. A series of notifications sounded. It was incomparably pleasant. Success. Jiang Xi was extremely excited. He opened the experience panel and checked. Cultivation, Spirit Nurturing Middle Stage 4570152800. Dao Technique, True Meaning of Gale, 81501. 5 million, True Meaning of Sword, 11 million, Amplitude, 2. 467 Deduction. 10,000 experience points per attempt. Cultivation technique, purple firmament sword scripture, peacock visualization experience points, 1126,085. The 9 elemental sword art has finally leveled up. It has become a Dao technique, true meaning of sword. Jiang Xi tried hard to calm down the agitated emotions in his heart. The true meaning of sword was the same as the true meaning of saber. They were both top-notch true meaning of Dao and were one level higher than the true meaning of Gale. Previously, when he learned from Nikhang that Shen Tian had comprehended the true meaning of saber, he was still a little envious. That was because this type of true meaning had a huge increase in combat strength. Shen Tian relied on the true meaning of saber to barely possess the combat strength of a golden core cultivator a long time ago now. He had also comprehended the same level of true meaning of sword. Although he had lost 800,000 experience points, Jiang Xi did not feel the pinch at all. He could still calculate this bit of debt. I need a full 1 million experience points to comprehend it to perfection. Time is a big problem. Jiang Xi was deep in thought. With his current mid-stage spirit nurture cultivation without considering the replenishment of spirit qi, his cultivation and Dao techniques could increase by 600 experience points per day. This was the limit that his body and spiritual consciousness could bear at the moment. Actually, when he first activated the experience points panel, he thought that as his strength increased, his body and spiritual consciousness became stronger. The experience points gained in cultivation and Dao techniques would increase by a large margin every day. It was only later that he realized that the increase was not much. From 30 experience points per day for grade F to 600 for mid-stage spirit nurture, it had only increased by 20 times. As for his body and spiritual consciousness that had already transformed into spiritual consciousness, compared to before, it had increased by more than 20 times. Even 100 times would be considered little. Therefore Jiang Xi had long been puzzled in his heart. Why was the increase in experience points in various aspects of cultivation increasing so slowly every day? But he could not find the reason. Because he was the only one who had the experience points panel. He guessed that this might involve the essence of the experience points panel. With his current strength he could not find the reason behind it. Jiang Xi shook his head and did not think about these questions that he could not figure out for now. When he had enough strength, the answer might come out on its own. Chapter 199. The sword intent requires a total of 1 million experience points to level up. If I increase it by 600 points per day, it will take 1,667 days. That's more than 4.5 years. In fact, this time was already considered fast for cultivators who had comprehended the Dao intent. From Daoist Ji's inherited memories, Riverward knew that there were many cultivators in the universe who were at the true meaning of Dao stage. If they could completely comprehend a true meaning of Tao within 100 years, they would be considered very outstanding. Only those top geniuses could complete it within 10 years. That being said, for those who had cheated, pursuing the speed of improvement was an eternal and unchanging truth. Therefore Jiang Xi thought of another way. If I have a sufficient source of spirit energy, I can offset the negative effects of exceeding my body's tolerance limit when I increase my strength on the interface. Jiang Xi sorted out the items that could provide spirit energy on his body. 1,000-year-old lotus seed, 1 inferior-grade soul consolidating pill, and 30 unrated soul consolidating pills. These should be enough for a while. I'll think of another way later. I'll eat the lotus seed first. It's been 2 years. This 1,000-year-old lotus seed was a reward he received from Shen Tian 2 years ago after the battle at the Tong Tian Mountain in the Jade Pool Mystic Realm. He had never used it. There were a total of 13 lotus seeds. Jiang Xi ate them all like he was chewing candy. A huge amount of spirit energy appeared in his body. With his current strength, he could completely withstand the impact of this energy. Next was the familiar process of rapid improvement. Riverward borrowed this spiritual energy and used the experience panel to increase his sword intent at full power. 5 minutes later, the improvement ended. Sword intent, 801,511 million. Jiang Xi felt the comprehension of the sword intent in his mind. His brain was a little dizzy from the sudden increase of so many Tao techniques, but it was still bearable. A 1,000-year-old spiritual fruit can provide a little more than 80,000 points of spirit energy. Let's see how much the soul consolidating pill can provide. He first ate an unrated soul consolidating pill. The result was that the unrated spirit condensing pill was the same as the spirit nurturing pill. They could only provide 1,000 points of spiritual energy. Then, the inferior grade soul condensing pill, which was regarded as a treasure by the other spirit vessel cultivators, was also swallowed by Jiang Xi. After the upgrade, Jiang Xi frowned. It wasn't because too many Taoist insights had surged into his brain, causing him to feel lightheaded. It was just that the spiritual energy provided by this low-grade pill was pitifully low. It was only 10,000 points of spiritual energy. It was several times rarer than 1,000-year-old phase. Strange. Jiang Xi searched through Taoist Ji's inherited memories and quickly understood why. It turned out that there were many different types of spirit pills with different effects. The condensing essence pill was a type of spirit pill commonly used by cultivators in the universe. Its main effect was to refine spirit energy. Cultivators could use this to increase the quality of their spiritual power, thus achieving the goal of increasing their cultivation. It's not a spirit pill specifically used to replenish spiritual energy. Jiang Xi shook his head. He had to take back what he said just now. These spirit pills were not enough for him at all. As for the effect of the condensing essence pill to refine spirit energy, he didn't need it. Using the experience points panel to upgrade his cultivation directly saved the process of refining spirit energy. I'd better find a way to collect phase. Jiang Xi put away the remaining unrated condensing essence pills. The phase had not been refined and were full of spiritual energy, which met his requirements. He knew that Shen Tian still had a lot of 1,000-year-old phase in his hands. He could think of a way to use these unrated condensing essence pills to trade, however he had to find the right time and reason. Because the condensing essence pill was too precious for cultivators who needed to refine spirit energy. If he rashly used the condensing essence pill to trade with Shen Tian, it would make the other party suspicious. After sorting out these, Jiang Xi took out another item. It was the storage ring left by Taoist Go. He had never found a chance to refine this item with his spiritual sense. With a storage spiritual weapon, it will be convenient to go out in the future. Jiang Xi smiled and began to refine it. Last time, it took him half a month to successfully refine the inferior grade spiritual weapon, the Abyss Condensation Sword. This time, he didn't know how long it would take. Anyway, there were no other urgent matters, so Jiang Xi spent most of his time refining the storage ring every day. The rest of the time was to continue to organize and comprehend Taoist Ji's inherited memories. After all, this inherited memory was not only the purple firmament sword scripture, but also many secret techniques. Even if he didn't have the conditions to cultivate now, he could familiarize himself with it in advance and broaden his knowledge at the same time. In addition to this, he also had to accompany Jiang Daodu to train her assassination skills. The little girl's strength was also improving by leaps and bounds. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. New Moon Era 95, September 10th. Late at night, 2 moons hung in the sky. Jiang Xi ended his closed-door cultivation. Without telling anyone, he flew straight to the wilderness. The wilderness near Pak Sun province was mostly plains and hills. He flew for more than 500 kilometers before he found a small mountain that was more than 300 meters tall. Jiang Xi stood in the air and looked down at the small mountain. This was the target of his sword test today. He wanted to test his current strength. Before he tested the sword, he first looked at the experience panel. Cultivation, Spirit Nurturing Late Stage 2670188200, Dao Technique, Gale Intent, 108201/500, 000, Sword Intent, 117851/1000000, Amplitude, 3, 121 Deduction, 10,000 Experience Points per Time Cultivation Method, Purple Firmament Sword Scripture, Peacock Visualization Experience Points, 954834, after more than a month of improvement. His cultivation had reached late-stage Spirit Nurturing. He had comprehended more than 20% of the Gale Intent. His Sword Intent had also increased by more than 10%. Let's see how strong I am now. First Sword. Jiang Xi pulled out the Abyss Condensation Sword with a swish. His spiritual power surged as he suddenly swung the sword. The huge sword light suddenly landed on the top of the small mountain. Boom. It directly exploded. The top of the mountain was blown away and the small mountain was 10 meters shorter. Second Sword. He swung the sword again. This sword condensed the Gale Intent. The sword light was accompanied by the whistling of the gale as it slashed the small mountain. Crash. The small mountain trembled slightly as if a small earthquake had occurred. It was shorter by another 50 meters. Third Sword. This time it was a sword with the Sword Intent. The sword light condensed with an inexplicable Tao rhyme. It was like the King of Swords as it slashed directly at the small mountain. Rumble. The 300-meter-tall small mountain collapsed with a loud bang, and gravel flew everywhere. After 3 swords, Jiang Xi had a clear understanding of his own strength. The Sword Intent's increase in combat strength is indeed stronger than the Gale Intent. It only increased by 10%, but it has greatly increased my strength. Although I haven't really fought with a Golden Core Cultivator with my current strength, I'm definitely not weaker than an early-stage Golden Core Cultivator. Last time in the Fengdu Secret Realm, his actual combat strength had actually barely touched the threshold of Golden Core. But it was only barely. If he encountered a real Golden Core Cultivator, he would still be defeated. And now, after more than a month of improvement, his combat strength had finally completely stepped into the Golden Core level. Chapter 200. Jiang Xi was confident that he should have surpassed Shen Tian now. The world's #1 powerhouse? He smiled. If he didn't count those hidden old fellows from the reclusive families, he should be. He looked at the quaint ring on his left hand. Compared to the increase in strength, the refining progress of the storage ring was a little slow. After all, it was used by Taoist Gu, a Tao integration powerhouse, and it was not an ordinary spirit artifact. It will probably take another 2 or 3 months to complete the refining. Jiang Xi shook his head. He was not in a hurry. With the storage ring, it would be more convenient to go out at most. Then he turned around and went home. To think that he would destroy an entire mountain on this trip. After returning home, Jiang Xi did not continue to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, he stared at the 2 moons in the sky for a long time on the rooftop of his house. The 4th revival of spiritual energy, the reason why he chose to end his seclusion cultivation at this time. In addition to his own strength, the most important reason was that the 4th revival of spiritual energy was coming. Last time in the Moon Palace, Taoist Gu had said that after the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array was completely unlocked, Earth would welcome another revival of spiritual energy. Now that 2 months had passed, the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array was almost completely unlocked. Should I tell Shen Tian and the others? Jiang Xi was thinking about this problem. The 4th revival of spiritual energy was a great opportunity. There was also detailed information about the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array in Taoist Ji's inherited memories. Although he could not comprehend this array formation yet, it did not prevent him from knowing the power of this array formation. How high was the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth 10,000 years ago? Jiang Xi had no way of knowing the exact amount. However, there was one thing that could be proven. Earth was very prosperous at that time. Taoist Gu used the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array to suppress Yin Tianxing, who was also a Tao integration powerhouse. Tao integration was the highest realm of cultivators. They could even cross the universe with their bodies. However, under the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array, 2 Tao integration powerhouses were killed. This array formation could not be said to be weak. And the source of energy for this array was all the spiritual energy of Earth and the Moon. One could imagine how enormous this spiritual energy was. Once released, so much spiritual energy would definitely far exceed the third revival of spiritual energy. However, when the Heaven and Earth Spirit Lock Array was unlocked, there was one thing that was different from the third revival of spiritual aura. It was the release of the spiritual chi of Heaven and Earth without any warning. Unlike before, when he could detect the abnormal changes in the spiritual chi of Heaven and Earth in advance. That was why Jiang Xi fell into deep thought. It was impossible for him to monopolize such a fortuitous opportunity. After all, the spirit chi had to spread between Heaven and Earth. As a warrior of Great Xia, he was naturally concerned about the future of Great Xia's martial arts world. If everyone knew about it in advance and was prepared, they would be able to seize this opportunity. At that time, the martial arts world of Great Xia would definitely become even more powerful. The problem was that he had to find a reasonable excuse to remind Shen Tian and the others. Otherwise, it would be easy to raise suspicions. How did he know all this? After thinking for a moment, Jiang Xi shook his head. Let's keep it simple. The more complicated it is, the more suspicious it will be. He dialed Shen Tian's number. Jiang Xi? It's 2 o'clock in the morning? Shen Tian's voice was heard. Jiang Xi looked at the time. Sure enough, it was only 2 o'clock in the morning. It seemed that he had been too focused on cultivating and had neglected the time. Jiang Xi coughed. President, I have a discovery that I feel like telling you. Recently, when I was cultivating, I felt that the spiritual chi of Heaven and Earth in the surroundings seemed to have increased a little. Wait for a moment. Don't hang up. Shen Tian's tone was a little solemn. It seemed that he attached great importance to Jiang Xi's reaction. Jiang Xi was not in a hurry. He guessed that Shen Tian should want to cultivate and experience it himself. After a moment, Shen Tian's voice was heard again. Jiang Xi, are you sure you didn't sense it wrong? I just cultivated and the spiritual chi of Heaven and Earth didn't seem to have changed. It should be right. After all, I'm a person who scored full marks in martial arts. My perception of the spiritual chi of Heaven and Earth is stronger than others. Shen Tian could not refute this reason. I will pay attention to this matter in the next few days so that everyone can be prepared. Shen Tian did not take Jiang Xi's reminder lightly. In his understanding, Jiang Xi was steady and cautious. Generally, he would not easily express any opinions. Something that could make Jiang Xi take the initiative to remind him in the middle of the night must be taken seriously. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Xi felt a sense of relief. The next step was to wait patiently for the fourth spiritual chi revival. However, before that, there was a more important matter. That was Jiang Daodu's problem. On the night of the third spiritual chi revival, Jiang Daodu had heard someone chanting in a low voice and then fell into a deep sleep. When she woke up, her strength had jumped from level F to level C. Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the villa's balcony, thinking carefully until the sun rose on the horizon. A cool breeze brushed past his face. It seemed ordinary. However, the corners of Jiang Xi's mouth curled up slightly. Without opening his eyes, he reached out and grabbed a cold and slender wrist. In her cold little hand was a black dagger without any luster. It was very sharp and was an A-grade alloy weapon. Not bad. Your assassination can threaten level A martial artists. Jiang Xi opened his eyes and chuckled. Jiang Daodu wrinkled her nose and said, But I still can't get close to you. Do your best. I believe that sooner or later you will be able to do it. Perfunctory. Jiang Xi scratched her nose. Then he said, I'll fulfill your wish. In the next few days you have to stay by my side. Stay by your side. Even when sleeping or going to the toilet? Jiang Daodu's eyes were bright and full of energy. In the end, Jiang Xi was defeated by Jiang Daodu. Apart from the two things that Jiang Daodu mentioned, they were indeed staying by each other's side. Especially when it came to cultivation, they had to be together. Soon 5 days passed. New Moon Era 95, September 15th. On the night of the full moon. On the balcony of Villa 92 in Tongtian District. Jiang Xi and Jiang Daodu were both sitting cross-legged, quietly cultivating. He had already told Jiang Daodu about the recovery of spirit aura. Jiang Daodu also put away her playful attitude and treated it seriously. For the past few days they had been cultivating like this every night. The moon was in the middle of the sky. The two moons were like silver plates hanging side by side in the night sky. It was as if the two of them were sitting side by side. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed. Somehow he felt that some changes had occurred between heaven and earth. It's here. Yes. Jiang Daodu also nodded vigorously. Suddenly a change occurred. The two silver plate-like moons instantly became 100 times larger, covering more than half of the sky. The night was as bright as day. The two Guanghan palaces, one old and one new, also appeared at the same time. Yes, yes, ah. Faintly a woman's soft singing voice sounded between heaven and earth. This time everyone heard it. The whole world was in an uproar. Could it be that someone was singing on the moon? You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.